Debourah Rudacille. The Riddle of Gender. Debourah Rudacille is a science writer at Johns Hopkins University. She is the author of The Scalpel and the Butterfly, The Conflict Between Animal Research and Animal Protection. She lives in Baltimore. Also by Debourah Rudacille. For Aidan. Glory be to God for dappled things. All things counter, original, spare, strange, whatever is fickle, freckled, who knows how. With swift, slow, sweet, sour, audazzle, dim, he fathers forth whose beauty is past change. Gerard Manley Hopkins, Pied Beauty. Introduction. And what sort of person might you be? Asked the smiling young man behind the registration desk. I stared at him for a moment in bafflement and dread, running through a list of potential responses. I was registering for the True Spirit Conference, an annual gathering for transsexual men and their partners and families. It was my first foray into the community, and I was nervous and feeling very much like an outsider. I was sure that people could tell merely by looking at me that I didn't belong. Well, I said, preparing to announce that I was a heterosexual woman, a single mother of 3, and a science writer, when suddenly I noticed the 3 options for registration on the page I had just signed: student, low income, and regular. Regular, I said, with relief. Great, the young man replied, as I filled out a check for $90 and handed it over, my face burning as I realized how close I had come to looking like an idiot. Nonetheless, throughout the next 2 days, as I attended sessions and introduced myself to people at the conference, I was asked the same question over and over in varying forms. The answer to the question seemed important to everyone I met. What kind of person are you? Why are you here? Why are you interested in our lives? Not far beneath those questions lurked accusations. Are you here to exploit us? To attack us? To make us look like freaks or deviants? Just what, one guy said, is your agenda? I thought the question fair enough. And since it has been posed, in one form or another, by everyone whom I have interviewed on this subject, I feel that it is right that I begin this book with an answer to it, since it is probably also a question that will be entertained by readers. I attended the True Spirit Conference in 2001 because I had recently learned that a friend of mine was transitioning from female to male. This baffled me, as I knew nothing at all about transsexuality, transgenderism, genderqueerness, or gender variance, nothing at all about the motivations that would impel a 22-year-old female-bodied person to inject herself with testosterone or undergo a mastectomy or live as a man. I was concerned and confused, and I soon learned that I was not alone. Nearly everyone I spoke with about the subject was as confused as I was, and in some cases far more judgmental. That's crazy, it's sick, and that's disgusting were some of the most extreme comments, together with the pious "it's against God's plan to change your sex" and the pseudo-scientific "she needs psychiatric help." It's important to note that these comments were uttered by people who are more or less comfortable with homosexuality. People who had accepted and embraced gay friends, colleagues, and family members seemed bewildered by transsexuality and its close cousin transvestism, or cross-dressing. The adjective transgendered indicating individuals who either cross the great gender divide or live between the poles of male and female is recognized, but not, it seems, widely understood. I found this to be no less true of my children's generation than of my own or my parents'. This lack of understanding breeds fear, and fear often gives birth to violence. This was brought home to me most acutely a few months after I learned of my friend's decision to transition, when a trans woman, male to female, or MTF, transsexual, was murdered a few blocks from my home. Walking home from a neighborhood bar, Tacy Ranta was shot by a gang of adolescents and young adults who had been on a crime spree, carjacking and mugging 12 people in the neighborhood over a 5-hour period. Although the miscreants robbed everyone, the only person they shot was Ranta. The newspaper reports on the murder focused on Ranta's transsexuality and used the male pronouns of her birth sex when referring to her, even though she had been living as a woman for years and, in the month preceding her murder, had had the sex on her driver's license altered from M to F. The murder of Tacy Rent a mere blocks from my home, coming on the heels of my friend's announcement, caused me to confront my basic lack of knowledge and understanding of a group of people who I barely knew existed. I wanted to know more about gender variance, and though this desire was born partly of a desire to understand and support my friend, it was also linked to my own lifelong questioning of gender roles. I was born in 1958 and grew up in the 70s, when large numbers of women began to challenge the institutions and assumptions that had created their social subordination. I lived through the second wave of feminism, and I know that my life has been profoundly affected by the vastly increased opportunities for women and the breakdown of gender stereotypes that were its fruits. Yet I, like many women, have also felt ambivalent about some of the results of that revolution. I remember very well the patronizing attitudes I encountered from other women when I chose to remain at home with my preschool children during the 80s. The unspoken assumption seemed to be that only a chump would sacrifice her career advancement to take care of babies. Virtues traditionally gendered female, modesty, gentleness, and emotional generosity, were scorned by those who viewed them as a pathetic accommodation to the patriarchal status quo. The qualities our culture respects and rewards are the traditionally masculine traits of independence, assertiveness, and enlightened self-interest, and feminism has done nothing to change that. We wanted the best of both worlds, instead it seems sometimes that we have the worst of each. Women have been liberated to become rakes and workaholics, and men have won the freedom to drift aimlessly in a kind of perpetual adolescence. This may be a kind of progress, but it is not the equality between the sexes once envisioned by feminists. And despite our well-intentioned efforts to melt gender stereotypes with the blowtorch of change, differences remain. As a parent, I have certainly observed what seem to be gender-mediated differences between my daughters and my son throughout their childhood, adolescence, and young adulthood. As toddlers, they played equally happily with the little Tykes play kitchen, a car, and various other gender-neutral toys that I as a feminist parent provided. But at a certain point, my son and his best friend began to develop an interest in dinosaurs and Godzilla, to manufacture guns and swords out of tree branches, and to engage in the kind of semi-serious wrestling and roughhousing that often produced minor injuries. Yet my son's 2 trips to the emergency room in early childhood were the result of accidental injuries inflicted by his older sister. Clearly, she hadn't heard the news that girls are less aggressive than boys. On the other hand, from a young age my daughters were far more attuned to social nuances than was my son. While her brother could sit in the same classroom for years with various children and still not know their names, my younger daughter could rattle off not only the names but also the familial and social bonds uniting every child in the elementary school. She and her older sister have always possessed a kind of emotional radar that their more analytical brother lacks. Yet my son, unlike his sisters, remains close to his best friends from elementary and middle school, a challenge to the prevailing wisdom that females have a greater gift for forming long-lasting intimate friendships. As teenagers, these young men developed an interest in tabletop war games, in which players build and paint fantasy armies and engage in battles based on a complicated set of rules and strategies. I can testify that in my many visits to the Games Workshop, where the armies are purchased and the tournaments played, I have never seen a female player or a female employee, only other mothers like me, anxiously clutching Christmas and birthday lists. Is there a gene for Warhammer? Doubtful. But there is something, and I don't think the something is culturally inscribed, that causes males to be drawn to ritualized combat, whether in sport, in games, or on film. Yet, after years of watching violent movies, playing violent video games, and directing the clash of armies on plywood battlefields, my son and his friends eagerly participated in the marches against the war in Iraq and were bitterly and vocally opposed to the conflict. My daughters were completely uninterested in the peace movement or the war itself. For them the political was not at all personal. They are intensely interested in the lives of acquaintances and celebrities, however, and have prodigious memories for who has dated, married, and dumped whom and whose career is foundering because of what ill-advised choices. Their baffled brother finds their interest in the personal lives of strangers incomprehensible. You don't know these people, he is apt to snap when subjected to yet another conversation about the latest juicy celebrity gossip. In the essential difference, the British psychiatrist Simon Baron-Cohen proposes an explanation for these and other differences in male and female interests and abilities. The average woman has an empathizing brain while the average male has a systematizing brain. Males are driven to analyze, explore, and construct systems while women tend to identify with other people's thoughts, feelings, and emotions in an attempt to understand and predict behavior. I'll have more to say about Baron-Cohen's hypothesis later, but for now it's enough to point out that it does provide an explanation for the kinds of everyday differences we notice between men and women, and that the hypothesis is viewed as reactionary by those who deny any essential biological difference between male and female brains. I grew up in a time when increasing numbers of people believed that the differences between males and females were socially constructed, and that if children were raised to understand that there were no essential differences between being born in a male body and being born in a female body, we would all be free of all gender-based boundaries and limitations, free of social stereotypes based on genital distinctions. Boys could cry, and girls could compete, boys could be nurses, homemakers, and teachers, the nurturing professions, and girls could be fighter pilots, police officers, and firefighters, the warrior professions. I am happy to live in a society that has struggled to eradicate limiting beliefs and practices that have kept both men and women from realizing their full potential as human beings. But I have largely abandoned the belief that all the differences we note between men and women are purely a matter of social custom. Some differences run much deeper than custom, the primary one being the deeply felt and ineradicable sense that one is male or female or neither. Let's talk about the distinction between gender and sex. Virginia, née Charles, Prince, founder of Transvestia magazine, famously said that gender is what's above the neck and sex is what's below the neck. Gender is metasex, it's what we make of the difference in our bodies and their reproductive anatomy and capabilities. My female body is made to give birth and to nurture. Your male body is constructed to seed me and to protect our offspring. From an evolutionary perspective, our common goal is to ensure that our children survive until they can reproduce themselves and thus transmit our genes to the next generation. Gender is the cultural tapestry that we weave from those fundamental facts. But gender differences cannot be rooted in culture alone, because my body, what's below my neck, and my brain, what's above my neck, are not divided by some kind of biological Berlin Wall. The body and the brain are an open city, built on the constant exchange of information. Just after my mother's egg and my father's sperm united, each contributing an X chromosome to my female genotype, skeins of DNA began to uncoil and replicate. Messages traveled between the rapidly multiplying cells that had not yet differentiated into specific organs and tissues, switching genes on and off under instructions from the master template, guiding my development. In the 6th week of pregnancy, the process of sexual differentiation began. The androgynous embryo, which possesses both Müllerian and Wolffian ducts and thus has the potential to develop either a male or a female reproductive anatomy, accepted its genetic fate, and an exquisitely choreographed dance began, performed by a company of steroid hormones. Because I am an XX person, midway through the 2nd month of pregnancy, the primordial gonad developed into egg-bearing ovaries. My nascent Wolffian ducts began to wither away, and the Müllerian ducts differentiated into the Gothic architecture of the female reproductive system: fallopian tubes, uterus, cervix, vagina. Within a few weeks, ultrasound images revealed a recognizably female external anatomy. Evidence suggests that my brain was prenatally sexed as well, though the mechanism by which this process is carried out is less clearly understood. Animal research has provided ample evidence of the organizing effects of hormones on the sexual differentiation of the brain, but the extent to which the animal data can be extrapolated to human development remains hotly contested. The sexual differentiation of the brain is completed after birth, as I learn what sorts of attitudes, behavior, and role my culture expects of me as a female. In an XY fetus, a different set of chemical messages begins circulating in the 2nd month of pregnancy, based on instructions encoded in the Y chromosome. Male, the Y chromosome shouts, and a gene called SRY directs the primitive gonad to form testicles, rather than ovaries. The testicles soon begin to produce androgens, which will masculinize both genitalia and brain. One of the chemical messengers produced by the testicles, Mullerian-inhibiting substance, MIS, begins circulating throughout the rapidly dividing cells, barking out orders to arrest the development of a female reproductive anatomy. Testosterone and MIS ensure that the fissure that would otherwise develop into a vagina fuses together to form a scrotum, and that the primary instrument of sexual pleasure, glans penis, develops outside the fleshy mound of the pubis, rather than hidden within it, glans clitorides. In males, the hormone-driven sexing of the brain is known to continue into the weeks immediately following birth, when the testicles pump out a flood of testosterone at levels that will not be matched until puberty. By that time, the male child will have learned what behaviors and attitudes his family and culture expect him to display. These are based on the presence of male genitals. The process of prenatal sexual differentiation is complex and multifaceted. An embryo needs more than a Y chromosome to become male. It also needs an androgen receptor gene on the X chromosome to enable it to respond to the androgens its testes are producing. If the androgen receptor gene isn't functioning, the XY fetus will develop female genitalia. Moreover, testosterone, the so-called male hormone, is transformed into estrogen in the brain by an enzyme called aromatase. As researcher Lindsay Berkson has pointed out, one cheeky irony of life is that how masculine a man is as an adult may be partly the result of his having had optimal amounts of estrogen in his brain at a certain time during his stay in the womb. Amazingly, minute differences, parts per trillion or parts per billion of a few sex hormones literally affect the making of men or women. More often than most people suspect, the script of sexual differentiation is altered during pregnancy, producing variation. Yet we continue to wonder how much of gender performance is cultural and how much is biological. That's the heart of the riddle, the part that really baffles us. And it's that part of the riddle that gender-variant people may ultimately help resolve. My conversations with transgendered, transsexual, and intersexual people over the past few years have helped me understand a number of facts that I had not recognized previously. First, despite the social changes initiated by the second wave of feminism, we as a society still maintain some fairly inflexible strategies for policing the boundaries between the sexes. Each time you relieve yourself in a public place, for example, you implicitly accept the idea that door number 1, women, and door number 2, men, are the only options, and that each person will know precisely to which category he or she belongs, and use the appropriate toilet. To most of us, the choice may not seem quite as oppressive as that between the white and colored bathrooms that were contested by the civil rights movement, but the significance is the same. A ritual boundary is being enforced, as the opponents of the Equal Rights Amendment recognized when they claimed that the era would result in a promiscuous mingling of the sexes in bathrooms. Similarly, many people pay lip service to the idea that males and females have both a feminine and a masculine side, and as I finish the final draft of this book, a great deal of attention is being devoted to the rise of the metrosexual, an urban feminized man. Yet a male-bodied person who expresses his femininity by wearing dresses quickly discovers the limits of social tolerance. Women have more freedom to dress as they please, as I discovered on a rainy night in Washington, D.C., when I attended a support group meeting for cross-dressers. As I sat in the meeting in my sweatshirt and jeans, the only female-bodied person in the room and the only person wearing pants, I realized that little more than a century ago, I would have been just as freakishly attired as the male-bodied people around me in their dresses, high heels, and makeup. According to the social standards of 1902, I, too, was cross-dressed. Even in 1932 my garb would have been considered suspicious. But because our culture now permits women to wear clothing once thought of as masculine, my outfit was unremarkable. Not so for the outfits on the people around me. They are defined, and define themselves, as transgendered partially because they yearn to express aspects of femininity denied to male-bodied persons by cultural norms. While most male-bodied persons don't seem to feel a desire to wear dresses and use cosmetics, the ones who do so encounter extraordinary social ostracism and violence. The great majority of transgendered people who are the victims of hate crimes are male-bodied persons dressing and living as females. That doesn't mean that women are free of gender-based limitations and bias. Western women may wear pants, and some may have claimed the right to work, play, and have sex like men, but as any woman of a certain age will be happy to tell you, female cultural power is still largely a function of youth and beauty. Women of all ages spend an inordinate amount of their time and resources maintaining an attractive appearance. Young women are indoctrinated into this feminine cult at a young age, with girls typically beginning to shave, pluck, paint, and perfume at around 11 or 12 years old. Throughout adolescence, girls learn that their perceived value as people is tied to their appearance. They must be fit, fresh-smelling, and fashionably attired in order to lead happy, successful lives. The pressure to maintain a pleasing appearance increases as we age. Few straight men spend as much time on the scale, in the salon, or at the gym as their female counterparts. Why spend so much time, energy, and money to look young, fit, and fertile if being a middle-aged woman is not somehow related to a loss of prestige and power? Middle-aged men seem immune to this pressure. One of my sources, a surgeon transitioning from male to female at age 50, told me that her spouse simply cannot understand why a successful middle-aged man would surrender his cultural power to assume the lower caste status of a middle-aged woman. "Who will want you?" she asked, a poignant expression of the creeping sense of invisibility and insignificance many aging women feel. Male privilege remains a very real phenomenon in our supposedly post-feminist society. Many of the transmen, female-to-male, or FTM, transsexual people, I interviewed noted that, as men, they are treated far more respectfully and deferentially than they were as women. "I get a lot of white male privilege. Oh, my God! I can't even believe that. When I would go into stores before, they had security guards following me around, because I was this sort of big motorcycle leather dyke. Now, they're like, 'Can I help you, sir? Is there anything we can do for you?'" says Tom Kennard, a burly, middle-aged transman. "They will give men power, and you just have to take it. I have to figure out how I can use that power responsibly." Those who travel in the other direction, from male to female, are conversely aware of the loss of privilege that is an unavoidable consequence of their decision to transition. In giving up their maleness, trans women often give up high incomes, social status, and, very often, the ability to support themselves in their chosen profession. Trans women tend to be more visible, and thus less employable, than trans men. They are more often the victims of violence and discrimination, simply because they are seen or read in a way that trans men are not. But they also have surrendered the social protections of maleness. Though men can be sexually violated, they are not usually victims of rape except in all-male environments such as prisons. Trans women seem to be at high risk for rape, however, both before and after their surgical transition. This may be because, as one source told me, trans women aren't raised with the don'ts that most natal women absorb from their mothers and other women. These spoken and unspoken prohibitions: don't go home with strange men, don't walk down dark streets by yourself, don't open the door to strangers, circumscribe our lives, but they may also provide some measure of protection. Trans women learn late the painful lesson most natal women absorb in adolescence, that being a woman automatically confers vulnerability to sexual assault. This is true even if one retains the hidden insignia of masculinity, a penis. As a woman, I know intimately the sense of physical vulnerability that trans women encounter when they assume the social role of women. That sense of shared vulnerability is one of the strongest bonds I have felt with the trans women I interviewed for this book. Fear and mistrust of men and masculinity still permeate discussions of gender. Neither women nor individual men appear to trust or think kindly of males as a group, a prejudice that seems justified when one considers the disproportionate propensity of males for committing acts of physical violence and aggression. As I have researched this book, I have learned from trans men just how painful and shocking it is suddenly to be perceived as a threatening figure, purely by virtue of one's maleness. Women may cross to the other side of the street to avoid sharing the sidewalk with you, they stop looking you in the eye. A wall goes up, and those trans men who have lived as lesbians for years before their transitions find that wall particularly disturbing. It's really upsetting to me that men are perceived as bad, says Tom Kennard. And I wonder how boys, men who grow up as men, deal with that. How do they internalize that? What does it do to them? Because when I talk to them, they know about this. But they're just like, well, what can you do? Like many of the trans men I interviewed, Kennard had to overcome deep-seated negative feelings about masculine identity and behavior in order to proceed with his transition. He didn't want to be a man as manhood is defined in our culture, and yet, he felt that he had no other choice because he was not a woman either. People say that gender is what's between your ears and not between your legs, but I don't know, he says. I just didn't belong in the girls' pile. It's sort of an exclusion thing, rather than inclusion. I just felt like I didn't belong over there. If we have a binary system, and there are only two choices, I belong here. And I like being over here. I'm really comfortable being over here. These observations lead me to the most salient fact that my conversations with transsexual people have illuminated. Though the way we express gender is clearly influenced by culture, gender identity itself seems far too deeply embedded to be purely an artifact of culture. There are few benefits to adult sex reassignment, other than the feeling that one's body and social role finally reflect one's inner sense of self. The process of sex reassignment is physically and emotionally grueling, and hugely expensive in terms of money, time, and lost personal relationships. Most of my transsexual sources knew from a very young age, typically before age 5, that there was something different about them. Often they spent decades trying to understand the source of that difference and come to terms with the implications of their process of self-discovery. Those who decide to physically change their sex then spend a number of years committed to the process of transition. The outcome is a series of painful surgeries. No one would undertake this arduous quest unless driven to it by acute misery. I have been told by person after person, it was this or suicide. Transgendered people who do not surgically transition, who live with bodies at odds with their gender presentation, court even greater risks, enduring the constant threat of discovery and exposure. The penalty for such transgression is often brutal. Many people have heard of the murder of Brandon Tina, née Tina Brandon, the subject of the film Boys Don't Cry, but few know that such murders are commonplace. In 2002 alone, 23 people in the United States were slain in what appear to have been transgender hate crimes. For example, in October 2002, while at a party, 17-year-old Gwen Arajo was dragged into a garage, where she was beaten and strangled by 3 young men who had discovered that she was male-bodied. Her body was then dumped in the desert. It took 2 weeks for the other young people present at the party to report the murder. 2 months before Gwen Arajo's death, on August 12, 2002, Stephanie Thomas, 19, and Yukia Davis, 18, were shot to death as they sat in their parked car a block from the apartment they shared in Washington, D.C. Davis and Thomas had lived as women since their early teens, and became close friends after meeting at a support group. Unlike Arajo, whose secret was unknown to many of her acquaintances, Thomas and Davis were well known and apparently well liked in the Southeast D.C. neighborhood where they grew up. Their openness did not protect them. Each was hit more than 10 times in the head and upper body by bullets fired by a passenger in a passing car, which, according to witnesses, turned around and released a second volley of bullets before speeding off. Despite a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and indictment of a suspect, the identity of the killer or killers remains unknown. A vigil for Thomas and Davis was held a few days after their deaths, ironically at the very same intersection where, in 1995, Tyra Hunter, a transgendered hairdresser, had lain bleeding to death after an automobile accident. Paramedics arrived on the scene immediately after the accident, but while stripping Hunter to assess her condition, they discovered her male genitalia, jumped back in shock, and began to ridicule her. As Hunter lay dying, but still conscious, the EMT team continued to mock her. She died shortly afterward in the ER from blood loss. In 1998, her mother was awarded $2.8 million in damages in a wrongful death lawsuit, based on negligence by the D.C. Fire Department and malpractice by an ER physician. Tyra's story is surprisingly commonplace and speaks to the fears of most transsexuals sick who sometimes feel pressured to undergo expensive sexual reassignment surgery and to alter their legal documents specifically to avoid such nightmares, wrote Sarah D. Fox, Ph.D., a neurobiologist and communications director of its time, Ohio, a gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender, GLBT, lobby organization, after the verdict was announced. The drive to express an inborn gender identity must be strong indeed to compel individuals such as Tina, Arajo, Thomas, Davis, and Hunter to face the kind of hatred that led to their deaths. Milton Diamond, professor of anatomy and reproductive biology at the University of Hawaii, explains the violence and incomprehension suffered by transgendered people simply: nature loves variety. Society hates it. The transgendered and transsexual people whom I interviewed for this book were kind enough, and courageous enough, to share their stories with me. Most of the individuals whose stories are contained in these pages are success stories. They are primarily well-educated, middle-class white Americans whose privileged socio-economic status contributed to their positive outcomes. In this arena, as in so many others, race, class, and economics play a huge role. Yet even with all their advantages, the individuals profiled in this book grappled with an enigma that might have consumed them, had they not found the courage and strength to endure the struggle, and the support and assistance they required. Each narrative chapter of the book is followed by the edited transcript of an interview, which provides commentary on the chapter preceding it and context for the chapter that follows. This structure will, I hope, reflect something of my own journey as I undertook my research and will enable the reader to recognize what I soon recognized myself, that the larger historical narrative is in fact composed of many individual narratives, each worthy of the telling. I am only sorry that I wasn't able to include all of the stories I heard over the past few years, or the full text of every interview. Like politics and religion, the issue of nature versus nurture with respect to gender is one that invariably gives rise to passionate debate. I do not expect that this book will convert people who believe that gender differences are grounded entirely in social conditioning, nor do I believe that the book will eradicate the bigotry, discrimination, and violence suffered by transgendered, transsexual, and intersexual people. But I do hope that the narrative history and dialogues within its pages will promote greater understanding and acceptance of a group, or groups, of people who typically want nothing more than to live their lives in peace and be able to enjoy the same civil status and protections granted to others. I also hope to show that the history contained in these pages is, in a very real sense, a shared history. The growing visibility of transsexual, transgendered, and intersexual people has coincided with a radical questioning and reshuffling of traditional sex roles among people who consider themselves normatively gendered. The boundaries of gender were once very clearly drawn in our culture. We are not as far removed from the rigidity and repression of traditional sex roles as we sometimes like to pretend. At the same time, we remain baffled by the still unfolding gender revolution. What does it mean to be a man or a woman, and how can we best achieve fulfillment of our identities as man or woman? I entered into the research for this book partly to help myself resolve that ongoing internal debate. Along the way, I discovered that each of us has been profoundly affected by the questions posed by the individuals described here, and by the answers that science has provided, and will continue to provide, to the riddle of gender. 1. The hands of God. I certify that Chevalier d'Eon lived with me for approximately 3 years, that I always considered him to be a woman, however, after his death and upon observation of the corpse discovered that he was a man. My wife certifies the same. William Bowning, London, 1810. I began the research for this book in the way that I approach every scientific subject that interests me, by searching the literature. I soon discovered that far from being a product of the modern world, gender variance has been documented across cultures and in every epoch of history. Male-bodied persons dressing and living as women and female-bodied persons dressing and living as men were known in ancient Greece and Rome, among Native American tribes prior to the arrival of Europeans, on the Indian subcontinent, in Africa, in Siberia, in Eastern Europe, and in nearly every other indigenous society studied by anthropologists. According to historian Vern Bullough, gender crossing is so ubiquitous, that genitalia by itself has never been a universal nor essential insignia of a lifelong gender. In some of these cultures, cross-gendered persons were considered shamans gifted with extraordinary psychic powers, and they assumed special ceremonial roles. In many religions, the gods themselves can transform their sex at will, cross-dress, or are androgynous. Our Judeo-Christian heritage, founded on a belief in an exclusively male deity, has frowned on such gender fluidity. Nonetheless, throughout the Middle Ages and even into the modern era, cross-dressing has been permitted and indeed celebrated at festivals, in clubs, and on the stage. Moreover, the deathbed discovery of a gender reversal is a far more common occurrence in Western history than one might suspect. Many, though not all, of the persons whose names and stories are known to us today were born female and lived some or all of their lives as men. A few of the better-known individuals in this category include James Barry, British Army physician and Inspector General, died 1865, Charles Durkee Pankhurst, California stagecoach driver, died 1879, Murray Hall, Tammany Hall politician, died 1901, Jack B. Garland, soldier in the Spanish-American War, died 1936, and Billy Tipton, jazz trumpeter, died 1989. Some of these people were married to women, who publicly expressed shock and amazement when their partners died and were found to be other than what friends and neighbors assumed them to be. It is impossible to know if this shock was real or was feigned for the benefit of a public that was not prepared to accept the alternative explanation that the widow had lived happily with a female-bodied person who saw himself and was accepted by others, including his wife, as a man. The case of the Chevalier d'Eon, an 18th-century aristocrat whose gender was a source of considerable controversy during his lifetime, is a bit more complex, and because it became a public scandal, I will recount it more fully here. Born in France in 1728, Charles Genevieve Louis Auguste André Timothy d'Eon de Beaumont lived 49 years as a man and 34 as a woman. Aristocrat, diplomat, soldier, and spy, d'Eon worked for the French government in both male and female roles, exhibiting such a chameleon-like ability to change from man to woman and back again that contemporary historians remain just as baffled as d'Eon's peers by the Chevalier's metamorphoses. Traditional accounts suggest that d'Eon was dispatched on his first diplomatic mission to Russia in female garb to infiltrate the social circle of the Empress Elizabeth. After successfully carrying out this mission, d'Eon returned to France and assumed an unambiguously male role, becoming a captain of dragoons and fighting valiantly in the 7 Years' War. Wounded in battle, d'Eon was named a Knight of St. Louis, and in 1762 was offered a diplomatic assignment at the British royal court. In a letter, the French King Louis XV congratulated the Chevalier on his new post and wrote, "You have served me just as well in women's clothing as you have in the clothes you are now wearing." While d'Eon was serving as minister plenipotentiary in London, his slight build and pretty features led many to believe that he was in fact a cross-dressed woman. People in England and France began placing wagers on his sex. The London Stock Exchange took bets on his gender, and the amount of money wagered on the Chevalier purportedly rose to nearly £200,000 in England alone. The fear of kidnapping began to haunt the Chevalier, who suspected that those who had wagered large sums of money on the shape of his genitalia might seek to resolve the question by kidnapping and forced exposure. To avert a diplomatic crisis, King Louis XV of France sent a letter to George III of England, stating that d'Eon was a woman. Rather than calming public doubts, this letter created an even greater frenzy. Lawsuits were filed by losing bettors, doctors were called in to testify, and d'Eon was officially declared a woman by an English court. The Chevalier responded to this public humiliation with dignity and defiance, writing to a friend, "I am what the hands of God have made me." In exchange for d'Eon's agreement to live quietly as a woman, the French government granted the Chevalier a generous pension. Although agreeing to abandon military dress, d'Eon requested permission to continue wearing the Cross of St. Louis, which, as he wrote in a letter to the king, has always been a reward for bravery on the battlefield. Many officers have become priests or politicians and have worn this distinction over their new apparel. Therefore, I do not believe that a brave woman, who was raised in men's clothing by her family, can be denied this right after she has carried out the dangerous duties in a praiseworthy fashion. This request was granted, and Mademoiselle d'En spent much of the remainder of her life residing in London with a female companion. When d'En died in 1810, 5 men who had known d'En were asked to examine the body and record their observations in order to settle definitively the question of d'En's sex. All 5 witnesses testified that the body was anatomically male. The deceased's female companion of many years professed herself shocked to discover that Mademoiselle d'En was not the woman she had always assumed her to be. A generation after the Chevalier d'En's death, a group of French doctors examined another puzzling corpse, that of a 30-year-old railroad employee who had committed suicide in a squalid attic room in Paris. Abel Barbin, known for 24 years as Adelaide Herculine Barbin, and called Alexina, had been born with a body that appeared female. She was raised in a convent and became a teacher at an all-girl boarding school. Severe pain in her lower abdomen caused Alexina to seek medical assistance while employed at the school. The results of the doctor's examination changed her life forever. His hand was already slipping under my sheet and coming to a stop at the sensitive place. It pressed upon it several times, as if to find there the solution to a difficult problem. It did not leave off at that point. He had found the explanation that he was looking for. But it was easy to see that it exceeded all his expectations. The doctor had discovered Alexina's undescended testicles and small penis, though he did not reveal this information to either Alexina or her employer, and instead advised the headmistress of the school to terminate the young schoolmistress. Alexina sought the advice of her bishop, who sent her to a second physician, a researcher, who prepared a voluminous report, a masterpiece in the medical style, intended to ensure before the courts a petition for rectification. In June 1860, the birth register in Barbin's home district was amended, and the female Alexina became the male Abel by an act of law, not surgery. Though the body remained the same, the legal person was transformed from female to male. The scandal that ensued when the newspapers and the public discovered that a man had been teaching in an all-girl boarding school condemned Abel to abandonment, to cold isolation. His life as a man began in pain and confusion and plummeted rapidly into despair. He attempted to make a fresh start in Paris, but, impoverished and alone in a city that granted anonymity if not happiness, Abel was unable to make the transition from convent-bred woman to working man. He committed suicide at the age of 30, overcome by feelings of isolation and desolation, the sense that he was absolutely alone in the world. In his journal, Abel predicted that after his death his anomalous body would become a teaching tool and an exemplar of oddity. When that day comes, a few doctors will make a little stir around my corpse, they will shatter all the extinct mechanisms of its impulses, will draw new information from it, will analyze all the mysterious sufferings that were heaped up on a single human being. This premonition was fulfilled as Abel's body was autopsied and the genitals and internal organs probed, studied, and sketched for the edification of future physicians pondering the riddle of hermaphrodites, individuals whose bodies did not conform to traditional notions of male and female anatomy. Though the Chevalier d'En and Abel Barbin are perhaps the best-known cases of pre-surgical sex changes in Western history, physically intersexual people such as Herculine Barbin and neurologically intersexual people such as the Chevalier d'En have always existed. Gender variance thus appears to be a natural phenomenon, an example of biological diversity. Professor Milton Diamond of the University of Hawaii, who has studied the phenomenon of intersexuality for more than half a century, argues persuasively that gender variance should be considered neither an anomaly nor a pathology, but a simple variation. Variety is nature's way, he told an audience at the International Foundation for Gender Education, IFGE, in March 2003. How many of us in this room are the same height, weight? We're all part of a great experiment. Unfortunately, society doesn't view gender variance with the same benevolence that it views differences in height and, less benevolently today, weight. Difference is a dirty word to many, Diamond pointed out. As contemporary historians and writers have worked to uncover the hidden history of homosexuality, some long-dead individuals who adopted cross-gendered dress and lifestyles have been lauded as gay pioneers. The most famous such case is that of Alan Hart, née Alberta Lucille, a Portland physician who began living as a man after a hysterectomy in 1917. The historian Jonathan Ned Katz identified Hart on the basis of a case study published by the physician who oversaw, and encouraged, Hart's metamorphosis. Katz and the larger gay community promptly proclaimed Hart, who was married to a woman, a lesbian pioneer, and explained Hart's decision to live as a man as an accommodation to social prejudices and coercion by a homophobic physician. Among gays as well as straights, the complex relationship between sexual orientation and gender identity has thus sometimes been reduced to a simple formula with 4 variables: male or female, gay or straight. This perspective is shared by members of the straight public who believe that a man who wears dresses can't possibly be heterosexual, even if he sleeps with women only, just as some gay Americans believe that a female-bodied person who dresses like a man must be a masculine lesbian. Both gays and straights have a hard time believing that both of these individuals might in fact be heterosexual men. That idea challenges everything that we think we know about sex, gender, and sexual orientation. Some men are born in female bodies, said Catherine Kit Racklin, a clinical psychologist who has worked with transgendered clients for more than 15 years at a conference I attended while beginning research on this book. Like many Americans, gay and straight, I received this statement with certain skepticism. But after having met numerous men born in female bodies and women born in male bodies, I no longer doubt that it is true. Sexual orientation is invisible, but gender identity is difficult to hide. It's evident in the way we walk, the way we talk, the way we dress, the way we cut our hair. My identity as a woman is clearly visible in hundreds of small and large ways. When you pass me on the street, your brain registers my long hair, makeup, skirt, pocketbook, and painted nails, and renders the verdict female. Even if I cut my hair short, skipped makeup, and wore jeans and a t-shirt, you would still identify me as a woman by my physique, by my gait, and by the way I related to you, my fellow pedestrian, as I walked by. But what if, when you passed me on the street, you felt a moment of confusion? What if you felt it necessary to turn around and stare at me as I walked away from you? What if you turned to your companion and said, "Was that a guy or a girl?" Would you be reacting to sexual orientation or gender expression? Many people infer the former from the latter, and believe that masculine women and feminine men are invariably gay. Feminine males and masculine females are often subject to scorn and derision, as anyone who has spent time on a playground can testify. A boy who rejects rough play and sports, who walks or talks in a way considered effeminate by his peers, is verbally and sometimes physically abused. The rules for girls are a bit looser in childhood. But by middle school, girls who are deemed inappropriately masculine by their peers are also teased and harassed. These prejudices carry through into adult life, and the all-purpose word used by many people to enforce gender conformity is gay, even when they are referring not to the person's choice of partner, but to the way he or she expresses gender. It is worth noting that though an increasing number of cities and states have added sexual orientation to civil rights legislation, fewer have added riders protecting people whose gender expression makes them targets of discrimination or violence. This lapse is a sign of our continuing failure to understand and acknowledge the distinction between sexual orientation and gender identity, and it has major consequences. Julian Weiss, an attorney who has published several articles about the legal issues confronting transgendered and transsexual people, notes that gender identity is subject to scrutiny in a way that sexual identity orientation is not. The letter M or F affixed to one's birth certificate publicly identifies us in every area of life, whether it be a license to drive or conduct business, proof of citizenship required to obtain employment, a benefit program such as Social Security, or filing of income taxes. Biological sex, and therefore gender identity, is thus regulated by the state in a way that sexual orientation is not. Citizens of the United States and most other nations are not required to announce their sexual orientation or to affirm it in legal documents. If you are a woman who decides to begin sleeping with women, it is no one's business but your own. But if you, a female-bodied or intersexual person assigned as female at birth, decide that you are a man and wish to live and be recognized as a man in the world, then you must petition the authorities to approve that change. In effect, you must ask the state's permission to live as a man and present a legitimate, medical, reason for your desire to do so. Law is based on custom. Deeply rooted assumptions about our bodies keep us locked into the belief that there are only two sexes, male and female, and that the sex of the body is always consistent with the sex of the brain. The equations work like this: born with a vagina, female. Born with a penis, male. It seems incomprehensible that a child born with a penis could grow up with the certain knowledge that she is a girl, or that a child born with a vagina could be equally convinced that he is a boy. Many people are unwilling to accept that the hands of God or nature could have fashioned human beings whose sense of self is at war with their flesh, or whose gender identity falls somewhere in between the poles of male and female. Because we live in a culture that expects science to settle questions based in the body, we look to science to tell us what it means to be male and female, how gender identity is formed, and why it is that the sex of the body sometimes seems to be at odds with the sex of the mind. But despite our sophisticated tests, science can still offer no definitive answer to this question, only tantalizing clues. When the governments of England and France attempted to solve the riddle of the Chevalier d'Eon's sex, they called in two doctors to examine the Chevalier's body. From the evidence of their eyes, the Chevalier appeared to have breasts. The doctors concluded that a woman stood before them. Only at death were the Chevalier's genitals examined, and they told a different story. Today our tools are vastly more powerful, yet they are no more accurate in predicting gender identity in certain cases than the eyeball test that established the Chevalier d'Eon's or Herculine Barbin's anatomical sex. Ordinarily, the purpose of scientific investigation is to bring more clarity, more light into fields of obscurity. Modern researchers, however, delving into the riddle of sex, have actually produced so far more obscurity, more complexity. Instead of the two conventional sexes with their anatomical differences, there may be up to 10 or more separate concepts and manifestations of sex, and each could be of vital importance to the individual, the pioneering sexologist Harry Benjamin wrote in 1966. Here are some of the kinds of sex I have in mind: chromosomal, genetic, anatomical, legal, gonadal, germinal, endocrine, hormonal, psychological, and also the social sex, usually based on the sex of rearing. Benjamin's understanding of the multiplicity of factors that contribute to a person's gender identity, and his ability to see that a lack of agreement among these components is a source of considerable anguish for some people, remains rare. Most people do not consider gender a riddle. Most do not make a distinction between anatomical sex and gender identity. Nor do they realize that it is possible for a person to have XY chromosomes yet female body morphology and genitals as a result of androgen insensitivity syndrome, ACE, or XX chromosomes yet male body morphology and genitals as a result of congenital adrenal hyperplasia, CAH. Those are only two of a number of genetic and endocrine conditions that can create anatomically intersexual people. Once these persons were called hermaphrodites, after the intersexual offspring of the gods Hermes and Aphrodite. As that myth indicates, in some cultures, intersexual and transgendered persons have been viewed with reverence and respect. Our own culture has not been so kind. Intersexual people have been forced to undergo physically and psychologically traumatic surgeries to normalize their genitalia. The medicalization of intersex conditions has caused tremendous suffering. However, it has also granted intersexual people legitimacy in the eyes of the medical profession, lawmakers, and the public. No one accuses intersexual persons of being mentally ill. Their gender variance is inscribed on their bodies, in their gonads, genitals, or chromosomes, and so seems real because it is a material, measurable entity. The same is not true of transgendered and transsexual persons, who present a baffling enigma to their families, physicians, and themselves. Take for example a genitally female, genetically XX girl who tells her mother at age 3 that she is a boy, and from her earliest childhood spurns girlish activities, clothing, and behavior. My whole life I'm telling my mom, I'm not a girl, I'm not a girl, I'm not a girl, and thinking what the hell is going on here, says Brad, one of the first employees of the city of San Francisco to take advantage of the new policy of insurance reimbursement for sex reassignment surgery for city employees. When you are little, you're kind of androgynous. Both little boys and little girls are running around, taking their shirts off, jumping in mud, throwing dirt balls. So if you are a little aggressive and gened as female, they say you're just a tomboy. But once you get up to a certain age, like 6 or 7, it starts separating. And I was like, you're pushing me the wrong way. I'm supposed to be over there with the boys, why are you making me go over here with the girls? You look at your body and you are in the wrong body, and it's a nightmare. You wake up in this nightmare every day and you have to deal with it. And you keep thinking, when am I gonna wake up? Brad's description of his early life was echoed by many of the transgendered and transsexual people I interviewed for this book, who struggled for many years to understand their suffering and confusion without being able to put a name on what they were experiencing. Gender variance is not a widely discussed subject, even in medical schools, and as a consequence many physicians, like the general public, know very little about the subject other than what they are able to glean from sensationalist media accounts of cross-dressing and transsexuality. Gender variance still seems to be considered a more suitable topic for late-night talk show jokes than for journals of public health and public policy, even though a recent needs assessment survey in Washington, D.C., estimated that the median life expectancy of a transgendered person in the nation's capital is only 37 years. Poverty, substance abuse, HIV infection, violence, and inadequate healthcare are the factors behind this statistic. Of the 252 transgendered people surveyed in the district, 29% reported no source of income, and another 31% reported annual incomes of under $10,000 per year. Half the participants did not have health insurance and 39% did not have a doctor, though 52% had taken sex hormones at some time in their lives and 36% were taking hormones at the time of the study. A number of the respondents were working, or had worked, as commercial sex workers, a consequence of the persistent employment discrimination experienced by many transgendered people. Though many are far better off materially than the subjects of the Washington, D.C., study, transgendered and transsexual people of every social class and at every income level share many of the same vulnerabilities. Public prejudices make it difficult for visibly transgendered or transsexual people to gain an education, employment, housing, or health care, and acute gender dysphoria leaves people at high risk for drug abuse, depression, and suicide. You do everything you can possibly do to check out, to get away, says Brad, who at 46 has been sober for 16 years. When I asked if his drinking and drug abuse were tied to his confusion about his gender and related traumas, he replied, absolutely. Because I couldn't be who I was after so many years of hiding from myself. At that point I didn't really know who I was. It's very much a catch-22, and you're just like, fuck it. I'll just take more drugs. I'll just do more drinking. I'll just do whatever because I can't deal with this. Brad began his transition after nearly a decade of sobriety. Without being clean and sober, I would never have gotten to this point, he says. I would have been dead. Though the first scientific study of gender variance was published in Germany nearly a century ago, scientific understanding of the causes of what are today classified as gender identity disorders remains sketchy. Did transvestites, people who wear the clothes and sometimes adopt the lifestyle of the other sex, exist before the German sexologist Magnus Hirschfeld introduced them into the clinical literature in 1910? Undoubtedly. But prior to Hirschfeld, transvestites were believed to be a kind of homosexual, a category that itself had been only recently created. Hirschfeld was the first to note that transvestites were usually heterosexual. Similarly, though Hirschfeld included case studies of people born male who clearly expressed female gender identities, he didn't identify transsexuals as a separate diagnostic category. British sexologist Havelock Ellis, who had experience with both transvestites and transsexuals, wanted to call members of both groups Eonists, after the Chevalier d'Eon, a nomenclature that never caught on. It remained for the American physician Harry Benjamin to clarify the distinction between transvestism, today called cross-dressing, and transsexuality in his 1966 book, The Transsexual Phenomenon, and for a professional organization in Benjamin's name to establish standards of care for treatment of transsexuality, in 1980. More recently, gender identity disorder has been created to replace transsexualism as a diagnosis in the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM. But science is no more certain today why some people feel so acutely uncomfortable in the sex they were assigned at birth than it was in Hirschfeld's time, nor why their number seems to be increasing. Statistics on transsexualism and transgenderism are notoriously unreliable. In the case of transgenderism, a broad and variously defined category, they are mere guesswork. However, it is possible to track the number of people requesting sex reassignment surgery and to make some general estimates of prevalence, the number of cases of a given condition present in a given population during a given time, based on those figures. According to the fourth edition of the DSM, DSM-4, about 1 in 10,000 people seek sex reassignment surgery, SRS, in the United States every year, and approximately 1 in 30,000 men and 1 in 100,000 women will undergo SRS at some point during their lives. This is believed to be a very conservative estimate, based on SRS statistics that are decades old. Professor Lynn Conway of the University of Michigan suggests that the DSM-4 figures are off by at least 2 orders of magnitude and that the prevalence of SRS in the U.S. is at least on the order of 1:2,500, and maybe as much as twice that value. Therefore, the intrinsic prevalence of MTF transsexualism here must be on the order of 1:500 and maybe even larger than that. A group of researchers in the Netherlands recently estimated the prevalence of transsexuality to be 1 in 11,900 males and 1 in 30,400 females. This estimate was based on the number of Dutch citizens seeking services compared with the general population. Legal scholar Julian Weiss has pointed out that gender identity disorders are probably far more common than previously suspected, on the basis of 4 general observations. First, unrecognized gender problems are occasionally diagnosed when patients are seen with anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and other psychiatric conditions, which often serve to mask the underlying gender issue. Second, many individuals who meet the diagnostic criteria for gender identity disorder never present themselves for treatment. This category includes the great majority of cross-dressers, professional female impersonators, and gender-variant gay people. Third, the intensity of some people's feelings of gender-related discomfort fluctuates throughout their lifetimes, and does not always achieve a sustained clinical threshold requiring treatment. Finally, gender-variant behavior among female-bodied persons is invisible in a way that gender-variant behavior in male-bodied persons is not. On the most basic level, this is exemplified by the relative ease with which women can don men's clothing. The number of people self-identifying as transgendered or transsexual and seeking services, hormone therapy and/or surgery, has certainly risen in every decade since Christine Jorgensen brought the issue to the public's attention, in 1952. Günter Dorner, a German endocrinologist who has devoted his career to studying the effects of hormones on the brain, has postulated a 4-fold increase in the incidence of transsexualism over the past 40 years in the former East Germany. Is Dorner correct? No one knows. But if various forms of gender variance are indeed on the increase, as seems to be the case, what might be the cause of this phenomenon? Dr. Paul McHugh, former chief of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine and a noted opponent of sex reassignment surgery, believes that gender variance is a fad or a craze driven by the media and the Internet. McHugh's views are the flip side of the postmodern performativity argument that gender is a cultural construction and that the body is a text upon which individuals are free to inscribe their gender of choice. In this view, genderqueer people are revolutionaries helping to dismantle an oppressive system, and their numbers are increasing, as more and more people challenge the tyranny of the gender binary. Others believe that greater public tolerance and acceptance, combined with the increased ability to connect with others online and in person, is responsible for the increasing visibility and political activism of gender-variant people. 20 or 40 or 50 years ago, you couldn't have had a meeting like this one, Professor Milton Diamond told me at the 2003 annual meeting of the International Foundation for Gender Education. The majority of the meeting's participants were cross-dressed men, a group that remains the most heavily closeted of sexual minorities and the most persecuted. A meeting like this would have been broken up by the police, Diamond said. Then too, he pointed out, many of these individuals think that they are the only ones in the world, and they don't think that there is a solution, and when they find a solution or find a safe haven somewhere, they utilize it. Many of these activities are like support groups in their own way. They don't call them that, but that's what they are. Without denying the influence of social factors in helping more people come out, as a science writer I can't help being interested in biological explanations for what seems to be a pronounced increase in the number of gender-variant people in the world today. An enormous quantity of man-made chemicals has been released into the environment since the chemical revolution began after World War II. According to researchers who have studied their effects, many of these chemicals can disturb development of the endocrine system and of the organs that respond to endocrine signals in organisms indirectly exposed during prenatal and/or early postnatal life. Effects of exposure during development are permanent and irreversible. Some scientists and trans people argue that the buildup of these endocrine-disrupting chemicals in the environment has begun to produce the same kind of effects on human sexual differentiation that have already been observed in wildlife and laboratory animals. In this view, a previously rare collection of endocrine-mediated anomalies is becoming more common as a result of the bioaccumulation of these chemicals, many of which are stored in fat and transmitted to the developing fetus through the placenta in pregnancy. The strongest evidence for a possible biological basis for gender variance comes from research on the effects of the drug diethylstilbestrol, DE. DE is a synthetic estrogen developed in 1938. Between 1945 and 1970, DE and other synthetic hormones were prescribed to millions of pregnant women in the mistaken belief that they would help prevent miscarriages. DE was even included in vitamins given to pregnant women, and in animal feed. Use of DE during pregnancy was discontinued in the United States in 1971, when 7 young women whose mothers had taken DE during pregnancy were found to be suffering from a rare vaginal cancer. Since then, research on animals and human epidemiological studies have proved that DE causes myriad health problems in both males and females exposed to the drug in the womb, including structural damage to the reproductive system. Animal research has also shown that DE and other estrogenic chemicals affect the development of sex-dimorphic brain structures and behavior in animals. Laboratory animals exposed to hormones at critical stages of development in utero exhibited behaviors associated with the other sex after birth. Only in recent years have some researchers begun to note higher than expected rates of transgenderism in DE sons and daughters. The moderators of an online discussion group for the XY children of DE mothers surveyed subscribers in 2002 and discovered that 36.5% of the forum's members were either preoperative or postoperative transsexuals, while another 14.3% defined themselves as transgendered. An update taken on the 5-year anniversary of the group showed that since 1999, between 1/4 and 1/3 of the members of the DE Sons network had indicated that gender identity and/or sexuality issues were among their most significant concerns. These data have not yet found their way into the scientific literature, however, and the combined cohort studies of DE children have thus far failed to ask a single question related to gender identity. This epidemiologic failure baffles DE sons who are now daughters and who are aware of the increasing public health concerns about chemicals that bind to the estrogen receptor in humans and animals. There are millions of us who were exposed to DE. And millions more exposed to DDT, DDE, dioxin, and God knows whatever else is out there that is estrogenic, says Dr. Dana Bayer, a transgendered physician who serves as co-moderator of the DE Sons network. You look at DE and say, if that can mimic estrogen, there must be other things out there. What are people eating? What are they exposed to in the water supply? 5 million people were exposed today in this country alone. Globally, there are many millions more. And we're still alive and kicking and suffering from the effects. Plus there probably will be third-generation effects and maybe fourth and fifth-generation effects. Efforts to establish the etiology, or cause, of transsexuality and other forms of gender variance have most often focused on psychological rather than organic causes. This is not surprising, since gender identity disorders are classified as psychiatric, not medical, conditions. Many psychiatrists have attempted to root gender nonconformity in an unstable home environment, abusive or disturbed parents, gender confusion in the family, and other social factors. This line of research has not been very successful, however, as relatively few individuals who grow up in disturbed circumstances of any kind exhibit gender anomalies. As early as 1973, a psychologist working with cross-gendered clients noted that there is no more psychopathology in the transsexual population than in the population at large, although societal response to the transsexual does impose almost insurmountable problems. For that reason, many transgendered people reject pathologization and would like to see the gender identity disorders removed from the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders in the same way that homosexuality was removed from the DSM. Others argue that this step would have disastrous effects for transsexual people. Rusty Moore, a professor at Hofstra University, in New York, says that transsexuality is a part of human variation just like having a club foot is human variation. So people have surgery to correct club feet or cleft palate and that gets paid for by medical reimbursement. But in the meantime, until that medical reclassification takes place, our biggest legal protection is what we already have, the DSM. Because that's the only thing that stops the people that are out to get us. Some who believe that transgenderism and transsexuality are biologically based argue that the condition known as gender identity disorder ought to be removed from the DSM and reclassified as a congenital endocrinological disorder. Somewhere the hormones that are secreted either by the brain or by the testes in response to the brain, the fetal hormonal system, are messed up. The end result is the morphological phenomenon, the brain anatomy or hypothalamic anatomy, says Dr. Dana Bayer. For that reason, we're thinking of trying to push a new name for this, Benjamin's disorder. So that when a baby is born or when a child is growing up and comes and says, "You know, Mommy says that I'm a boy, but I think I'm a girl," the doctor would say, "Okay, let's rule out Benjamin's disorder. Let's figure out what's going on here," rather than telling the parents the kid is crazy, delusional. The assumption is that you are psychotic or have some kind of mental abnormality. That's the problem with the DSM. If we can make this a congenital anomaly just like cleft palate and cleft lip, or any of the physical intersex conditions, that shifts everybody's perspective. In The Normal and the Pathological, a study that traces the development of the concept of pathology in medicine, the historian of science Georges Canguilhem pointed out that an anomaly or mutation is not in itself pathological. Canguilhem carefully delineated the distinction between anomaly and pathology. An anomaly is a fact of individual variation which prevents two beings from being able to take the place of each other completely, he writes. But diversity is not disease, the anomalous is not the pathological. This concept was articulated in various ways by many of the transgendered people with whom I have spoken over the past 3 years. There's an idea that people have subconsciously inculcated about how gender and the body work, and when someone says, "I'm doing it a little differently," it's like, "No, you're wrong." But no, we're just doing it differently than you, says historian Susan Stryker. It's a privilege to not have to think about how you are embodied, she says, comparing gender privilege to race privilege and pointing out that normatively gendered people don't have to think about gender in the same way that white people never have to think about race. According to Stryker, transgendered people must question basic assumptions about what it means to be male or female, and the relation of gender to the body, in the same way that other minority groups must examine and reject the assumptions that create their oppression. I didn't have the privilege of having my body communicate who I am to other people without some kind of interventions. Transsexuals are subject to a double standard. People say, you're essentializing gender because you think it's all in the genitals. Well, no, I don't. It's about my sense of self, and being able to communicate my sense of self to other people the way everybody else does. The concept of gender as applied to human beings is itself a fairly new concept. Until the middle of the 20th century, scientists recognized only biological sex, and though a determination of sex was usually based on the appearance of the genitals at birth, scientific discoveries complicated this simple picture as early as the 18th century. In cases of ambiguous genitalia, the gonads, testicles or ovaries, were used to establish sex until the discovery of Barr bodies, inactivated X chromosomes in female cells, in the mid-20th century. Then chromosomes became the new litmus test for sex, but by that point, it had become increasingly clear that there were persons, rare though they might be, whose sense of themselves as men or women was in distinct contrast to the results of chromosome testing. The terms gender role and gender identity as descriptions of a person's innate sense of self were born in the 1950s, and very quickly the word gender became a synonym for sex, although transgendered people today, and throughout history, have made it clear that this is a misconception. Sometimes, they say, the body lies. Conversation with Ben Bars, MD, PhD. Dr. Bars is professor of neurobiology and developmental biology at Stanford University. He graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, obtained an MD from Dartmouth Medical School, completed a neurology residency at Cornell, and obtained a PhD from Harvard Medical School. He studies interactions between glia and neurons in the brain, and is internationally known for his work. He is in his late 40s, but his bearded baby face makes him look much younger. I interviewed him in his office at Stanford University, which was cluttered in the way a scientist's office is usually cluttered, with books and papers. He was wearing shorts, a t-shirt, and tennis shoes and looked like he had just come from his lab. I asked him to speak from his perspective as both a scientist and a transman. Q. Do you feel comfortable sharing some of the details of your personal story? I think that I have the typical story. All the transsexuals I talk to have exactly the same story. It gets boring after a while. As early as I can remember, I thought that I was a boy. I wanted to play with boys' toys, play with my brother and my brother's friends and not my sister. I was always being given girls' toys, like Barbie. But I never wanted to play with dolls. I wanted to go and beat up on boys. I remember one year my brother got Sock M robots, and I was so jealous. And I remember at Halloween I was dressing up as an army man, or I was a football player. And it just seemed so natural to me, but looking back now I think, my God, what must my parents have been thinking? Q. Did they think that you were a tomboy? I guess so. I remember that I beat up the biggest bully in grade school. Came home with broken glasses from fighting the boys in the street. Got mud all over me and played with trucks. I had a great time. It became a problem only when I got to the age where the boys realized that they shouldn't be playing with girls. It was at some point in grade school, around 9 or so, when it became clear that the boys didn't want to play with girls anymore. And I'd go over to my friend's house to play, and I remember at one point the parents said, I don't think that it's right for you to play with him anymore, and I was like, why not? I didn't understand it. I was just having a good time playing. You know, if I had been gay, I think that I might have had a lot of hazing from the other boys, about wanting to play with girls, but Q. The gender rules were looser for girls. Only up to a certain age, though. At that point it did begin to become quite difficult. I can remember that I wanted to be in the Cub Scouts so bad, and Boy Scouts. Instead I was in the Brownies, and I hated that. We were baking cookies, and I wanted to go camping. I wanted to take shop and auto mechanics. There are a lot of girls who might want to do that stuff, too. I can remember feeling strongly about it and really being distressed, particularly when some of the guys were allowed to take cooking classes. But I've always been the kind of person who has had a lot of interests and can keep myself busy, so I just decided to be by myself rather than playing with my sister's friends or the other girls. I was kind of ostracized growing up. I was never in the in-group. I was always sort of socially rejected. Because I was different. I really was sort of like that boy in a dress, or something. I was remembering just the other day something that happened in grade school, or maybe it was in junior high. I remember the Girl Scout leader yelling at me, saying, "Why do you always have to be different, Barbara? Why do you always have to be different?" And she was absolutely at her wit's end. And I remember being shocked by this because I was always the good kid. You know, I always got good grades and I never got in trouble. I wasn't trying to cause any trouble. And I remember being shocked because obviously I had, without even trying, really pissed this teacher off. And then I remember, because she shocked me so much, I started thinking about it and kind of said to myself, you know, I guess I am doing something kind of different than the other girls. Well, I didn't want to do what they were doing. That was boring. So that was what it was like growing up, but then you reach puberty. That got really weird, you know, because then you start to get breasts. I really didn't want them, and they just seemed like foreign objects. I wore really loose t-shirts just like I'm doing now so that they wouldn't show. I never did the binding thing, I think because I wasn't that big-chested, and maybe if I had been I would have. Another thing that I noticed in puberty was my incredible discomfort about wearing dresses. I wanted to wear guys' clothes. Ever since I could choose my own clothes, I would always wear jeans and shorts. The only way to explain it is that I felt very uncomfortable and I didn't understand why. Like when it came time to shave my legs. I didn't want to do that. I felt like a naked chicken or something. And makeup, there was just no way I was going to put on makeup. And jewelry. I was constantly being given jewelry as gifts and being encouraged to, you know, do my hair, but of course I always had my hair cut short. In puberty, it really started to get very weird. I could never dance because that would mean behaving female, and there was no way that I was going to do that. Dating, wearing dresses, guys never asked me out anyway because I think that I was very masculine in my behavior. But, overall, I guess that I had this feeling of just being wrong in my body. I just started to feel very uncomfortable and in fact became uncomfortable for the rest of my life because you have to wear dresses. If you are a doctor, you have to wear a dress to go to the clinic. You have to wear a dress to funerals and weddings. Having to go to my sister's wedding and wear this flowery dress. These are amongst the big traumatic experiences of my life. And that sort of discomfort, because I've only changed my sex over the past few years, has characterized most of my life. Just this very, very uncomfortable feeling about being female, every aspect of it. But I didn't understand it and I was always very confused about it. When I went to college, I was diagnosed with Müllerian agenesis. They realized that I didn't have a vagina or uterus. I remember the doctors going up and looking for testicles that were undescended, checking my karyotype. They never told me the results of the karyotype, so I just assumed that it was normal. I remember talking to these doctors and they were saying that they were going to construct an artificial vagina, and I never had any say in the matter. They never asked me if I wanted it. I remember thinking, God, I'm just an interesting case to them. They would come in and they would go out, but they would never ask me how I felt. And I had feelings. I felt very confused about the whole thing, like why are they going to do this, and I really don't feel female, and I didn't think that I particularly wanted a vagina. But on the other hand, I was a girl and I should have a vagina. It didn't seem like there was any choice really. And I had a boyfriend at the time. I'm attracted to men, by the way, weakly, not strongly, so I thought if I'm going to have sex with him, I guess that I should have a vagina. But I never really had an interest in vaginal sex. But they did it anyway. And then I remember when I was in medical school learning about testicular feminization, the discarded name for androgen insensitivity syndrome, a condition in which the lack of cellular receptors for testosterone and dihydrotestosterone creates a female body morphology even though the person is of XY chromosomal sex, and that seemed to me to be the thing that explained it all when I learned it in class. I still remember that day etched vividly in my mind. It just explained it. I thought, okay, I've always felt like a guy, and I just have testicular feminization and they just didn't tell me. I remember going through the literature when I was in medical school and trying to understand. I assumed that the reason I felt so different about myself was the Müllerian agenesis. That's an aspect that a lot of transsexuals don't have. They don't have this physical problem. But for me it was a confounding thing, and a confusing thing. I think it kept me from realizing my transsexuality for a long time. I thought that everything was somehow related to that. I also knew that my mother had been treated during her pregnancy with an androgen-like drug, not DE, one of the androgenic progesterones. My sister asked the doctor who treated my mother with this hormone many years ago, he's long dead now, and she was told that it was definitely not DE, but rather an androgenic progesterone. I was never told the exact name. Anyway, I've always assumed that my gender variance was due to that drug, and that's what caused this reproductive defect. But then in fact if you look at the scientific literature, there really isn't a correlation between androgen exposure and Müllerian agenesis. There is no evidence that Müllerian agenesis is caused by hormonal anomalies. And in addition, women who have Müllerian agenesis feel like women. They don't have this gender disturbance. And again I found that very confusing. So, I just thought, well, there hasn't been a lot of research, and what do they know anyway? It was really only after I moved to the Bay Area and read a newspaper article about James Green, a well-known Bay Area transman and activist, that I realized that there was anyone else out there like me. I had never really talked to anybody. I just felt kind of ashamed of it. Yet you grew up in a time when there was extensive media coverage of celebrity transsexuals like Chris Jorgensen and Renee E. Richards. You didn't make the connection? No, I never did. Partly because while I was in high school, college, and medical school, I never read the newspaper. I never watched TV. I was very intense about my studies. I knew a lot about science, but I didn't know a lot about other stuff. I was a typical science geek, and I really had no other interests. It wasn't until I came here to Stanford that I started reading the newspaper. I was just very driven. I worked 7 days a week, 15-hour days, right through training. So I didn't hear a lot about those people. Then after 2 years of being here, I got breast cancer, which runs in my family. My mother died of it when she was my age. So when I had breast cancer I remember going to have the surgery, and even though they had picked it up early and it hadn't spread, I begged my doctor to do a bilateral mastectomy, even though only one breast needed to come off. I said to him, "You know my mother died of this. I think it's genetic and I think it would be best to do it the double mastectomy as prophylaxis." This was before the BRCA gene test was available. It turns out that a couple of years afterward, I did have the gene test and I did test positive. Anyway, I finally did manage to convince him to cut it off, over a lot of objections. This was one of the things that made me feel very comfortable about the gender change later, because I remember leaving that doctor's office feeling like this was the best thing that had ever happened to me. And I remembered that when my mother went through it, she just had one breast cut off, and it was so traumatic for her. So incredibly traumatic. And I experienced nothing like that. I was happy to have them cut off. I was relieved. Relief is a really good word to describe it. But at this hospital where I had my surgery, they also did sex changes, and I remember one of the nurses talking about this person who'd changed from male to female, and I remember thinking, man, what a pervert. How weird. I think I had the same reaction that everybody else had, what a bunch of weirdos. And I never related that to me. I don't know what that's about. Here I am, a doctor. I've been confused about my gender my whole life, but I didn't. Maybe it's some form of denial, but I still find it fantastic that I didn't make the connection. And then you read this article, and it's like in your face. It was so moving. It was like everything he said was the story of my life. And in the article it mentioned this clinic right down the street and how you need to get this evaluation. So I just contacted them, filled it out, and the next thing you know they were seeing me and saying, "You are a classic case. Would you like to change your sex?" It was all done very quickly. There was a period of a few weeks where I was pretty stressed because I was thinking, do I really want to do this? And you know, a lot of transsexuals, when they change their sex, they move somewhere and change their entire identity. But I am internationally known, and my whole career rests on my not changing my last name at least. So that was rough, wondering if I would lose my career, lose my job, wondering whether students would still come to my lab. So I thought about it a lot. And I actually talked to some senior people here about what I was thinking about doing, and when they said that they didn't think that it would hurt my career, that made me feel good. I really felt by that point that life had been so hard on me. I never feel like I really do a good job of explaining what it was like, but I didn't sleep a lot of nights, I was suicidal, life was so uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong, I've really enjoyed my life, but somehow it's like it was split into two parts. The personal part, which has been very uncomfortable, and the professional part that's been a pleasure, that I've really enjoyed. But the personal part was just so uncomfortable that sometimes you think, I've had enough. It's that distressing. So, at the time I went to the clinic, I just felt like it was either this or suicide. I didn't see any other alternatives. And it all happened very quickly. Within a few months of being seen, I was on hormones, and then within a few months after that, I had my ovaries taken out, which was actually prophylactic surgery for the genetic mutation that I had, although female-to-male transsexuals really should have their ovaries taken out anyway. Then when I came back to work after the oophorectomy, I had begun shaving, and I sent a letter out to a few people in the department letting them know that I was changing my sex. It's amazing how when you are well known, how quickly rumors get around. Really, within a day or two after sending out that letter, everybody around the world knew. Especially with email, you can imagine how quickly the news spread, and of course there was a lot of talk, but after a couple of months it died down. Everyone here at Stanford has been fantastically supportive, from students, my faculty here, the deans. Your first scientific meeting after transition must have been interesting. Some people made funny comments about it, but most people just didn't say anything. I'm sure they were shocked. The hardest thing is pronouns. It's very hard for people to switch. Most of them are very good about that, but every once in a while they'll slip, particularly if they've had any alcohol. I have trouble with it myself sometimes. I was just interviewing a young female-to-male transsexual who lost her job when he announced that he was changing sex and came to talk to me about the possibility of a job here, and throughout the whole interview I kept calling him her. Once I know, even I do it. And I had to keep checking myself. I don't care if someone accidentally calls me she. I care if they do it systematically and as a form of harassment. Fortunately, that hasn't happened to me. I feel like I had this gender issue, I dealt with it, and it's resolved. The most important thing is that I've been happy. I've been so much happier. I enjoy life now. It seems like FTMs in general choose to transition and then get on with their lives. They don't seem so interested in activism, in being out and politically active as MTFs. Well, I'm out. I don't hide it. Hiding is why people are so ignorant about transsexuality. That's why it took me so long to figure it out. But I think that males to females are so much more defensive in how they deal with it afterward. It seems to me that not that many males to females remain in the same job that they were in before they changed. For example, a geology professor here at Stanford changed male to female, and she totally changed her research. She does gender studies now. She had a much rougher time than I. She had a very difficult time. I think that the medical school is a more accepting environment because we are biologists, familiar with biological variation. Geology is much more of a macho, male-dominated field. Q. What do you think about gender? Is it in the body or the mind? Is it biological or is it social? I think that there is something bimodal about gender. Biologically bimodal because it's important for evolution and all species have it. Males and females are designed differently, and it's all under the influence of hormone-driven programs, and if you look at behavior, male and female behavior is different, and I don't think that's all social. In fact, some of the best evidence for that comes from transsexuals. If you look at female-to-male transsexuals and results of their spatial tests before and after testosterone, and hundreds of studies have shown, and everyone agrees, that males and females differ in certain verbal and spatial tests. What's cool about transsexuals is that they are their own control, you can do before and after tests. They have the same genes, the only thing that's different is the hormones, and you find that female-to-male transsexuals become more male-like in their spatial abilities after testosterone. So there clearly are some gender-specific things that are controlled by hormones. So it's a very bimodal thing, but of course in any spectrum there's going to be something in between. I just think that's biology, it's just the way we are. I would think that a lot of transsexuals feel this way because otherwise why do they feel so strongly from the time they are born that there's something wrong? Why can't they just get used to the way they are? That doesn't come from the way society treated me. That comes from deep within. It comes from within. That's my own personal view. 2. Through science to justice. Plato was acquainted with persons on the borderline of both emotional worlds, that of man and that of women. Mixed beings they are called. But here in my sickly body dwelt two beings, separate from each other, unrelated to each other, hostile to each other, although they had compassion on each other, as they knew that this body had room for only one of them. One of these two beings had to disappear, or else both had to perish. Lily Elba, née Iner Wegener, Berlin, 1930. Western science first took notice of cross-gendered people and tried to provide some kind of therapeutic assistance for those who sought it in the first decades of the 20th century. Much of this work was carried out in Berlin, at the Institut für Sexualwissenschaft, Institute for Sexual Science, founded in 1919 by the pioneering physician and activist Magnus Hirschfeld. Housed in a beautiful old building in the heart of Berlin once owned by the violinist Joseph Joachim, the institute served as a doctor's office for Hirschfeld and his colleagues, research facility, library, museum, and lecture hall. Hirschfeld and his staff studied a wide range of sexual behaviors and treated a broad array of clients, acquiring data on the gender identities and sexual practices of more than 10,000 men and women through a tool that Hirschfeld termed a psychobiological questionnaire. Few people today recognize Hirschfeld's name, and yet he was one of the most famous scientists in the world during the 1920s. Hirschfeld was the most prominent public figure in the first generation of sexologists, biological and social scientists who approached the study of human sexual behavior as a serious scholarly endeavor, best suited to interdisciplinary study. Hirschfeld was born in 1868. Early in his career as a physician he was drawn to the subjects that would become his life's work. Stirred by the international furor over the trial of Oscar Wilde in England, Hirschfeld published a 34-page monograph titled Sappho und Socrates, in which he asked, how can one explain the love of men and women for people of their own sex? In 1897 Hirschfeld founded the Scientific Humanitarian Committee, a group of scientists and activists who would work tirelessly for the next 30 years for the repeal of paragraph 175, a German law criminalizing sexual acts between men. The motto of the committee was Through Science to Justice. In Hirschfeld's Berlin, two crucial strands of modernity met and mingled. Berlin was a great scientific center in an era when Germany led the world in research, and it was also a place where gay and trans people were visible and in some respects tolerated. At the center of this coupling stood Hirschfeld, a gay man and a scientist, who existed comfortably in both worlds and brought them together in his work. The city of Berlin, a strange million-headed city like a cuirass, in the words of Hirschfeld's patient Einar Wegener, was the womb that nurtured the budding sexologist. Berlin, in Hirschfeld's time, changed from a quiet, almost rural Prussian town into the large German capital and hectic metropolis, writes Erwin J. Heberl, in The Birth of Sexology, describing the environment that incubated the study of human sexual behavior. Heberl notes that Hirschfeld and his contemporaries lived through the most extraordinary scientific upheavals, technological innovations, cultural breakthroughs, social upheavals, and political changes, as Berlin was transformed from the city of Bismarck and Kaiser Wilhelm's imperial residence to the heart of Weimar culture. All of this had its impact on our pioneers, Heberl says. It constituted the climate in which sexology was conceived and could grow. By the time Hirschfeld moved to Berlin, around the turn of the century, it was home to a growing gay subculture. Though still relatively quiet and discreet, Berlin's gay underground proved a fertile environment for both the man and the researcher. Hirschfeld's biographer Charlotte Wolff describes the city's impact on the young physician. During the early years of the 20th century, Hirschfeld certainly had a field day visiting pubs, hotels, and the private houses of homosexuals to see, to learn and to live in an atmosphere which was close to his heart. His homosexuality was still a secret to many but, surely, clear to himself, she says. But Hirschfeld wasn't looking just for sex, love, and acceptance in Berlin's gay bars and clubs. He was looking for research subjects and attempting to persuade influential people that members of the third sex, homosexuals and gender-variant people, posed no threat to the community. Hirschfeld escorted friends, fellow academics, and foreign writers to the bars. He even brought Dr. H. Kopp, the Kriminalkommissar, chief inspector, for sex offenses of the Berlin Police Department. Like many others who came into contact with Hirschfeld, Kopp was converted to his view and became a supporter of the Scientific Humanitarian Committee. In fact, the professor and the detective became friends, and many years later Dr. Harry Benjamin, author of The Transsexual Phenomenon, the first book-length scientific treatment of transsexual ITY and sex reassignment, recalled that it was Kopp who introduced him to Hirschfeld. A couple of times I was invited to accompany Hirschfeld and Kopp, who were good friends, on tours through a few gay bars in Berlin. The most famous was the El Dorado, where mainly transvestites gathered and female impersonators performed. Hirschfeld was well known there and referred to as Tante Magnesia. Berlin's reputation as the decadent drag nightclub of the continent attracted many foreign visitors. Some of the most vivid descriptions of Weimar Berlin and its inhabitants were penned by the writer Christopher Isherwood, who with his friends Wystan and Stephen, the poets W. H. Auden and Stephen Spender, travelled to Berlin in search of the sexual freedom they could not find as gay men at home in England. Isherwood's The Berlin Stories formed the basis for the Broadway show, and later film, Cabaret. Years later, in his frank memoir, Christopher and His Kind, published in 1976, Isherwood reveals the sly artifice behind the city's seedy reputation, the knowing wink that accompanied the perverse erotic invitation. He contrasts the ambience of his favorite gay bar, the cozy corner, plain, homely and unpretentious, with the tourist traps of West End Berlin, dens of pseudo-vice catering to heterosexual tourists. Here screaming boys in drag and monoclede, Eden-cropped girls in dinner jackets play-acted the hijinks of Sodom and Gomorrah, horrifying the onlookers and reassuring them that Berlin was still the most decadent city in Europe. Riley, Isherwood questions whether or not Berlin's famous decadence wasn't simply a public relations ploy, a commercial line which the Berliners had instinctively developed in their competition with Paris. Paris had long since cornered the straight girl market, so what was Berlin left to offer its visitors but a masquerade of perversions? Like many hard-luck ladies, Berlin may have found that offering forbidden sex to strangers put food on the table. Still, the city's winking tolerance of homosexuality and gender diversity was real, not feigned. This tolerance was surely due in part to the efforts of Hirschfeld and his colleagues, who worked for nearly 3 decades to increase public and scientific understanding of homosexuality, under the auspices of the Scientific Humanitarian Committee, widely acknowledged as the world's first gay rights organization. The committee produced the first scientific journal focusing on homosexuality and other sexual variations, the Yearbook of Intermediate Sexual Stages, which published articles by all the pioneers of sexology. In 1921, Hirschfeld organized the first International Congress for Sexual Reform on a sexological basis, and in 1928, he organized and served as one of the first presidents of the World League for Sexual Reform. All of this activity, combined with his heavy schedule of speaking engagements, primarily to working-class audiences, bore fruit in the increasing tolerance and acceptance of homosexuality and gender variance in Weimar Germany. Perhaps the most significant of Hirschfeld's achievements was the founding of the Institute for Sexual Science. Researchers at the institute created the first premarital counseling service in Germany and advised young couples planning to marry on the likelihood of health problems in their children, based upon their genetic history. They studied and treated impotence and venereal disease, intersex and transgender conditions, all types of fetishes, and what later came to be called paraphilias, disorders of desire. Men who were being prosecuted under paragraph 175 came to the Institute for treatment and lived under the protection of Hirschfeld until their cases came to trial, at which time they were represented by the Institute's legal staff. The staff of the Institute delivered public presentations in an auditorium decorated with busts of Darwin and the German biologist Ernst Haeckel. Scholars and visitors from around the world came to the Institute and carried out research in its library, which contained more than 20,000 volumes and 35,000 pictures and photographs. Many years later, Christopher Isherwood described the broad impact of the Institute. It was a place of education for the public, its lawmakers, and its police. Hirschfeld's great mission was the reduction of suffering through a scientific understanding of sex, a goal he shared with many prominent physicians and scientists of his time. By proving that homosexuality and gender variance were based in biology, Hirschfeld hoped to bring an end to the persecution of what he called sexual intermediaries, people who lived somewhere between the boundaries of male and female. By sexual intermediaries we understand manly-formed women and womanly-formed men at every possible stage, or, in other words, men with womanly characteristics, and women with manly ones. Hirschfeld writes in his groundbreaking study of cross-dressing, Die Transvestiten, published in Germany in 1910. In Die Transvestiten, Hirschfeld illuminated a previously unstudied phenomenon. Most of Hirschfeld's contemporaries shared the view of earlier researchers such as Karl von Westphal that homosexuality and transvestitism were nearly synonymous. Hirschfeld himself confesses in Die Transvestiten that when he first encountered transvestites, or to use the modern term, cross-dressers, he was inclined to assume that we again had homosexuality before us, perhaps unconscious. He soon found, however, that this was far from the case, because the main marker of homosexuality, as its root word homos, or same, indicates, is the direction of the sex drive toward persons of the same sex. We saw in most of our cases that there was not a trace of it, that, on the other hand, there was an even stronger antipathy than normally appears in other heterosexuals. In other words, Hirschfeld discovered that many of his male cross-dressing subjects were rampantly homophobic and described themselves as sickened by the thought of having sex with another man. Hirschfeld suspected that transvestism was far more common than assumed, though he admitted that he didn't have enough data to make a positive statement about its prevalence. Whether erotic transvestism is a rare and exceptional phenomenon, or whether it occurs more often than we might at first imagine, more evaluation is needed at this time, he writes, adding that with regards to homosexuality, for a long time people believed it to be a rarity too, until they gradually recognized its relative frequency. Hirschfeld quotes his clients extensively in the case studies that introduce the book, and the stories they tell provide some indication of the range of gender variance that Hirschfeld encountered in his practice. My sex life is not so great. Whenever I do not have on a dress, I have absolutely none at all. I have intercourse with my wife every 6 or 8 weeks. Otherwise, we live a happy life. Also, I treat my wife very well because I take care of almost all of the housework. Unfortunately, my feminine tendencies also got us into financial trouble. Because the mania for dresses is very great in me, it hardly helps at all when I can get dressed after the day's work. Lately, it is almost impossible for me to fall asleep without putting on a slip. It is a force in me that I cannot withstand. This constant battling against a power that I cannot withstand has already frazzled my nerves. Because I have to use my hands at work, I have to control myself in order to work. Then it suddenly comes over me like a storm, my nerves fail, and I have to leave work, stay at home, which many times costs me my job, because today there are many workers available. When I am permitted to wear dresses permanently, and when I can wear these clothes in front of other women without having to feel degraded, then my life will take a turn for the better. Case 16. As a rule I only cross-dress when my girlfriend is with me. Sometimes the urge is so strong that I masturbate in costume. The yearning to feel totally like a woman also leads me to have coitus with myself using wax candles, cigars, and things like that. So the main content of my yearning is to be a woman completely. An extraordinary fascination for me would be to shave myself completely, put on makeup, put on women's clothing, to be sure, truly elegant, the last word but not too loud, underwear fine and silky, narrow shoes, lots of embroidery, artistic hat, in short, to be like a brilliantly entertaining prostitute. I am a good sportsman, marksman, ride well and have proved myself in the military. Nevertheless I feel freer in the company of women and drawn to them as if by an invisible bond. Case 8. When I put on a woman's dress my whole relationship to the external world changes. During this metamorphosis, which extends to how I dress my hair, I have a totally different view into the environment, the outside world affects me differently, finer and gentler, and challenges me to appreciate the delicate and the gentle. Noteworthy is that this effect is so universal that, in cross-dressing, I am repulsed by both beer and smoking, in spite of the fact that I am a lover of both. My greatest desire goes so far as to be able to live untroubled and undistinguished as a woman, and what is worse, what I see in my future is the impossibility of the fulfillment of this yearning. Case 3. I myself, as a child, took every opportunity to wear my sister's clothing, was often beaten for it, mocked and teased, played with girls, and yearned for the time when I would finish school and work as a nanny. I finally stole the clothes of a young woman, and her certificate of domicile and, dressed as a woman, fled to Switzerland, so that for years no one knew where I was. Case 13. I cannot report anything of much importance from my childhood, only that I had the burning desire that I was really a boy. I often blamed my dear father because I was not a boy, but what could the poor man do? My dear parents made every possible effort to make me into a quiet, gentle being. At age 14 they sent me to a priest in a boarding house so that I would become totally domesticated, homely, in short a patient sheep. But it failed totally. After 3 months I disappeared through a window. Not because I committed a crime, but rather because the priest had the audacity to give me a box on the ears, and for what? Only because we were having a bit of fun, and when he was away, we danced. Of course, I was the one who incited it. We were, that is to say, 9 boarders and we were supposed to do as we were told. But what did such a country priest know about Berlin blood? Well, I made it clear to him many times he should not try to hit a Berliner but continue to pick his country oranges. Case 15. Hirschfeld noted certain shared traits in the people he studied. First, and most important, their cross-dressing began at a very young age and was generally lifelong. In most of the cases we can trace the urge back to their early childhood. It increases during puberty, the conviction becomes even clearer in their awareness at that time, and then remains almost unchanged for their entire life. Second, he found that far from exhibiting symptoms of general pathology or derangement, most of the transvestites he knew appeared to be socially and economically successful people, whose only deviation from the norm lay in their persistent and often compulsive desire to cross-dress. The transvestites that we have come to know here are intelligent, conscientious people who have diverse interests and a broad education, he writes in Die Transvestiten. In school, almost all of them excelled in motivation, diligence, and especially in their ease of understanding, which many psychiatrists today of course look upon as a slight stigma of degeneration. At present, all of them find themselves in good financial standing and in good jobs in which they have been promoted because of their great energy and proficiency. To understand the curious nature of that assertion, its generally positive and complimentary tone marred only by the reference to degeneration, one must know something about the context in which Hirschfeld was working. To the sexologists who came before him and even to his peers, all forms of sexual nonconformity, including homosexuality, were indications of disease. The pre-sexological era of modern sex research was almost exclusively devoted to the study of people believed to be sick. The sexual manifestations of their sickness were carefully listed, and as a rule, described to degeneration, wrote Erwin A. Heberl, in The Birth of Sexology. The word degeneracy had a very specific meaning for Hirschfeld, his predecessors, and his contemporaries. Degeneracy implied weak or damaged genes, a hereditary defect that manifested in conditions as various as alcoholism, mental retardation, promiscuity, and sexual disorders such as homosexuality, transvestism, and fetishism. Today, the word degeneracy connotes a moral failing, but to Hirschfeld and his contemporaries it referred to an organic defect that should not be passed on to future generations. Like many physicians of the time, within Germany and without, Hirschfeld was a eugenicist, concerned not just with individual patients but also with the health of society as a whole. His belief in eugenics, and more specifically in biological explanations for human behavior, provided the impetus for his scientific investigations, his medical practice, and his social activism. Biology, in particular the new science of endocrinology, promised to explain everything for Hirschfeld and for his contemporaries, including the riddle of sexual intermediaries. Hirschfeld defined 4 types of sexual intermediaries. First came people born with ambiguous genitalia, neither classically male nor classically female, the clinically intersexual. Next, people with cross-gendered secondary sexual characteristics, men with womanly mammary tissue, gynecomastia, and women without such, women with manly hair, such as manly beard or manly pubes. Into this group Hirschfeld classed men and women whose body morphology deviated from the norm. These were the unfortunate men and women who were more often mocked, harassed, and or stopped by police when they were actually wearing the clothes of their biological sex, rather than when they were cross-dressed. One woman mentioned by Hirschfeld was actually stopped by police more than a dozen times when dressed as a woman. Dressed as a man, she encountered no problems at all. Next came those persons divergent with regard to their sex drive. This category included not only homosexuals and bisexuals, but also masochistic men and those who preferred to adopt the female role in sex with women, and sadistic women and those who adopted the male role in sex with men. So, for example, men attracted to energetic women or to women who are considerably more mature, intellectual, and older than themselves were believed by Hirschfeld to be expressing a kind of femininity that placed them in the same category as homosexuals. Similarly, women betray their manly mixture in a preference for the womanly type of man, very dependent, very youthful, unusually gentle men, in general for such ones who in their traits of behavior and character correspond more to the feminine type. The final category of sexual intermediary included men whose feminine emotions and feelings are reflected in their manner of love, their direction of taste, their gestures and manners, their sensitivity, and many times their particular way of writing. Also men who more or less dress themselves as women or live totally as such, on the other side women of manly character, manly ways of dressing and thinking and writing, strong tendency towards manly passions, manly dress, naturally also such women who more or less lead the life of men. These were the people who would eventually be called transsexual, though there is some dispute about the origin of the term, which some attribute to Hirschfeld and others attribute to the physician David O. Caldwell, whose perspective on these patients was considerably less positive. Using the new science of endocrinology to support his theory of intermediaries, Hirschfeld found the work of the Viennese pathologist Eugen Stinich, who transplanted testicles and ovaries into neutered animals of both sexes, especially significant. Noting that the sexual behavior of the experimental animal was profoundly affected by the type of gonad that Stinich implanted, Hirschfeld concluded that in addition to germ cells, sperm or eggs, testicles and ovaries produced secretions that masculinized or feminized experimental animals irrespective of their birth sex. Extrapolating from the animal data, Hirschfeld concluded that the various forms of gender variance, including homosexuality, were the result of endocrine anomalies. The production of sex hormones in testicles and ovaries would soon be confirmed by endocrinologists, but the second half of Hirschfeld's hypothesis that homosexuality and other forms of gender variance were the result of endocrine anomalies has been vigorously contested ever since. Hirschfeld's theories and the work of his fellow endocrinologists and sexologists fascinated not only fellow physicians but also the general public. Early in the 20th century, endocrinology was the shit, says historian Susan Stryker. It explained everything. It had this radical view of the body: no one is fully man, no one is fully woman. We're all a mixture of different things, and certain tendencies predominate, and that's why homosexuality can be caused by a glandular imbalance. That whole model that people exist on a continuum was Hirschfeld's idea. Among the educated, that was more the model for how things were, part of the destabilizing thrust of modernism, that endocrinological view of gender difference, says Stryker. In many ways, we are the heirs of that destabilizing worldview that Hirschfeld and his colleagues sought to anchor in biology. While reading Hirschfeld, I realized with a shock that I would probably qualify as a low-grade intermediary under the Hirschfeld nosology system of classification. Although I do not have a beard or a male body shape, nor do I desire to be a man, I do exhibit a mix of the natural psychological attributes of absolute maleness and femaleness identified by Hirschfeld. Capable, active, enterprising, wandering, in general, men are active, aggressive, searching, says Hirschfeld, and tend to lack the grace, gentleness, charm, and submissiveness of the woman. Womanly women, by contrast, are receptive, impressionable, sensitive, emotional, and more direct than the man, while less concerned with the strongly abstract, the racking of one's brains, or even the purely creative and active side of the human psyche. Reading this description, I thought back to my research trip to California at the start of this project, in which I drove alone from hilly San Francisco to the fertile midsection of the state to the desert outside Palm Springs, and then back up the coast, to San Diego and Los Angeles via San Juan Capistrano. Along the way I interviewed sources whom I had met over the internet and through my local contacts. The trip required both masculine independence and initiative to get me on the road and keep me there, but also feminine receptivity and sensitivity as I asked questions, listened, and empathized with the life stories of my sources. If I had been purely masculine or purely feminine, in the traditional sense, I could not have carried out this work successfully. I should add that I thoroughly enjoyed both aspects of the trip, although, when I returned home, I discovered that my 16-year-old daughter had wrecked my new car in my absence. My response to this debacle was both masculine and feminine. The empathizing female self was exclusively concerned with my daughter's well-being, thankfully she was fine, while the analytical male self grimly calculated the inconvenience and the expense. Like most mixed beings these days, I don't perceive these aspects of my personality as at war with each other, however, nor do I consider myself transgendered. The definition of femininity has, over the past 100 years, expanded to include many qualities once coded masculine, and vice versa. My research trip and my freedom to define myself as a woman in any way I choose are in many ways the consequence of a social revolution that began around the time Hirschfeld was initiating his research, when a new woman appeared to challenge prevailing beliefs about the essential nature of the sexes. The 19th century had cherished a belief in the separate spheres of femininity and masculinity that amounted almost to a religious faith, comments the distinguished literary scholar Elaine Showalter in Sexual Anarchy, a study of the fin de siècle and that era's revolutionary retooling of sex. This faith was founded, Professor Showalter and other scholars point out, on the icon of the womanly woman, the flower of femininity. The womanly woman was first and foremost a mother and a wife. She was gentle and soft and self-sacrificing. Her natural place was the home, which she sought to make a place of comfort and beauty. Often compared to a flower, a kitten, or a child, she was modest and pure-minded, unselfish, and meek. She knew her place well, naturally fitted to the common round of household duties. She could make a home of a hovel by ministering to the needs of her husband, either as uncomplaining drudge or angel on the hearth. Nothing in herself, the littlest and least of all creation, she achieved greatness not in her own right but in her relatedness as daughter and wife, writes historian Patricia Marx. The womanly woman was one of the 19th century's most memorable myths. The New Woman, who appeared as if by magic on two continents, Europe and North America, late in the 19th century, was an iconoclastic figure who blasphemed this gospel of femininity. She rejected the cult of maternity and self-sacrifice conceived as elements of the essential nature of womanhood. She argued for self-determination and self-fulfillment. She was not exactly a feminist, as her primary goal was not to gain legal or political rights. The defining characteristic trait of the New Woman was her desire to live life on her own terms and her refusal to be defined solely as daughter, wife, or mother. With her masculine thirst for education and work, lack of interest in marriage and motherhood, and demands to be taken seriously as a human being, the New Woman raised disturbing questions about the essential natures of men and women. In the 1880s, women in England and France were finally granted the right to divorce unfaithful spouses and own property in their own right. Women's colleges were founded in the United States and England, and in France secular secondary public school and university education was open to both sexes. Demographic changes also sent large numbers of women into the workforce, with or without an education. When the 1891 British census revealed that there were approximately 900,000 more females than males in the total population, there was a great deal of public hand-wringing about the eventual fate of such surplus women, who might never marry or have children. Instead, they became the first generation of Western women to move to urban areas alone to work as shop girls, teachers, journalists, and secretaries. These new women rejected sexual apartheid in word and deed. The visible emblem of their revolt was their mode of dress. Throwing off corsets, bustles, and back-buttoned bodices, the New Woman advocated rational dress, suitable for work, shopping, and exercise. Her divided skirts permitted free movement but were attacked by conservatives as an attempt to usurp the powers and privileges of men. Trousers or bifurcated garments defined masculinity, in the same way that restrictive corsets and crinolines defined femininity, and conservatives were determined to enforce not only the inner dichotomy between the sexes but also their external manifestation. The New Woman was in fact a cross-dresser of sorts, and she was both mocked and slandered for daring to wear masculine garments. An article in the British medical journal The Lancet declared the wearing of trousers detrimental to the health and morals of women. New women were accused at various times, by various commentators, of being sexually promiscuous, sexually neutered, or lesbians, accusations that were to reappear in the middle of the 20th century, when second-wave feminists once again began challenging social norms of femininity. The New Woman of the fin de siècle was often coupled in print with a similarly transgressive male figure, the dandy, or aesthete, epitomized by Oscar Wilde and other decadent artists and writers. Languorous men devoted to the poetry of appearance, with an intense interest in fashion and interior decoration, dandies were not a new phenomenon, but in the context of late 19th century industrialization, they were newly disturbing. Wilde was gay, but many other dandies were heterosexual men, the forefathers of today's metrosexual. With their attention to style and their embrace of elegance, extravagance, and artificiality, they expressed values coded feminine in the 19th century. In rejecting a focused professional life for an aesthetic dilettanteism, the dandy expressed values once labeled aristocratic, but in the muscular new world of capitalist commerce, such languor appeared unacceptably feminine. The foppish masculinity of the dandies and decadence and their refusal to be men, as that term was commonly understood, were just as much a threat to the established order as the steely femininity of the New Woman. This challenge to conventional sex roles went deeper than mere fashion, as conservatives understood very well. Fin de siècle sexual anarchy was the first modern Western assault on patriarchy, and its scouts were new women, dandies, and an avant-garde of male artists, sexual radicals and intellectuals who challenged its class structures and roles, its system of inheritance and primogeniture, its compulsory heterosexuality and marriage and its cultural authority, says Showalter. Hirschfeld himself seems to inhabit a kind of borderline between traditional and modern views of masculinity and femininity. Asserting that absolute men or women who adhered perfectly in all respects to the traditional attributes of their sex as commonly defined were only abstractions, invented extremes, Hirschfeld nonetheless appears to have shared the traditional view that women were by nature less suited to intellectual work than men, for example. Although he formed political alliances with feminists, he was far from being a feminist himself, as we would define the term today. Masculinity and femininity appear in Hirschfeld's theory of intermediaries as something akin to Platonic ideals, rather than social roles. The masculine and feminine ideals and their varying expression are, in his view, firmly anchored in biology. In each person there is a different mixture of manly and womanly substances, and as we cannot find two leaves alike on a tree, then it is highly unlikely that we will find two humans whose manly and womanly characteristics exactly match in kind and number, Hirschfeld writes. This organic theory of gender variance led naturally for Hirschfeld to an acceptance of human sexual diversity, including a new tolerance for homosexuality, which was viewed then, as it still is in some quarters today, as the most extreme example of sexual inversion. In a radical departure from earlier medical practices, Hirschfeld developed a psychotherapeutic procedure that emphasized the client's ability to accept his own homosexuality, rather than to change it, writes neuroscientist and author Simon Levy, who analyzed Hirschfeld's research in his book Queer Science. Hirschfeld and his colleagues at the Institute focused on helping their clients develop strategies for surviving in a world that was still hostile to homosexuals, writes Levy. Hirschfeld's approach to cross-dressers was equally progressive. He provided letters to the Berlin police, asking that his patients be allowed to dress in the clothes they felt most appropriate, for medical reasons. In many cases, the request was granted. And in 1920, Hirschfeld began referring patients for sex reassignment surgery. Though a few surgeons had already carried out some incomplete sex reassignment surgeries in Berlin and in the United Kingdom, removing the sexual organs of their patients without attempting to create new genitalia, the first complete surgeries, encompassing not only the removal of the male sex organs but the creation of a vagina and labia, were carried out by Hirschfeld's colleagues at the Institute, Ludwig Levi-Lentz and Felix Abraham. Abraham published an article reporting the surgeries, with before and after photographs, in the journal Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft in 1931. One of the first to undergo the surgery was a longtime housekeeper at the Institute, Dorkin, formerly Rudolf Richter. Even people who thought themselves sophisticated and open-minded sometimes found Hirschfeld's approach to sexual intermediaries disturbingly liberal. Christopher Isherwood, for example, provides an amusing and instructive account of his first encounter with the patients and staff at the Institute for Sexual Science. The young writer, who saw himself as a gay sexual adventurer, liberated from middle-class standards and sensibilities, found himself definitively outqueered by the Institute's staff and guests. I remember the shock with which Christopher first realized that one of the apparently female guests was a man. He had pictured transvestites as loud, screaming, willfully unnatural creatures. This one seemed as quietly natural as an animal, and his disguise was accepted by everyone else as a matter of course. Christopher had been telling himself that he had rejected respectability and that he now regarded it with amused contempt. But the Hirschfeld kind of respectability disturbed his latent puritanism. Another visitor to the Institute for Sexual Science also was disturbed by the sexual intermediaries she found there, though grateful for the support and healing she found within its walls. In the fictionalized biography Man into Woman, the author, Niels Hoyer, describes the torment that drove his friend Andreas, in real life the Danish painter Einar Wegener, to seek out Hirschfeld in Berlin in the spring of 1930. Wegener had been cross-dressing for years, and Lily, the female self, was growing stronger and more insistent in her demands for fulfillment. Andreas had visited doctor after doctor, searching fruitlessly for medical assistance, until he met the Dresden gynecologist who sent him to Hirschfeld. Some of the doctors to whom he went thought him neurotic, some thought him homosexual, but he himself denied the truth of both these diagnoses, writes the British sexologist Norman Hare in the introduction to Man into Woman. The Dresden gynecologist Kreutz, on the other hand, agreed that Andreas Ehner was probably an intermediate sexual type, furnished, by some sport of nature, with both male and female gonads. He explained that there were probably rudimentary ovaries in Andreas' abdomen, but that these were unable to develop properly because of the inhibiting influence of the testicles which Andreas also possessed. He proposed that Andreas should go to Berlin, where certain investigations were to be undertaken. If these investigations confirmed his suppositions, he promised to remove Andreas' male organs and transplant into him ovaries from a young woman, which would, as the work of the Stinich school had shown, activate the rudimentary ovaries lying dormant in Andreas' abdomen. Wegener traveled to Berlin to be diagnosed definitively by Hirschfeld. His first visit to the clinic was not auspicious. "Why have I been sent here?" he wondered. "What do I have to do here?" He felt intensely uncomfortable. In this large room a group of abnormal persons seemed to be holding a meeting, women who appeared to be dressed up as men, and men of whom one could scarcely believe that they were men. The manner in which they were conversing disgusted him, their movements, their voices, the way in which they were attired, produced a feeling of nausea. Wegener's meeting with Hirschfeld, called Hardenfeld in the book, was even more disturbing. By means of 1,000 penetrating questions, this man explored the patient's emotional life for hours. He had to submit to an inquisition of the most ruthless kind. The shame of shamelessness is something that actually exists, he thought, during those hours, and clung to this definition, which he had once found in some philosophical work, in an effort to banish the feeling he had of standing there as if in the pillory. His emotional life was undergoing an ordeal which resembled running the gauntlet. And when this torture came at last to an end, the inquisitor dismissed him with the words, "I shall expect you tomorrow morning at the same time." With his status as a sexual intermediary validated by Hirschfeld, Wegener was castrated, his testicles removed probably by Hirschfeld's colleague Felix Abraham, called Dr. Arns in the book. The first operation, which only represents a beginning, has been successful beyond all expectations. Andreas had ceased to exist, they said. His germ glands, oh, mystic words, have been removed. What has still to happen will take place in Dresden under the hands of Professor Kreutz. The doctors talked about hormones. I behaved as if I knew what they meant. Now I have looked up this word in the dictionary and find that it refers to the secretions of internal organs which are important for vital processes. But I am no wiser than I was before. Must one equip oneself then, with wisdom and knowledge in order to understand a miracle? The miracle of sex reassignment continued in Dresden a few months later, when Kreutz removed Wegener's penis, opened his abdomen, and found the rudimentary ovaries that provided physical confirmation of the patient's intermediary status. In keeping with Stinich's theories, the doctor then implanted healthy ovarian tissue from a young woman into Wegener, tissue that was rejected, requiring further surgery. Nonetheless, Lily Elba had successfully ousted Ehner Wegener, a coup for which she apparently felt both relief and guilt. "I feel like a bridge builder. But it is a strange bridge that I am building," Wegener, now Lily Elba, writes. "I stand on one of the banks, which is the present day. There I have driven in the first pile. And I must build it clear across the other bank, which often I cannot see at all and sometimes only vaguely, and now and then in a dream. And then I often do not know whether the other bank is the past or the future. Frequently the question plagues me, have I had only a past, or have I had no past at all? Or have I only a future without a past?" These were questions that would echo in the lives of later generations of transsexual people who crossed the bridge that Lily helped construct. According to Hoyer, when Wegener's surgeon in Dresden opened his patient's abdomen, he discovered withered ovaries. Ehner/Lily was, in medical terms, a true hermaphrodite, possessing both testicular and ovarian tissue, This explained Wegener's feminine mannerisms, slight build, and small breasts, and also the genital underdevelopment noted by Norman Hare in the introduction to Man into Woman. After recovering from surgery, Wegener was issued a new passport by Danish authorities, in the name of Lily Elba. The King of Denmark declared the marriage between Wegener and his artist wife, Gerda, null and void. The faithful Gerda, who had supported Wegener throughout the transformation, married a mutual friend shortly thereafter. Another friend, called Claude in the book, who had known the secret of Ener/Lily for many years, then proposed marriage to Lily. She accepted, under the condition that he wait until she underwent one final surgery, one that would make her fully a woman in her own eyes. A womanly woman, Elba wanted to become both a wife and a mother. All that I desire is nothing less than the last fulfillment of a real woman, to be protected from life by the sterner being, the husband, she wrote to a friend in August 1931. You must sympathize with me in my desire for maternity, to have a child, for I want nothing more ardently than to demonstrate that Andreas has been completely obliterated in me is dead. Through a child I should be able to convince myself in the most unequivocal manner that I have been a woman from the very beginning. Whether this wish can be fulfilled or not, the fact that I can openly acknowledge this desire from the fullness of a pure woman's heart is an infinite happiness for me. The fact that I may experience this happiness justifies everything that has happened to me here in Dresden. However, medical science then, as now, had no means of fulfilling Elba's wish to be a mother, though her physician apparently tried to do what he could. Elba underwent a final surgery, most likely a vaginoplasty, surgical creation of a vagina. She speaks of effecting a natural outlet from the womb in her letters. This final surgery was an abyss of suffering, Elba writes. She was confined to bed for months afterward, without the recovery that had accompanied her previous surgeries. By early September, she intuited that she was dying. In a letter to her sister, she wrote, "Now I know that death is near." Lily Elba died in Dresden on September 12, 1931, of an apparent heart attack. Paralysis of the heart put an end to her short young woman's life, which was so excruciating and yet so wonderful, writes Hoyer. She was buried in a cemetery on the grounds of the hospital. A medical pioneer, whose transformation was covered in the Danish and German press in 1931, Lily Elba was largely forgotten as war swept over the continent. Magnus Hirschfeld suffered a similar fate. As a homosexual, a Jew, and a spokesman for progressive causes, he found his position becoming increasingly difficult in Germany as fascist ideology claimed more adherents. His lectures were disrupted by hecklers, and stink bombs were thrown at the audience by agitators during some of his talks. He was threatened with bodily harm if he continued to give public lectures, but he ignored the threats and continued to speak. As early as 1920, he was assaulted and injured so severely after leaving a lecture that his death was reported in a number of newspapers, both in Germany and abroad. After it was revealed that he was not dead, merely injured, an editorial writer at a Dresden newspaper wrote, "Weeds never die." The well-known Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld has been hurt enough to be put on the death list. We hear now that he is in fact recovering from his wounds. We have no hesitation in saying that we regret that this shameless and horrible poisoner of our people has not found his well-deserved end. On October 31, 1928, the official paper of the Nazi Party featured a headline denouncing homosexuals as speakers in boys' schools. Magnus Hirschfeld, the fighter for the abolition of paragraph 175, is allowed to speak in German high schools. The destruction of youth. German mothers, women workers. Do you want to hand your children over to homosexuals? Der Stürmer, another anti-Semitic paper, called Hirschfeld an apostle of lewdness. Hirschfeld prudently decamped from Germany late in 1930, mere months after meeting Ener Wegener, to embark on an around-the-world lecture tour. On May 3, 1933, a few months after Hitler assumed power in Germany, the Institute for Sexual Science, in Berlin, was vandalized and looted by a mob of Nazi students. 3 days later, the Institute's archives thousands of books, photographs, questionnaires, and other memorabilia accumulated by Hirschfeld during 30 years of research were publicly burned in Berlin's Opera Square. Photographs of the book burning show the mob marching to the square with a bust of Hirschfeld held high. The bust was rescued from the flames by a friend, who sent it to Hirschfeld, then living in Paris, where he witnessed the destruction of his institute on a newsreel in a movie theater. Friends had managed to salvage a few mementos from the wreckage, but the Institute for Sexual Science was essentially obliterated. Some have argued that the Institute's files contained sensitive personal information about members of the Nazi leadership, and while that might well have been true, it is also indisputable that the liberal acceptance of homosexuality and gender variance was anathema to social conservatives. The Institute for Sexual Science was an icon of Weimar culture and a symbol of all that the National Socialists and their silent allies in the German population found weak and decadent in that culture. The fight waged by Hirschfeld and his allies produced greater tolerance for homosexuality and gender variance during the period of liberalism in Germany between the wars, but it also nourished a violent counter-movement that viewed the liberal approach as morally bankrupt. The Nazis, like most social conservatives, insisted on firm boundaries between the sexes and compulsory heterosexuality. Hirschfeld's theory of sexual intermediaries and his advocacy of gay and gender-variant individuals were perceived as an assault on the natural order and a violation, akin to rape, of German society. For that reason, all memory of his work was erased. Sexology as Hirschfeld conceived it as a science that would liberate rather than imprison desire and identity had been dealt a blow from which it would take decades to recover. Hirschfeld himself died in exile in France in 1935. Psychological explanations for homosexuality and gender variance prevailed after the Second World War and the Nazi persecution of homosexuals, when Hirschfeld's view that homosexuality and gender variance were biologically based became very suspect, neuroscientist Simon Levay told me in a 2001 interview. The German academic community became totally absorbed in socialization theory. They rejected all biological explanations for human diversity. And the idea came about that Hirschfeld was somehow responsible for the Nazi persecution of gay people, that by portraying gay people as a natural kind, as being born that way, he put them in the same category as racial groups and opened the door to the idea of exterminating them. I've even read stuff saying that he actually collaborated in efforts to have gay people arrested. I don't think that any of that is true. But somehow the most positive thing you can read about him in the post-war German literature is that, yeah, he was trying to do something for gay people, but he did it in a very misguided way. And that he was wrong. Among scientists, Magnus Hirschfeld's belief that homosexuality, cross-dressing, and all other forms of gender variance were widespread and important phenomena and natural variations, not perversions or pathologies, was largely abandoned. The post-war era was notable not only for its fertility, but also for its rigid reinforcement of sex roles. The theory of sexual intermediaries didn't resonate in an era devoted to reinforcing the distinctions between the sexes. Masculinity and femininity were no longer viewed as liquid entities, capable of being combined in varying proportions, instead they were once again solid and opaque. The middle ground between the sexes became as impenetrable a border as the wire-topped wall dividing the formerly liminal city of Berlin. Conversation with Susan Stryker, Ph.D. Susan Stryker earned her Ph.D. in history at the University of California, Berkeley, in 1992 and held a postdoctoral research fellowship at Stanford University from 1998 to 2000. She has been executive director of the GLBT Historical Society in San Francisco since 1999 and is currently working on a documentary film about the transgender riot in San Francisco's Tenderloin district in 1966, and on a memoir for Oxford University Press. In 1992, Stryker co-founded Transgender Nation, an activist group. We spoke at her office at the San Francisco GLBT Historical Society. Q. Who was the first transsexual? That depends on what you mean by transsexual. In all cultures, throughout all periods of history, there have been people who fall outside of what we think of as normal, heterosexual masculine male manhood and feminine female womanhood. The binary is really a historical construct. Physical bodies are much more diverse than that. Gender systems historically are much more complex than that. When we say, who was the first transsexual? Do we mean who was the first person to use hormones and genital surgery to effect a legal change in their social status? I don't know who that was, because the medical techniques came together over time. Legal discourses came together over time. It's really hard to say who the first person would be. When you start looking at transsexual history, it's like somebody had a hysterectomy, but they did it because they didn't like having a uterus because they thought of themselves psychologically as a man. Is that the first transsexual surgery? There was this person in New York in the early 20th century named Earl Lentz who thought of himself/herself as a feminine soul trapped in a masculine body, and this person had their testicles removed, supposedly because they were having horrible problems with nocturnal emissions. And the doctors were like, oh, nocturnal emissions, bad news. Let's remove those testicles. Was that person a transsexual? He surgically modified his body so that his body more closely reflected his psychological sense of self. Was he a transsexual? I don't know. Certainly by the early 1920s in Germany, at the Hirschfeld Institute there were people that we could call at least proto-transsexuals. They were people who did what modern-day transsexuals do, which is to say, if I do this thing to my body, if I change my genitals this way so that they more resemble the genitals of people who have a different social status than me, and if I take these hormones and redistribute my body fat and body hair, and present evidence of these medical procedures to civil authorities of some kind, then I can change my social designation as being a man or a woman, and I can then live in accordance with general social expectations of what a man or a woman is supposed to be. That was in place by the 20s or early 30s. The first well-documented case was in 1930 at the Hirschfeld Institute. Felix Abraham, a young doctor at the Hirschfeld Institute, published a paper on two transvestites who underwent genital surgery. That paper was written up in 1930 or 31. In the case of Lily Elba, the book about her surgery was published in 33, though the events happened a couple of years earlier. It seems significant that these people transitioned in Germany. The research and treatment at the Hirschfeld Institute were so significant, both scientifically and socially, and yet most people, even many transgendered people, have never heard of him or the institute. Why not? I think there are two reasons we haven't given Hirschfeld his due. One is that so much of his work was destroyed by the Nazis, and, secondly, he was also sort of a promiscuous publisher. He didn't care much about publishing in the most reputable journals. Then, too, some of his ideas about the endocrinological or somatic roots of sexual and gender diversity have really fallen out of favor, I think rightly so. However, even though he came out of a different conceptual or intellectual framework than is currently fashionable, or accurate, I think he was wrong about a lot of things. I think his political approach to the topic was good. He did try to root cultural differences about sexuality and gender in the body, and he did that as a way of attempting to naturalize these differences and say, people can't help it. There are many different kinds of people, there aren't just two. He recognized that there are a whole lot of sexual intermediaries, and that more or less everybody is a sexual intermediary. Hirschfeld taught that these are natural variations and that law and social customs should be brought into accord in a rational way with this naturally existing diversity of humankinds. I think that his motivations were really noble, and he did tremendous political work on gay rights, transvestite rights, abortion rights. He was a very conscientious, well-meaning, thoughtful man. And he was a modernist, a sexual modernist, who was bringing up these taboo topics, and who recognized that these things that were supposed to be so illicit are just a part of human life. His view was that we shouldn't act in an irrational, prejudicial, superstitious manner. We're all men of science here. His unwillingness to pathologize sexual intermediaries was at odds with most of the other sexologists of the time, wasn't it? In a sense, I think that he did pathologize, in that he thought that gender and sexuality were appropriate targets for medical intervention. But do you want to call that pathological? What many transsexuals are looking for is a non-pathologized way to say, I want to interact with medical service providers. So that treatment is offered much more on a service provider basis, which is of course part of a much broader shift in medicine. The history of interactions between transgendered people and the medical community is a very complex one, isn't it? In one sense, it was very consumer-driven, with transsexuals seeking out physicians and requesting that they provide certain services like hormone treatments and surgery. It seems that early on, the relationship was much friendlier between clients and service provider than it is today, though. Why do you think that is the case? I think that there has always been a tension between people seeking services and people providing services. And as much as I firmly believe that people have autonomy over their own bodies and can choose best for themselves, that people have the capacity to give informed consent, I understand that service providers have concerns. If I as a surgeon am going to do something to a person's body, I need to be convinced that I'm doing the right thing, because of the Hippocratic Oath, and its major principle, do no harm. I respect that, and I understand that there's a need sometimes for transgendered people seeking medical services, to educate the service providers about why, even though this is something that you might not choose for yourself, this is the best thing for me. However, you can't just talk about clients and service providers. You have to talk about the role of media as well, in publicizing the fact that certain options are available. At least in modern Western European culture, there are many people who feel like my body isn't shaped right, and it's not an aesthetic question, really, so much as a question about how we internalize ideas about gender, historically and culturally. To develop a gender identity and feel like my body does not communicate my sense of self to my audience, and then to know that there are techniques for body manipulation that are available because I've read about them. Even before Jorgensen, people who were looking for help would turn to science and medicine and say, look, I know you can do this, I'm reading about Eugen Stinich in Vienna, and he's doing these gonad transplant things and these hormone injection things, sign me up. And then they were perceived as crazy because they wanted to do that. So there's been an awareness on the part of people seeking services that some techniques were available, and they could see an application of that technique to their situation, and then they would have to persuade a service provider that it was a legitimate thing to do. So there was always that tension, and there have been some service providers like Hirschfeld and Harry Benjamin who have been like, oh, okay, there's no reason we shouldn't do that. They get it, at some level, for whatever reason. And then there were many other people who were like, no, get out of here. Even with Jorgensen, though she certainly spoke well of her surgeons, there was more tension behind the scenes. She didn't know of any other way to get what she wanted. There really wasn't any other way at that point. So she volunteered to be an experiment. And her endocrinologist decided, yes, this is a rare thing, and this person is more female than male. This is the most advanced case of intersex we have ever seen, the most truly feminine balanced with the most obvious male. They wrote among themselves, evaluating. Is this an effeminate homosexual? Is this a transvestite? They knew those categories, but the prevailing belief at the time was there could be glandular imbalances, that she might have some female germ cells, and so the surgery was justified. It wasn't really that long ago either, this was in the 50s, in the lifetime of people who are alive and well and running marathons today. And when you look back and read the medical discourses around it, the belief in what endocrinology meant and how the gender system worked, it's so clear how ideologically constructed the relationship between gender and the body is. That's not to say that there aren't real physical differences between bodies, but we have this cultural belief about the relationship between someone's sense of self and how they interact with other human subjects, and how that relates to their physical embodiment, and we materialize gender through the body in accordance with certain cultural assumptions. That's part of the radicalness about transgender politics in the later part of the 20th century, that it just flies in the face of that construction. Part of why we, as trans people, are so marginalized is that we offer this very radical critique of a very pervasive set of assumptions about gender. But but isn't that critique somewhat paradoxical in that transsexuals do essentially gender by saying that I need a certain kind of body in order to fully express my gender? Admittedly, my position is a minority position, but I see that whole transsexuals are essentializing gender because they are so concerned with the body as an artifact of Cartesian dualism, the mind/body split. You don't ever not have a body, your body is that through which you interact with other people. There is a language of the body. There is an appearance of the body. We're never disembodied people. My own sense of what I did is that I had this sense of self, whatever story you want tell about how that came about. There was that sense for me that it was more appropriate for me to answer to the pronoun she than he. It goes way back, and there was a perception growing up that I'm in a situation that I can't control, and that I can't get out of, and there was affect around that. I was really sad about it. I would try to put it aside and go about my business in life, but it proved to be really intractable and unshakable, and when at some point I figured, oh, I can do these things, it was like a paradigm shift in my own head. It's not that these procedures make me a different person. It's more like if you cut on the dotted line, and I sign this piece of paper, I can legally be a different person. I can pay you these monies, and you'll stick a little electrified needle in my face, and I won't have hair there anymore. I'll take this pill and it will make my breasts grow. It's that recognition that the body is malleable, and that it is how we present to people. There's something very fundamental about being two bodies in communication with each other. Just the thought that I could use my body to communicate my sense of self to other people the way that everybody else does, instead of having to verbalize it or feel invisible. The idea that I could go to a beach, like I did yesterday, and lie around in the sun and drink beer and watch my kids play, and people would say she. Cool. Q, what is gender? It seems clear that it is somehow neurobiological in origin. I think our language is not really sufficient for talking about it. The words are too blunt. Gender means kind or genre, it means what kind of person are you. But you can't divorce the question of gender from the larger question of how the human organism needs to live in culture. Humans are social animals. You can't take a baby human and throw it out in the wild and expect it to learn how to forage. We have to be in society. Unlike a kitten, human babies don't lick the gunk off and stand up on all twos and run about. They are born very young in a developmental sense. As soon as the lungs can work, the baby comes out. So the evolutionary pressure is for situations that provide care of the newborn. That, I really think, is the basis of culture, what we really physiologically need to reproduce the species, this familial economic social structure, and that has evolved with the human form, and the capacity for language has come along with that. We are creatures who live in language, and we're creatures who have exploited the cultural sphere. The exploitation of the cultural sphere, and the symbolic manipulation of the world, is the ecological niche that humans have developed. Just like beavers cut down the trees to make their environment, we turn the world into language. That's what humans do, and I really think that gender is about how the cultural system interfaces with the organism. Part of how you are as a being, part of what we are evolved to be, part of our neurobiological capacity that evolved words is that capacity to self-reflexively place oneself in a cultural context. For me, gender is both the cultural system through which you internalize as a subjective being, as an identification, how you situate yourself in language, and how other people situate you in language. And it's done through these very complex mechanisms that no one discipline in the sciences or the humanities is able to fully address. There needs to be an interdisciplinary gender studies. Because, so far, all of the theory and the research has come from a body of knowledge that has never had to be critical of its own foundational assumptions. And so it just becomes another vector for naturalizing particular kinds of ideological agendas. So I think that critically conscious transsexual or transgendered people, who can reveal the ideological constructions of the sex/gender systems, have this tremendous work in front of us. Unfortunately, it's really hard to get funding to do that work. You know, in the Orish religion, there is a being whose name means the destroyer of patterns through whom the shape of the cosmos is revealed. There is that sense of disruption that the trans figure brings, that rupture through the social construction of gender, and the revelation of the new, the different, the other. I once wrote a piece called My Words to Victor Frankenstein above the village of Chamonix. It's about speaking as a monster, and that sense of disruption that we transsexual people stage for other people. It's about trying to speak from this embodied place, that is technologically constructed, but is it human or is it not? There are many things about me that are very different from you. And I need to be able to speak the truth of my own process of embodiment. I am sure that there are many transgendered or transsexual people who would be very insulted to be viewed as monsters. Laughing yes, when I wrote it, people said, that's not an effective tool for organizing. But I don't fear my monstrosity. The word monster comes from the Latin monstrare, just like the words remonstrance, demonstrate, and the noun means to show something, and usually it was to show something about the supernatural. Angels and monsters are actually very closely linked, in that both show the providence of God and something about the nature of being. The word monster also has the subsidiary meaning of assembled from incongruous parts. The classical monsters were the Sphinx, the griffin, the idea being these things combine elements that are not supposed to be together, but that their being together, being alive, demonstrates something supernatural, superhuman, and makes them beings that the gods speak through. What do you think about the assimilationist versus outsider argument that is so heated in the trans community today? Should transsexuals try to pass or should they stand out? Should they value and project their differences or should they strive to be just another person on the block? I think of myself as a queer non-separatist, but anti-assimilationist. Saying that I'm just like you doesn't really get me where I want to go. In many ways, I am just like you, but those aren't the parts that give me trouble. And so that insistence on my ability to be fully myself and not suffer violence or oppression because of that is what's important. You always fight your battles and draw your lines differently. When I first started transitioning, I didn't want to go to the corner store and say speaks heatedly and aggrievedly, all right, I'm here to buy a gallon of milk, and I can see that you perceive that I am a transgendered person, and it is my duty to educate you. I was just keep your head down, buy the damn milk, go home, maybe they hate you, maybe they don't, but whatever. But I find a greater sense of comfort in being really open with people. I want people to see me as a woman. I want my deepest and most closely held sense of self to be visible and able to interact with other people. I don't feel like I have to hide my differences. Difference can be a real source of pleasure. In the past, transsexual people were advised to make a complete break with their pasts and to basically keep their gender transition a secret, even with intimate partners. Even today, it seems, many people feel safer revealing their status as a transsexual person to very few people. It seems as though that kind of invisibility would create tremendous psychic strain. I've met people like that, certainly. I can't imagine it. I didn't want to do that at all. I just thought that felt very inauthentic. However, I understand that they do it because of other people's feeling about transsexuality. I don't know how many times in my own life people have met me on the street, or at a presentation, and it's she until I say, I'm a transsexual, and suddenly it's he. I'm like, I'm sorry, you were having no problem with me 15 minutes ago. What are you confused about? What changed, except your knowledge of my transsexual past? It's that belief about gender and the body. Is change in the body shape a change in the essence of the soul? People trip up about that. And so I understand the desire to keep quiet. There's that paradox of visibility. I'm doing all of this so that people understand me the way that I understand myself. But if they know that I've done this, then they don't accept me as I understand myself. They see me as something different, and then all my hard work has been for naught. However, if I don't tell them, they will accuse me of being duplicitous. It's a catch-22. For me, I think of how open I am about being transgendered or how I present at different times. It's kind of like the difference between using language for poetry and using language to communicate. If what you really want to do is communicate with someone, I need X, Y, or Z, and you are using the language of gender for its communicative potential, and often that's what we want to do with gender, is communicate a sense of self with another. But within certain contexts, within more closely held communities and other contexts, other kinds of communication for different uses are possible. Are you doing your gender like a funky bass riff? Are you riffing on some gender improv? Are you using the way that you are doing your gender to test the boundaries of language? You can do gender more like an art practice or like a political practice. And at times those can be very effective things to do. They can be really fun. 3. The bombshell. I looked into a sea of faces, lined up along the ropes of the quarantine walk and held back by a sea of determined police, then heard a roar of voices shouting my name. I reeled under the impact. I thought for a moment that I had entered Dante's Inferno, as flashbulbs exploded from all directions and newsreel cameras whirred. A crowd of 300 shoving reporters, newsreel and still photographers had converged, all jockeying for position and camera angles. I learned later it was the largest assemblage of press representatives in the history of the airport. Christine Jorgensen, New York City, 1953. Christine Jorgensen was the first star of the dawning age of celebrity, the first American to become internationally known simply for being herself. Her fame was based not on her profession, her talents, her lineage, her looks, or her wit. None of these was particularly remarkable. Christine Jorgensen was famous simply for being Christine Jorgensen. She was a reality star decades before the concept was invented. A few other brave souls had undergone the same transformation before her, but Christine was the butterfly captured in the glare of Klieg lights as she exited her cocoon. She was no more and no less than the man who had become a woman, and a pretty good-looking woman at that. XGI becomes blonde bombshell, the headline screamed as the young American who traveled to Denmark in 1950 to seek help for a baffling medical problem returned home. She soon found that the world press treated her recovery from surgery both as a matter of profound international importance and as a sexual scandal. Jorgensen was born on Memorial Day, May 30, 1926, the child of two first-generation Danish Americans, George and Florence Jorgensen. She was the second child born to the couple, and her parents named her George, Jr., after her father. Her sister, Dorothy, called Dolly, was 3 years older. Jorgensen's autobiography, published in 1967 and reissued in 2000, describes her childhood as a happy one. Dolly and I were surrounded by a closely knit, affectionate family of the sort that gives a child a warm feeling of belonging. Happily, we had the advantage of being in a family that enjoyed activities as a unit, and that still applies today, she writes. In her youth, Jorgensen was called Brud, short for brother. Brud was especially close to her grandma Jorgensen, a person of grace and dignity, Jorgensen recalled years later. Grandma was always my champion when others laughed at my sissified ways. From an early age, Brud was aware of the differences between him and the other boys in the neighborhood. A little boy wore trousers and had his hair cut short. He had to learn to use his fists aggressively, participate in athletics, and most important of all, little boys didn't cry. Contrary to those accepted patterns, sometimes I did feel like crying, and I must have felt that Grandma understood and didn't disapprove when I ran away from a fist fight or refused to play rough and tumble games. In her autobiography, Jorgensen describes George's crushing disappointment when instead of the pretty doll with long golden hair that he already knew enough not to request for a Christmas present at age 5, he was given a bright red railway train. She also describes a conversation that George had with his mother around the same time, asking why his sister, Dolly, was allowed to grow her blonde hair long and wear dresses, things he envied and admired but was not permitted to have. "Mom," I asked, "why didn't God make us alike?" His mother explained that the world needed both men and women, and that there was no way of knowing before a baby was born whether it was a boy or a girl. "You see, Brud," she said. It's one of God's surprises. Well, I replied. I don't like the kind of surprise God made me. Like many boys who fail to conform to society's views of masculine behavior, Brud was often ridiculed for his differences by both children and adults. In mid-century America, those differences were particularly jarring. The sexual anarchy of the fin de siècle had long since given way to a rigid sexual binary. Male and female were once more separate and distinct categories, with no discernible overlap. Home and family, not the office and factory, were defined as women's proper sphere, as Rosie the Riveter put on her apron and turned domestic goddess. Men were expected to be workers, husbands, and fathers. After World War II, there was the creation of this really rigid gender system in the West, historian Susan Stryker said in our 2001 conversation. Like, the world is cut in two and you are on this side or this side. There are no anomalies. That construction of gender/sex/sexuality is, I think, as much an artifact of the Cold War as the Berlin Wall. Like the millions soon to be trapped behind the Iron Curtain of communism in the East, those who felt oppressed by the new gender regime in the West learned the virtues of silence, subterfuge, and secrecy. These were the skills they needed to survive. Not only gay and gender-variant people, but also those women growing more capable, independent, and self-reliant in the war years went underground rather than face the price of being different in an era that rigidly enforced sex role conformity. Jorgensen describes one particularly painful incident in the autobiography, the time a teacher called Mrs. Jorgensen to school after she had discovered a piece of needlepoint in Brud's desk. In front of Mrs. Jorgensen and the other students, the teacher asked Brud if it was his, and when he replied yes, she responded, "Mrs. Jorgensen, do you think that this is anything for a red-blooded boy to have in his desk as a keepsake?" The next thing we know, George will be bringing his knitting to school. Both George and his mother were humiliated by this incident, though to Mrs. Jorgensen's credit, she didn't utter a word of reproach to her unhappy son. Incidents like these increased Brud's feelings of loneliness and isolation, which became even more acute in adolescence. Instead of assimilating into a group as most teenagers did, I felt like an outsider. I didn't like sports and I wasn't interested in dating girls, which had become the chief topic of conversation among the boys of my acquaintance, Jorgensen writes. I tried to find some solace in books, and they became my closest companions. Jorgensen also developed an interest in photography and began to dream of a time when I would have an important place behind the cameras of Hollywood, the gilded wonderland of make-believe. This new hobby led to a job as a stock librarian with the Path News Service in New York City, after George's high school graduation. I wondered if my new associates would notice what I had long since known, that I was one who deviated, emotionally, from what had been termed normal, Jorgensen writes. But I was determined to behave like a man, even if I didn't feel like one, and try to hide the pretense behind a brave exterior. It became even easier to act like a man the next year, when the 19-year-old George Jorgensen was drafted. Though he had already been rejected by the army twice during the war, owing to his thin build, this time he was accepted. I wanted to be accepted by the army for two reasons. Foremost, was my great desire to belong, to be needed, and to join the stream of activities around me, Jorgensen writes. Second, I wanted my parents to be proud of me and to be able to say, my son is in the service. Although they never mentioned it, I was poignantly aware that Mom and Dad must have felt their child was different, and hence unwanted. Despite the triumph of passing the army physical, living with hundreds of other young men in close quarters during and after basic training provided yet more proof of George's difference. As a clerical worker living in barracks and helping to manage the discharge of thousands of soldiers after VE Day, George couldn't help comparing myself with the boys in my group, and I was aware that the differences were very great indeed, both mental and physical. My body was not only slight but it lacked other development as a male. I had no hair on my chest, arms, or legs. My walk could scarcely be called a masculine stride, the gestures of my hands were quite effeminate and my voice had a feminine quality. The sex organs that determined my classification as male were underdeveloped. It was, of course, quite possible that some men having the same build would feel completely masculine, but my mental and emotional chemistry matched all the physical characteristics which in me seemed so feminine. What is masculine and what is feminine? I thought. The questions plagued me because I couldn't find a clearly established dividing line. If George Jorgensen, Jr., wasn't able to find a dividing line between masculine and feminine, he was quite clear about another line, one that he was determined never to cross. During the months in the service, I had seen a few practicing homosexuals, those whom the other men called queer. I couldn't condemn them, but I also knew that I certainly couldn't become like them. It was a thing deeply alien to my religious attitudes and the highly magnified and moralistic views that I entertained at the time. Furthermore, I had seen enough to know that homosexuality brought with it a social segregation and ostracism that I couldn't add to my own deep-seated feeling of not belonging. This was true despite the strong emotions that were aroused in the young soldier by a childhood friend, Tom Cheney, and by Jim Frankfurt, another man he met while attending the Progressive School of Photography in New Haven, Connecticut, after his discharge in 1948. Jorgensen describes the strong attraction that drew George to these two unambiguously heterosexual men, and his equally strong feelings of confusion and terror of the implications of that attraction. I awaited a miracle to release me from the growing horror of myself. In July of 2001, I posted a message on an internet genealogy list, seeking family members of Jorgensen to confirm the information in the autobiography. I didn't hear from any Jorgensens, but I was contacted by a few people who had known or encountered George or Christine Jorgensen at some point. One of the most poignant notes I received was from a woman named Peggy Stockton McClelland, whose parents, she said, had shared a house with Jorgensen in Connecticut. Christine Jorgensen lived with my mother and father in Milford, Conn. My father, Richard Stockton, was attending Yale Photography School at the time and they shared the rent. Christine was known as George at that time. My mother loved him, as a friend, and he confided in her many feelings at that time in his life. My mother said he would babysit me for them and was the closest friend she had at that time. He loved to do more female-type things, loved to be in the kitchen and take care of me. They lived in a beautiful stone home on the water in Woodmont, Conn, which is still there. Perhaps Christine was also attending school with my father? I never knew. I really do not know how my parents knew George, but eventually my parents returned to Muncie, Indiana, and they lost contact. My mother said they knew he was different, and she was not surprised by his decision. While living with the Stocktons and other friends in the suburbs of New Haven, George Jorgensen continued to puzzle over his difference and to seek possible solutions. The recurring questions of what to do about my effeminate appearance continued to plague me. Even if it were possible to adjust my mind and attitudes to a more male outlook, I wondered what could be done about a masculine mind in a feminine body. In December 1948, while still living in New Haven, Jorgensen encountered a book that was to provide him with the answers he sought. The book, Paul de Kruif's The Male Hormone, a popular account of the science of endocrinology, was the catalyst that was to begin the process that transformed the anonymous George into the world-renowned Christine. Manhood is chemical, manhood is testosterone. Over and beyond testosterone, manhood seems to be partly a state of mind. As I read on, my mind raced with this new knowledge, for throughout the narrative, there was woven a tiny thread of recognition pulled from my own private theories. Reading Paul de Kruif's Ode to the Power of the Male Hormone, Testosterone, today it is easy to understand the comfort that the tormented George Jorgensen, Jr., found within its pages, but more difficult to trace the intuitive leap that enabled him to conceive a novel solution to his problem. The book describes the rescue of broken men, genital males who, like Jorgensen, seem to lack key physical and psychological attributes of masculinity, or older men experiencing the slow chemical castration of aging. Early in the book, de Kruif describes a 27-year-old medical student, physically underdeveloped when he was first examined by physicians at Albany Medical College in 1937. His hips were wide like a woman's, he had protruding breasts like a girl's, he had almost no Adam's apple, and his voice was high-pitched like a woman's. He had only a hint of hair under his arms and none on his chest or belly, and pitifully to kid himself that he was a man, he shaved about once in 10 weeks, de Cruyff writes. There were large circles under his eyes, and his private parts were somewhat smaller in size than those of a 4-year-old boy. His penis, which the doctors measured, was 1 inch long and less than half an inch in diameter. The young man had also suffered throughout his life from severe migraines and the kinds of hot flashes that trouble menopausal women. As a result of these difficulties, he was socially withdrawn and often depressed. Curiously, he was engaged to be married, though he admitted to his doctors that he was unable to maintain an erection and had very limited sexual feelings. In medical terms, the young man was suffering from hypogonadism, or testosterone deficiency. James B. Hamilton, an anatomy professor at the college, was able to persuade the pharmaceutical company Cibba to send him for purely scientific purposes a supply of testosterone that was still worth more than its weight in gold, writes de Cruyff. For the first time into any American man, as far as published records go, anatomist Hamilton and the doctors sent shots of testosterone into the flabby muscles of this 27-year-old boy's arm and into those of his buttocks 3 times a week. The results impressed the scientists. Previously, the young man had experienced only the feeblest and most fleeting sexual sensations, but within 60 hours of the first injection, he began to have erections. After a mere 6 days of injections, his erections became more frequent and stronger, the size of his penis at rest became greater, and before the month of testosterone injections was completed, this man, impotent for life, was able to carry on sexual intercourse. But the effects of the hormone did not end there. The doctors witnessed what appeared to be a complete physical and psychological transformation. The boy's thyroid gland began to grow, his larynx became congested, and the doctors thought they could detect a lower pitch to his voice. The hot flashes that had bothered him for years disappeared completely. During that month he had only 1 attack of the migraine headache that had tortured him so long and so often. A curious new sap of self-confidence flowed through him, and energy, and he looked people in the face and was happy. Hair began to grow on his upper lip and his chest, and when he looked toward tomorrow, he no longer despaired. Concerned that these effects might be caused by autosuggestion, the doctors replaced the testosterone in the syringe with inert oil, without telling their patient. In 5 days he had 4 hot flashes and then an attack of migraine. The erections of his penis, signals of his new miraculous manhood, began to weaken. With his new manhood ebbing, at the same time away went his new pride and confidence, and now he was tired all the time again, after doing nothing. When the doctors resumed the shots of testosterone, again, without informing the patient, within a few days there was a startling upsurge in his total vitality and his march toward belated manhood. The case of this young man, the first American to be treated with the newly synthesized hormone testosterone, proved what experiments with castrated rats, guinea pigs, and other animals had suggested decades earlier. Manhood was hormonal. Young men who had never been men could be virilized, and old men whose manhood was waning could be rejuvenated or restored to their previous virility, through injections of the male hormone. Paul de Cruyff, the science writer whose book introduced this novel concept to George Jorgensen and thousands of other Americans, had begun to look into the testosterone cure as he felt his own manhood begin to slip away in his 50s. Not only were his sexual powers beginning to wane, but he felt his overall strength and enthusiasm for life and work, his vitality begin to diminish. He looked to science for an explanation, and discovered the work of the hormone hunters, as he termed the early endocrinologists whose experiments with animals and human beings had pointed to a link between virility and vitality. Enthusiastically, de Cruyff shared with his readers his quest for rejuvenation and the history of the science that had made rejuvenation possible. He narrated the tale of Arnold Adolf Berthold, professor of physiology at the University of Göttingen, who in 1849 removed the testicles from 4 roosters and watched 2 of them become fat pacifists, while 2 others, in whom he had grafted new testicles, looked and acted like roosters once again. They crowed. They battled. They chased hens enthusiastically. Their bright red combs and wattles kept growing. He soberly recounted the cautionary tale of Charles Edouard Brown-Séquard, the founder of the science of endocrinology, who at 72 made himself an object of public ridicule by injecting himself with a solution made from the testicles of dogs and guinea pigs and announcing that this testicle soup had restored his youthful sexual vigor, mental acuity, and intestinal functioning. The sensation created by Brown-Séquard's discovery quickly degenerated into ridicule as the elderly Frenchman's rejuvenation failed within a month. However, other scientists investigating the structure and function of the ductless glands of the endocrine system established scientifically a fact that farmers had known for centuries: the sex of an animal was entirely dependent on the presence and proper functioning of its gonads, testicles in the male and ovaries in the female, and its overall strength and vigor seemed mysteriously bound up with the health of those organs. Moreover, animals could be masculinized or feminized by gonadal manipulation. No matter their sex at birth, animals surgically deprived of their gonads and later implanted with either testicles or ovaries exhibited the behaviors characteristic of animals born with those organs. The Viennese endocrinologist Eugen Stinich had shown that young rats and guinea pigs castrated at around 4 weeks old remained sexually immature, but that as soon as a replacement set of gonads was implanted in their abdomens, symptoms of underdevelopment or even retrogression passed away both in the male and in the female, even if they had been absent for some time. Stinich also found that the sex expressed by the surgically altered animals was entirely dependent on the type of gonad he implanted in their abdomens. The female implanted with the male gland will always be a male with all of his characteristics, and the male implanted with a female generative gland will develop into a full-fledged female. By implanting a male and a female generative gland simultaneously, Stinich produced hybrids, hermaphrodites. Stinich's research had been followed closely by Magnus Hirschfeld and his colleagues at the Institute for Sexual Science, in Berlin, as mentioned in the previous chapter. But it was Stinich's American disciple Harry Benjamin who was to build a clinical practice based on the professor's theories and to serve as the most fervent advocate of hormonal treatment for aging men and, later, transsexuals in the United States. By the time the future Christine Jorgensen read Paul de Kruif's popular account of the power of hormones on gender and sexual behavior in 1948, Benjamin had been working to promote Stinich's research in America for nearly 20 years. Stinich and, to a lesser extent, Magnus Hirschfeld were Benjamin's mentors, and through him a European-style sexology was imported to America. Born in Berlin in 1885, Harry Benjamin left Germany in 1913, the year after receiving his medical degree, to carry out research on tuberculosis in the United States. His return to Germany was prevented by the outbreak of World War I, and for a time he was interned as an enemy alien. He came to America quite by happenstance, when a German doctor brought him to America to do TB research because he spoke a little English, Benjamin's friend and colleague Christine Wheeler told me in a 2002 interview. He was on his way back to Germany when a British vessel seized the freighter and diverted it to London. He had very little money left, and he was essentially a POW because the war had broken out. But he was able to buy a one-way ticket back to the United States, and he hawked his watch to get back to New York because he had friends there. Benjamin was released on the condition that he stay in the United States, and he began a medical practice in New York. He started a small practice when he came to New York, living in the same room where he saw patients, says Wheeler, who recalls Benjamin saying that he paid $6 a week for the room. After the war, beginning in 1921, he returned to Germany each year to pursue his research interests and to renew his contacts with old friends and colleagues, including Magnus Hirschfeld, whom he had met in 1907. Because his major interest at the time was geriatrics, Benjamin was eager to meet Stinich, and the two men were introduced in 1921 in Vienna. I was greatly impressed with his sex changes operations in rats and guinea pigs by means of castration and transplantation of endocrine glands, Benjamin said in an interview a few years before his death in 1986. From then on, I visited him as his disciple almost regularly every summer well into the 30s. Thus, I became, as it were, a transatlantic commuter, who tried to mediate between America and Europe. Benjamin was quick to acknowledge his indebtedness to both Hirschfeld and Stinich in later years. Every year during the 1920s, I went to Berlin and spent many hours at Hirschfeld's lectures at his institute, and more than once did I take part in the guided tours through the institute and its unique museums, he said in an address given at the 12th Annual Conference of the Society for the Scientific Study of Sex, in November 1969. But significant as Hirschfeld and his institute were for Benjamin's development as a humanitarian and sexologist, it was Stinich who claimed his allegiance as mentor. Benjamin felt that Stinich was a genius, says Christine Wheeler, and the two men carried on a 44-year correspondence, which is archived at the New York Academy of Medicine. Stinich could be difficult to deal with. Wheeler calls him irascible, but Benjamin remained loyal to his mentor. Harry Benjamin was a humanitarian, fiercely loyal, very elegant, very old world, says Christine Wheeler. They used to call it breeding. So he protected Stinich. Benjamin soon became the leading proponent of the Stinich operation in America. Stinich's researches with animals had convinced him that vasoligation, or the severing of the vas deferens, spermatic duct, in men, an operation that is today called vasectomy, resulted in an almost miraculous rejuvenation of aging mammals. Stinich's senile animal subjects grew glossy new coats of hair, gained weight and muscle, and regained the strength and endurance characteristic of much younger animals. Encouraged by these findings, other physicians began to perform vasoligation in humans, and the surgery was soon being touted as a treatment not only for the lassitude of old age, but also for age-related diseases such as cancer and atherosclerosis. It appeared that the gonads were the seat not only of sexual identity and virility, but also of overall health and vigor. They were trying to find sex hormones, says Christine Wheeler, but they were also looking for the fountain of youth. Many men of the era, celebrated and unknown, underwent the Stinich operation, hoping to stave off the physical and psychological effects of old age. Indeed, when Harry Benjamin met Sigmund Freud, through a referral from Stinich, Freud admitted that he, too, had undergone the Stinich operation, and felt that his general health and vitality had improved, and that the malignant growth of his jaw had been favorably influenced. "Don't talk about it as long as I am alive," he said to me on parting. I told him I would not, and I kept my promise, Benjamin said in 1969. Freud's unwillingness to publicize his surgery points to its somewhat unsavory reputation even in the days of his greatest success. Nonetheless, throughout the first decades of the 20th century, Stinich's disciples and colleagues performed the procedure on their aging male patients and gathered data that appeared to confirm its efficacy. Harry Benjamin, whose New York medical practice focused mainly on geriatrics, was the most enthusiastic proponent of the method in the United States. He contributed the introduction and a number of case studies to Paul Kammerer's 1923 study, Rejuvenation and the Prolongation of Human Efficiency, and arranged for a showing of the Stinich film, a silent documentary on Stinich's hormonal research, at the New York Academy of Medicine in 1923. Broadly speaking, the Stinich operation strengthens the endocrine system, Benjamin writes in the introduction to Kammerer's book. On account of the interrelationship of the different glands with an internal secretion and the influence these glands have over the nervous system, the strengthening of the glandular system will result in a re-energizing of the physical and mental capacities. Naturally, such a strengthening should be resorted to if a glandular weakness or inferiority exists. Benjamin's interest in the rejuvenation of aging patients was closely connected to interest in sexology, as both disciplines were at that time based in endocrinology. Soon after he started his gerontology practice, Benjamin began meeting with a handful of physicians in New York, all of whom were deeply interested in aging, says Benjamin's colleague, Christine Wheeler. They called themselves the Wednesday Night Group, and they discussed what was going on in the world of sexology. They called this interest sex physiology. This study group, which began meeting in 1916, explored the possible function and meaning of the ductless glands, or endocrine glands, a full 10 years before the Journal of the American Medical Association published its first article on the use of thyroid hormone. Benjamin's colleague Charles Ihlenfeld pointed out at a symposium on gender identity in 1975. A decade later, Benjamin, who worked as a consulting endocrinologist at the City College of New York in the 30s, helped arrange financial support for Funk and Harrow, who succeeded in the first isolation from human urine of a biologically active androgen, Ihlenfeld said. According to Benjamin's protégé, Leah Cahan Schaefer, Harry believed that the urine of young men might contain testosterone, and he persuaded a professor friend at City College to collect the urine of his students. Subsequently, Casimir Funk developed the first sex hormones from the urine of young men. With the androsterone that Funk collected and produced, Harry Benjamin, once again at the forefront of scientific investigation, gave himself the first hormone injection. Funk almost fainted, but the only reaction on Harry was a terribly sore and bruised area where the injection had been made, due to the impurity of the new substance. Like his mentors Hirschfeld and Stinich, Benjamin believed that you couldn't separate the body from the mind, says Christine Wheeler. He believed in the effects of hormones on behavior and motivation. The effects of hormones were also very much on the mind of another New Yorker at that time. In 1948, the year that Harry Benjamin met his first transsexual patient, George Jorgensen, Jr., enrolled at the Manhattan Medical and Dental Assistants School, in New York City. Frustrated by his inability to understand the French and German medical treatises on hermaphrodism and pseudo-hermaphrodism he found in the library at the New York Academy of Medicine, Jorgensen stubbornly sought another route to self-understanding. Still determined to find some cure or satisfactory compromise for what I considered an emotional and sexual disorder, I enrolled at the Manhattan Medical and Dental Assistants School, Christine Jorgensen wrote in 1967. At the school, Jorgensen learned to perform chemical analyses of blood and urine, and studied the principles of basal metabolism. However, it was the rare glandular disturbances which intrigued me more. Abnormal growth due to pituitary malfunction, steroids, enzymes, and sex hormones were all new areas of knowledge, but ones which I felt had some bearing on my own problem. Avidly, I discussed glands and glandular disturbances with the doctors who were my instructors, Jorgensen writes. These studies occupied my every waking moment, and probably many of my sleeping ones, to become an all-consuming drive. Shortly after beginning studies at the school, Jorgensen received another in a series of propositions from gay men, in this case a Danish sailor, at a dance. Disturbed and confused by the desire he inspired in gay men, the student of medical technology turned for comfort to Paul de Cruyff's book, The Male Hormone, which points out that the chemical difference between testosterone and estradiol is merely a matter of 4 atoms of hydrogen and 1 atom of carbon. If Drive de Cruyff's chemical ratio was correct, it would seem then that the relationship was very close, Jorgensen writes in her autobiography. That being so, I reasoned, there must be times when one could be so close to that physical dividing line that it would be difficult to determine on which side of the male-female dividing line one belonged. Jorgensen decided that she belonged on the female side, and a few days later she walked into a pharmacy in an unfamiliar part of town and requested 100 tablets of high-potency estradiol. At first, the clerk was unwilling to hand over the 100 tablets of ethinyl estradiol without a prescription, but when Jorgensen claimed to be a medical technology student working on the idea of growth stimulation in animals through the use of hormones, the clerk relented. Once out of the store, I headed for the car and unwrapped the package, Jorgensen writes. How strange it seemed to me that the whole answer might lie in the particular combination of atoms contained in those tiny, aspirin-like pills. Although estrogen hadn't received quite the same star treatment as testosterone in the press, research on female hormones had been proceeding in tandem with testosterone research throughout the first decades of the century. In 1923 and 1924, the zoologist Edgar Allan and the biochemist Edward Doisy published papers describing the induction of sexual maturity in young female animals through injections of the ovarian follicular hormone. They called the newly purified hormone thelin, a name that was dropped in favor of estrin in 1926. In 1929, various researchers including Allan and Doisy, Thayer and Velayer in the United States, and Adolf Butenandt in Germany succeeded in isolating estrin in crystalline form. This pure crystalline estrin was called estrone. 1 year later, a researcher named Zondik discovered that the urine of pregnant mares was a rich source of the hormone. In 1932, at the International Conference on the Standardization of Sex Hormones, in London, the names oestrone, estriol, and estradiol were adopted, and in 1938, chemists working for the German pharmaceutical company Schering developed ethinyl estradiol, the first orally active estrogen. In 1939, diethylstilbestrol, a highly potent synthetic estrogen, was developed and marketed in Germany, and after review by the Food and Drug Administration, in the United States. By 1941, a pill made from conjugated estrogens collected from pregnant mares, Premarin, was being marketed in Canada, and a year later in the United States. In tandem with these advances, scientists learned that women's urine contained the male hormone, testosterone, and the urine of men contained the female hormone, estrogen. Though the proportions were different, both sexes produced both male and female hormones. One researcher commented on the baffling discovery by noting that the present wonder is not that intersexual conditions occur, but that the balance of endocrine factors usually comes down on one side or the other to produce a recognizable male or female, perhaps in these days, I should say, a more or less recognizable male or female. Within 2 weeks of beginning daily doses of ethinyl estradiol in 1949, Jorgensen noticed physical effects, sensitivity in my breast area and a noticeable development, and emotional ones. The great feeling of listlessness and fatigue, which often seemed to be with me even after a full night's sleep, had disappeared. I was refreshed and alive and no longer felt the need to take little cat naps during the day. Encouraged by these results, Jorgensen speculated that if the female hormones that I was taking without guidance could have such a pronounced effect on me, would it not be possible for an expert to administer them in proper proportions, so that my body's chemistry would be in complete and correct balance? Jorgensen craftily confessed her secret to a fellow student, Genevieve Angelo, whose husband was an MD. The friend arranged an appointment with her husband, Dr. Joseph Angelo, and after weeks of discussion and research in medical journals, Dr. Angelo agreed to supervise the estrogen administration. It was his plan to retreat and use strong doses of testosterone, thereby returning me to my original maleness, if the estrogen injections had proven unsatisfactory, Jorgensen writes. Around the same time, she received a letter from a Connecticut physician whom she had consulted a few years earlier, who pointed out the course of treatment that you requested, sex change surgery, had been carried out in Sweden. Soon after finishing the course at the Medical Technicians School, in December 1949, Jorgensen decided to visit family and friends in Denmark, and to proceed from there to Stockholm, where I hoped to find doctors who would be willing to handle my case. Arriving in Denmark in May 1950, Jorgensen discovered that there was no need to go to Sweden. Instead, in July, she visited the Statens Serum Institute, in Copenhagen, searching for Dr. Christian Hamburger, a prominent endocrinologist who had published a number of hormone studies. Learning that he was on vacation in the country, the impatient young American sought him out at home and, after pouring out the whole story of my perplexing life, asked him point blank if he thought I was a homosexual. Hamburger replied negatively, and when pressed for an explanation, told Jorgensen that the trouble is very deep-rooted in the cells of your body. Outwardly, you have many of the sex characteristics of a man. You were declared a boy at birth and you have grown up, so very unhappily, in the guise of a man. But inwardly, it is quite possible that you are a woman. Your body chemistry and all of your body cells, including your brain cells, may be female. This theory, which had its roots in Stinich's guinea pig experiments and subsequent animal experimentation, remained untested in humans even though, by 1950, rudimentary sex change surgeries had already been carried out in more than one European country, on both male-bodied and female-bodied individuals. But European views on these matters were not generally accepted, or well advertised, in the United States. Meanwhile, in Denmark, Dr. Hamburger was looking for a human guinea pig, and he found one in the young American who had traveled to Europe to seek the knowledge and understanding that he hadn't been able to find at home. It was a fateful meeting. Jorgensen recalls Hamburger's proposal in her autobiography. There are several questions about the interaction of the hormone which are not quite clear now, and I am very much interested in having you help me clear up these complicated matters. They can only be accomplished by observing a person over long periods of time. Since they are based on urinalysis, it will be necessary to collect specimens carefully, for several months or even a year, each and every day. You must guarantee you will cooperate fully in this, and be very accurate. Anxious for help, the young American agreed to become Hamburger's research subject. The first stage of the treatment involved discontinuing the oral doses of estradiol, and beginning a rigorous regimen of fluid collection. Hamburger's young patient was instructed to save every drop of urine excreted. Thus began a period in my life when I was never to be without a 2-quart bottle, discreetly concealed in a black bag, Jorgensen writes. I began to refer to it jokingly as my jordmortaske, which means midwife's bag in Danish. After Hamburger had established baseline levels of male and female hormones in Jorgensen's body by running tests on the urine, he began injections of high-potency estrogen. The first few injections brought my energy back up a startling rate, Jorgensen reports. The injections were then replaced by the administration of much higher oral doses of estrogen. By these methods of hormone administration, the male complement of my system was being suppressed into a slumbering state. I was undergoing what medical experts called a chemical castration. It was during this period that Jorgensen had her first plastic surgery, one that had nothing to do with sex but that corrected a condition that she had found a source of annoyance all of her life. She had her prominent ears, a source of lifelong teasing, pinned back. Miraculously, the complex I'd had for years disappeared almost overnight. I regarded it as a small victory, as it was the first conquest of one of the things I disliked about myself. At the same time, the high doses of estrogen were imparting added weight in the hips and some bust development, without any adverse effect on the pituitary, one of the doctor's concerns. Most important of all to Jorgensen, when the male chemistry was inert, I became alive and vigorous and felt fully capable of meeting my responsibilities and problems with competence. After 5 months, the doses of estrogen were halted so that the experimenters could assess their subjects' reaction to the withdrawal. The hormone tablets were discontinued for several weeks and I was upset physically and mentally as the male hormones, no longer suppressed, took over again. Almost at once the old fatigue and disturbing emotions returned, Jorgensen reports. Around this time, Hamburger sent his patient to see Dr. George Stirrup, a psychiatrist. Stirrup's job was to find some psychological explanation for his patient's desire to become a woman, some childhood trauma or emotional aberrations that would give me the cause. He never found one, and later told Jorgensen, I felt you could not be cured, psychologically. After many visits, it was finally clear to me. Jorgensen's physicians then applied to the Ministry of Justice for permission to surgically castrate their patient. Stirrup applied to the Medical Legal Council of the Ministry, submitting his findings together with those of Hamburger and the other physicians who had consulted on the case. Jorgensen too was asked to submit a letter, stating why the surgery was being requested. She closed the letter with a poignant plea, not only for herself but also for the unknown others who shared the mysterious condition, which her doctors were alternately calling genuine transvestism and psychic hermaphroditism. To return to my old way of life would destroy all my hopes and ambitions as well as my body. This operation would not only be helping me, but perhaps open a whole new field of investigation for similar cases. If you could really realize how desperately we, of my kind, need help. The last hurdle to surgery was cleared when Helga Pedersen, the Attorney General of Denmark, brushed aside the reservations expressed by the Ministry of Justice about performing a castration on someone who was not even a citizen of Denmark. The operation was performed on September 24, 1951. Soon after the surgery, Jorgensen wrote to the Angelos, as you can see by the enclosed photo, taken just before the operation, I have changed a great deal. Half the time, people in shops call me Miss or MRS and it doesn't embarrass me because I'm not afraid of people anymore. As the months flew by and autumn turned to winter and then to spring, Jorgensen continued her daily visits to the Serum Institute and her consultations with Dr. Hamburger. In May, she visited the American Embassy in Copenhagen for another momentous step, changing her sex on her passport. Presenting letters from her doctors and the Ministry of Justice, Jorgensen was greeted cordially by Mrs. Eugenie Anderson, the American ambassador to Denmark, who inquired what name Jorgensen wished to submit to Washington for the new passport. I admit the question didn't take me by surprise, for I'd given it much thought in the previous year and to me the choice was a logical one. Dr. Hamburger was the man to whom I owed so much, above all others. I transposed his first name, Christian, into the feminine Christine, a name which I'd always thought attractive. Thus, my new name of Christine Jorgensen. When the new passport arrived, Jorgensen felt free at last to take my place in the outside world, and for the first time appeared in public in feminine attire. In June, she wrote the most important letter of my life, to her parents, which a visiting aunt promised to hand-deliver. In the letter, Christine first tells her parents that she is happier and healthier than ever before in my life, before offering a brief lesson in endocrinology. In a famous phrase, reprinted months later in hundreds of newspapers, she says, "Nature has made a mistake, which I have corrected, and I am now your daughter." The shocked but supportive Jorgensens responded with a telegram, letter and pictures received. "We love you more than ever. Love, Mom and Dad." In November 1952, Christine once again entered Riggs Hospital, in Copenhagen, for the second stage of her transformation, which she defined as removal of the immature sex organs, or penis. 10 days after the surgery, as she lay recuperating in her bed, she was handed a telegram by a young woman who identified herself as a reporter for Information, a Danish newspaper. Filled with a kind of unknown dread, I reached out to take it from her hand, and read the message, Bronx GI. Becomes a woman. Dear Mom and Dad, son wrote, I have now become your daughter. A family friend, someone to whom her parents had confided their secret, had sold the story to the newspapers. To me that message was a symbol of a brutal and cruel betrayal, Jorgensen writes years later. A lifetime of agonizing unhappiness, 2 years of medical treatment and 2 surgical operations had been telescoped into a couple of succinct lines on a telegraph form, and I knew without being told that it would go far beyond that hospital room. By the time the 24-year-old photographer returned to the United States, in February 1953, after 2 life-transforming years abroad, she was arguably the most famous person in the world. More news stories were filed on Christine Jorgensen in 1953 than on any other single individual or event. A private decision, arrived at after much soul-searching and struggle, had become a public scandal. One of the people who read about Jorgensen's surgery in the New York newspapers was Harry Benjamin, but unlike most Americans, Benjamin was not surprised. Beginning in the 30s, he had begun spending his summers in San Francisco, living at the Sir Francis Drake Hotel and seeing patients in the office building across the street. In 1945, he met the American sex researcher Alfred Kinsey, and like many other friends and colleagues, had his sex history taken by the Kinsey researchers. In 1948, while conducting interviews at the hotel, Kinsey met a young man who wanted, as he said, to become a girl, and his mother supported him in this. Kinsey had never seen a case like this, and it was new even for me, Benjamin recalls in an interview years later. It went well beyond the by then recognized transvestism. The concept of transsexualism did not yet exist. It only gradually took shape in my thinking, not least because of this first case. Like Jorgensen, this patient, referred to as Barry in Benjamin's case studies, had from his earliest childhood felt that he was in fact a girl, and after reading about operative procedures which feminized men had pressed his parents to find a surgeon who performed such operations. Unlike Jorgensen, however, Barry became emotionally disturbed when he was unable to fulfill this desire and had been institutionalized by the courts when his frustration erupted into violence. Barry was taken by his parents to see Alfred Kinsey in 1948, when the famous sex researcher was taking case histories at the Sir Francis Drake Hotel. Kinsey, whose previous research had not prepared him for Barry, sent the boy to Benjamin, then seeing patients in the same hotel. Benjamin's first inclination was to send the boy to a psychiatrist, but he soon discovered that this was not a good idea, says Christine Wheeler. When asked whether or not castration and peyotomy were indicated for the very effeminate boy, the psychiatrists disagreed among themselves, Benjamin says. Some were for it, others were against it. He started the boy on a course of hormones, which had a calming effect, but was unable to find a urologist in the United States willing to perform surgery. He advised the boy, and his mother, to travel to Germany for the operation. When the Jorgensen story broke, in 1953, Harry Benjamin was 67 years old and looking forward to retirement. He had enjoyed a long and a productive career, and as his geriatric patients died, he stopped acquiring new ones. He recruited Virginia Allen, a doctor's wife whom he had met at a meeting a few years earlier, to help him slowly phase out his practice. He invited me for drinks at the Sulgrave Hotel and told me he felt he had only a few years left and wanted to spend them quietly in a retirement practice, Allen recalled at the memorial that was held following Benjamin's death, in 1986. However, things didn't work out quite the way that Benjamin had planned. At the memorial, Virginia Allen recalled the day that she stumbled upon a cache of patient folders that she found particularly puzzling. While arranging files one day, I asked, "What are these few records off by themselves? They seem so strange. The patients have male and female names." HB sighed, "They're transsexuals and transvestites, some referred by Kinsey. Not much is known about them. Why don't we do something with them, since we have so much time?" I asked. He nodded and said, "Yes, that may be very good. They are sad people and deserve help, but they make everyone, even other doctors, so nervous and uncomfortable. Bring the records in here and we'll go over them." And so it began. Benjamin began seeing patients referred by Kinsey and others, including a husband and wife who had been married to each other twice the second time, in reversed gender roles. His remaining geriatric patients were not happy about the new crop of patients, and his long-awaited retirement had nearly materialized when Christine Jorgensen suddenly burst onto the scene, thoroughly upsetting his plans. In December 1952, Benjamin wrote to one of his transsexual patients, an artist named Doris, with whom he had carried on a long and animated correspondence. "The papers here are full of the Jorgensen case, the boy who went to Denmark to be operated on and is now coming back as a girl. I'll probably see the party when she returns home." At the Benjamin Memorial, in 1986, Christine Jorgensen described the circumstances under which the two pioneers had met. Returning home from Europe in 1953, she said, she encountered a mountain of mail, and I do mean a mountain, thousands and thousands of letters, many of which were from people who had problems that were similar to mine. In that mountain of mail was a letter from Harry Benjamin, whom I had never heard of before, and he told me that he was guiding people and so forth in the direction of transsexuality. And would I contact him, which indeed I did. Describing Benjamin as a godsend, Jorgensen recalled that I could recommend Harry to all these thousands of people who contacted me, because I didn't know where to recommend people to go. There were no gender identity clinics, there was no place for them to go. So suddenly the deluge fell onto poor Harry's shoulders. And a deluge it was. When he met Christine Jorgensen, and began monitoring her hormones and later sending her to see Los Angeles urologist Elmer Belt for the final stage of her surgery, Benjamin had treated fewer than a dozen transsexual patients. By the time he finally closed his practice, 25 years later, in 1978, he had seen more than 1,500 patients. It sometimes seems that every transsexual person in America in the 60s and 70s somehow found their way to Benjamin's office, even before the publication of The Transsexual Phenomenon, in 1966. In The Transsexual Phenomenon, Benjamin seeks to dissipate some of the scientific and public ignorance shrouding the subject of gender variance. Early in the book he refers to Hirschfeld's research on transvestism at the Institute for Sexual Science, but he quickly distinguishes transvestism and transsexuality as clinical entities. The transsexual, TS, male or female, is deeply unhappy as a member of the sex, or gender, to which he or she was assigned by the anatomical structure of the body, particularly the genitals. To avoid misunderstanding, this has nothing to do with hermaphroditism. The transsexual is physically normal, though occasionally underdeveloped. These persons can somewhat appease their unhappiness by dressing in the clothes of the opposite sex, that is to say, by cross-dressing, and they are, therefore, transvestites too. But while dressing would satisfy the true transvestite, who is content with his morphological sex, it is only incidental and not more than a partial or a temporary help to the transsexual. True transsexuals feel that they belong to the other sex, not only to appear as such. For them, their sex organs, the primary, testes, as well as the secondary, penis and others, are disgusting deformities that must be changed by the surgeon's knife. This attitude appears to be the chief differential diagnostic point between the two syndromes, sets of symptoms, that is, those of transvestism and transsexualism. Benjamin created a chart, the Sex Orientation Scale, based on the Kinsey Rating Scale for homosexuality. In the Kinsey scale, a completely heterosexual person is ranked 0, and a fully homosexual person 6. A person who is equally attracted by either sex would be a 3. In the Benjamin scale of transvestism/transsexuality, there are 6 types, which together make up 3 groups of progressively gender-variant individuals. Group 1 includes the 3 types of transvestite, pseudo, fetishistic, and true, who cross-dress to varying degrees and for varying reasons. Only the final type, the true transvestite, expresses an interest in estrogen therapy or surgery, and this interest tends to be of an experimental nature. Group 2 includes only one type, the non-surgical transsexual, a person who wavers between TV and TS, cross-dressing as often as possible with insufficient relief of his gender discomfort. This non-surgical transsexual will be likely to request hormones for comfort and emotional balance, Benjamin writes, but while he finds the idea of sex reassignment surgery attractive, he will not pursue it with the intensity of the latter 2 types. Group 3, true transsexuals of moderate or high intensity. These individuals tend to feel trapped in the wrong body, according to Benjamin, and will hope for and work for sex reassignment surgery. The major difference between these final 2 types is that the true transsexual, high intensity, doesn't just dislike his genitals, he despises them and may attempt to mutilate his sex organs or commit suicide if unable to achieve his goals. Like Hirschfeld, Benjamin focuses mainly on male-bodied persons in his book, even though he knew and treated female-bodied persons as well. He does include a final chapter on the female transsexual, but as with Hirschfeld, his interest in these persons appears somewhat secondary. He notes that in his practice, the proportion of male to female transsexuals to female to male transsexuals is 8:1, though he defers to the 3:1 estimate of Christine Jorgensen's physician, Christian Hamburger, based on the letters from around the world that Hamburger received after the Jorgensen case was publicized. Hamburger received 465 letters from individuals desiring sex change surgery in the months following the Jorgensen media blitz, with 3 times as many men as women requesting help. Benjamin notes the paradoxical fact that though Gallup polls report that in our culture about 12 times more women would have liked to have been born as men than vice versa, many fewer female-bodied persons requested sex reassignment surgery. Like male-bodied transsexuals, female-bodied transsexuals resent their sexual morphology, especially the bulging breasts, says Benjamin, noting that his female patients frequently bind them with adhesive tape until a plastic surgeon can be found who would reduce the breasts to a masculine proportion. Most of his female-to-male patients also requested a total hysterectomy, including removal of the ovaries, and treatment with androgens. The latter request was relatively easy to fulfill, though the former was more difficult, because of the unwillingness of most surgeons to remove healthy organs. Of the 20 female-to-male patients Benjamin reports on in his book, only 9 underwent hysterectomy, at an average age of 35. 5 of those patients also underwent mastectomy, Another 5 patients underwent only mastectomy without hysterectomy. 16 of the patients were taking testosterone, which eventually produces a physical state resembling pseudohermaphroditism, enlarged clitoris, body hair, etc., Benjamin reports. In the transsexual phenomenon, Benjamin's compassion for his patients comes through clearly, although the distancing language of science and traces of paternalism can work to disguise this. As a result of his age and personal history, Benjamin was able to offer not only a clinical perspective on the subject, but also historical parallels to the resistance that he and other clinicians had encountered in their attempts to help transsexual patients. Near the end of the book he recalls his youth in Berlin and the fate of another pioneer. 50 years ago, when I was a medical student in Germany, plastic surgery began to shape noses and perform face-lifting operations for cosmetic purposes. I remember a surgeon in Berlin who specialized in nose operations. His name was Joseph and he was referred to as the Nasen Joseph, Nose Joseph. He was bitterly criticized for what he did. Surgeons such as he were refused membership in medical societies and were branded as quacks by some of their particularly orthodox colleagues. And then, sex was not even involved. Though he doesn't say so explicitly, Benjamin must have been aware that criticisms of Nasen Joseph stemmed from discomfort with the manner in which rhinoplasty was perceived as facilitating another kind of passing from Jewish to German. As a foreign physician, Benjamin understood exclusion. Although he was invited by friends to deliver presentations at the New York University School of Medicine in 1963, at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine in 1964, and at Stanford University in 1967, his academic affiliations were limited, and throughout most of his career his practice remained isolated and unconnected, said Christine Wheeler. His insights and achievements seem all the more remarkable in light of these facts. Benjamin understood that you couldn't separate the body from the mind, Christine Wheeler says, and he looked forward to the day when an organic understanding of transsexualism was possible. He always held out hope that the biological key would be found, she says, but he also believed that we didn't have the tools to understand it at the time he was working. Benjamin was a product of his age, Wheeler says, and some of his views have been revised by later researchers and clinicians. His attitude about surgery is one of them. According to Benjamin, you weren't a true transsexual if you didn't desire surgery, Wheeler says, whereas Wheeler, who has been in practice for 33 years, has many clients who move in and out of transition, according to what feels safe at the time. She also sees about a dozen people who have lived in their birth sex their entire lives but who decided in their 60s and 70s that they couldn't go to their graves without talking with someone about their lifelong gender dysphoria. They've never cross-dressed, they've never taken hormones, she says. Are they transsexuals? Not in Benjamin's view, but a new generation of clinicians and activists might argue differently. Wheeler, along with her colleague Leah Schaefer, is the guardian of Benjamin's archives, the voluminous patient records, correspondence, and other products of a lifetime of writing and research on 2 continents. This archive will provide a rich trove of data for future historians and other scholars. Someday, a biography of Harry Benjamin, far more than the brief sketch of his work in this chapter, will illuminate the significance of his research not only for transgendered people seeking a solution to their personal difficulties, but toward a broader and more comprehensive scientific understanding of sex and gender in the 20th century. Treating the gender dysphoric person was ultimately the sum total of all of Benjamin's previous interests and knowledge. One might say his work in the field was an accident for which he was totally prepared, Schaefer and Wheeler wrote in 1995. The course and events of Benjamin's professional life were destined to crown a career that would unlock the door to an area of study that would have the most profound implications for our understanding of human nature and would change the lives of countless people forevermore. Transsexual people themselves often express a less adulatory, though still generally positive, view of Benjamin and his accomplishments. Susan Stryker calls him a genial old paternalist, a really nice guy who cared about his clients and saw himself as doing what he could to help. Really going above and beyond the call of duty in trying to arrange surgery for people, really compassionate. Still, Benjamin could also be very sexist and elitist and condescending to people, Stryker says. He called trans women his girls and he would only work with, take under his wing, the ones he thought were really attractive. Nonetheless, like his predecessor, Hirschfeld, Benjamin did a lot of good progressive political work, Stryker says. His office was in San Francisco's Union Square, and many of his patients lived and worked in the Tenderloin, the city's notorious red light district. She adds, though I have not been able to confirm this, that Benjamin also served as clap doctor for some of the best whorehouses in town and that he performed abortions for the city's elite Pacific Heights crowd. If you look at some of these early sexologists, the people who are involved in doing transsexual/transgender work also tend to be involved in abortion rights and in prostitution rights, Stryker says. Benjamin and sexologist colleagues such as Kinsey were sexual pragmatists, Stryker says, whose attitudes can best be summarized as people fuck, and they fuck in lots of ways, get over it. Some people dress in different ways, get over it. Like Hirschfeld, Benjamin refrained from judging his patients/clients. He was aware that many dabbled in prostitution, for example, admitting in the transsexual phenomenon that the unfortunate fact that a number of patients went into prostitutional activities right after their operations has turned some doctors against its acceptance as a legitimate therapy. He quotes a urologist who told him, "I don't want a respectable doctor's clinic to be turned into a whorehouse." Such a physician, Benjamin says, may enjoy the feeling of being on the side of the angels, but he scarcely has ethics or logic for support. Should a physician refuse to heal the injured right hand of a pickpocket because he may return to his profession and perhaps forge checks besides, he asks. Should a urologist for argument's sake decline to treat sexual impotence because a cure may induce the patient to start an illicit love affair, or, if married, lead him to adultery? Benjamin concludes that the responsibility of the physician is to heal, not to judge the morals or behavior of his patients. A doctor could hardly be held responsible, and should not hold himself responsible, for what a patient will do with his regained health. That is none of his business. Such an attitude could lead to endless absurdities, as the above examples show. This attitude was quite rare among physicians encountering transsexual and transgendered patients throughout the latter decades of the 20th century, and remains rare today. Nearly every transgendered person I spoke with had experienced some painful interaction with a healthcare provider, most often a doctor, whose distaste for gender-variant people was hardly disguised. In Trans Liberation, Beyond Pink or Blue, the author and activist Leslie Feinberg describes a series of such encounters, one of which culminated in a physician shoving his hands down her pants and shouting, "You're a freak." Whatever Harry Benjamin's flaws, he was at least cognizant of the fact that his Hippocratic oath applied to all his patients, not just the normatively gendered ones. Benjamin died in August 1986, at the age of 101. His friend Christine Jorgensen, for whom he felt immense respect and gratitude, outlived him by only 3 years, dying of bladder cancer at the age of 62. In the introduction to the transsexual phenomenon, Benjamin pays tribute to Jorgensen in words that echo the praise of his own friends and colleagues at his memorial service. Without her courage and determination, undoubtedly springing from a force deep inside her, transsexualism might still be largely unknown, certainly unknown by this term, and might still be considered to be something barely on the fringe of medical science. To the detriment, if not to the desperation, of the respective patients, the medical profession would most likely still be ignorant of the subject and still be ignoring its manifestations. Even at present, any attempts to treat these patients with some permissiveness in the direction of their wishes, that is to say, change of sex, is often met with raised medical eyebrows, and sometimes even with arrogant rejection and/or condemnation. And so, without Christine Jorgensen and the unsought publicity of her conversion, this book could hardly have been conceived. In a 1953 letter to Benjamin, written soon after they met, Jorgensen explained why she had overcome her initial resistance and was beginning to speak to the media and accept offers to perform in nightclubs, in other words, to embrace her notoriety, rather than running from it. "As you know, I've been avoiding publicity, but this seems the wrong approach. Now I shall seek it so that Christine will become such an average thing in the public mind that when the next Christine comes along the sensationalism will be decreased. You know what I'm trying to do is not as great as the big medical discoverers in the past, but it will be a contribution. With God's help and those who believe as you do, I know this will be a step into the future understanding of the human race. I wonder where there are more who join us in this struggle. Conversation with Alicia Brevard. Alicia Brevard is an actress and writer. A graceful woman in her 60s, in 2001, Brevard published a memoir, The Woman I Was Not Born to Be, in which she describes her childhood in Tennessee, her pre-transition years in San Francisco, performing as Lee Shaw at the famous drag club Finocchio's, and her post-transition life and career as an actress and a Playboy bunny in Hollywood. Brevard, who transitioned in 1962, is a member of the first generation of Americans who underwent sex reassignment surgery, a group whose belief that one's identity as a transsexual is left behind in the surgical suite has been increasingly challenged by a later generation. Q. Do you have any childhood memories of the big media splash surrounding Christine Jorgensen's return to the United States after her surgery in Denmark? Was she an inspiration to you? Did you ever meet her? I never met Ms. Jorgensen, nor can I even say that she was a true inspiration for me when contemplating my own surgery. The media frenzy that accompanied Christine's arrival at New York International Airport February 13, 1953, actually had a decidedly negative effect on me as a high school freshman. The hoopla surrounding the Jorgensen gender transformation focused an unflattering spotlight on me as an overly feminine teenager. "Buddy must have caught what Christine has," was my classmates' taunting chant for several weeks at Truesdale County High. I wasn't thrilled to have my carefully constructed mail cover blown by Christine Jorgensen's high-powered publicity splash. I felt exposed. I felt very threatened. I was not yet aware that I was Christine's transgendered sister. I'd always believed I was meant to be a girl, but the jokes, horror, and general commotion that surrounded Christine Jorgensen's transition kept me from believing I might be a girl like America's first transsexual. Q. One of the things I found so refreshing about your memoir was your honesty. Some of the earlier transsexual memoirists like George N. were so circumspect, because of the times the authors were writing in. They really couldn't discuss their sex lives, for example. But you really don't pull any punches. You put it all out there. I've heard that. And I'm flattered. That's what I wanted more than anything. If I'm taking this step, and coming forward at long last, I must be honest, and I can't sugarcoat anything. Q. One of the things I've found interesting as I've been conducting my research is the conflicted relationship between homosexuality and transsexuality. Christine Jorgensen and many other early transsexuals were adamant about insisting that they were not homosexuals. One of the things I found unique about your book is that you admitted that you were a gay man. Perceived to be a gay man. But I didn't think that was the case. Before I met Dr. Benjamin, well, you wear the badges that are available at the fair and that's what was available. I was not popular in the gay bars, and the men who were attracted to me were attracted because of the image I projected on stage. I was just too ultra for the gay community. If an interested potential partner thought that you believed it, that you were female, that's the difference. If it were bigger than life, drag, a parody of femininity, that's camp. Then, that was okay. Q. Did you feel comfortable in the gay community before your transition? No. I did not feel comfortable in the community. I do more so now, actually. Adore it, really. Because I've become an icon. I went to a book reading in San Francisco, and there was a very interesting young man who came by and said, "This book is so important to me because the movement in the gay community is now to exclude those of us who want to cherish our femininity." And I thought, yes. Because here he was in a lumber shirt and the whole thing. I view that as almost criminal. We just must learn to let people be as they are. The whole impersonation thing also drag queens. The community has turned on those representatives of the Stonewall era. They are ashamed of them now. Q. you were a patient of Dr. Harry Benjamin. You met Dr. Benjamin when you were working at Finocchio's? Yes. Started hormones, did all that. And of course with his rules and regulations, generally you have to dress in the clothing of your preferred gender for a time, but I didn't because I was working at Finocchio's. Q. And he referred you to your surgeon, Dr. Elmer Belt? Yes. Q. Can you tell me a little about Dr. Benjamin, as you knew him? He was doing extremely well in the early 60s. He had offices in Paris, New York, and San Francisco. As much as he did for me, and as much as I appreciate what he did for me, well, we were referred to as his girls, and then there were RGS, real girls. And it has only recently struck me that if we had our druthers, and in a perfect world, that distinction would not be there. And I question his putting it there. I was wondering what he really was thinking. He was very kind, very gentle, very embracing, but I'm not sure that he really got it, as I perceived it. But I don't think that we could have expected any more at the time. Q. At the time you transitioned, there was no real transgender community. You pretty much transitioned in isolation, didn't you? Well, I did have friends. Laughs. Q. But you had no sense of being part of a movement? Oh, good God, no. I would have run from that. Q. Did Benjamin's clients, patients, children? Laughs. Q. Did you keep in touch with one another? Pretty much so. For example, my friend Charlotte, whom I mention in the book. She was stepmother to 3 children. We ran around as couples, and of course neither husband knew. Q. You were married 3 times and none of them knew about your surgery when you married. I just didn't see the need to share that information. And actually still don't. It just seems to me that you are cutting out problems for yourself, if you say, before we go any further, I must share this with you. And then you have your first fight, and you think, had I not told him, would we have had this fight? What is he thinking? Is he judging me? Now if you are secure enough in yourself, perhaps you don't go through that. I've never been that secure. Q. So when do you tell? If you wait until after the fact, and I have experience with this, that's worse. That can really be seen as betrayal. I don't have any answers with any of this. I would hate to be with a man and worry that he was with me because he couldn't quite accept homosexuality. And all those nagging ugly little thoughts. You buy your ticket and take your chances. Q. Do you think things were easier when you transitioned? No doubt about it. People did not know what to look for. There were so few of us, as I'm fond of saying, very few transsexual houses on the block. Forget community, there were few houses on the block. And the people that I knew were friends, for example, my friend Stormy that I write about in the book. She was a vivid character. But she also was very fortunate in that she was beautiful. And I don't mean to say that everyone must be. But passing, or blending, being able to survive in the world of your choice, is extremely important. I just don't see running up flags and banners to say, we're different. Because that's what they are saying to me, we're different than you are. And I don't feel different. I went too far by denying my history. But I have discovered that when I was teaching locally and the word went out about my transsexuality, the principal said, why should I be upset? Come back next year. That is because I have done my job well. I have presented myself respectfully, with some decorum. I would hate to be seated here with you and have a representative of the TG community come in and make a spectacle. It would make me feel embarrassed, but I would feel the same way if anyone came in and made a spectacle. It takes us back rather than pushing us forward. Q. You haven't had the sense that you were discriminated against in your own life. I was discriminated against when I was perceived to be a gay man. But after that, no. I mean, granted, there have been situations where a love of my life whom I had shared this information with said, I can't stay. But he didn't hit me upside the head. This was his choice. And that could have been based on any number of things. So, no, I don't feel discriminated against. But others do feel discriminated against. I understand that. When I first came here, I went to a support group, thinking that I could be a great deal of help. I was pretty much rejected by that group because what I was saying was, my training is how to walk, how to sit, how to use makeup, and they were saying, we are who we are, and society has to learn to accept us this way. And I don't think society has to do anything, nor does society owe us anything. Your view is not a popular one in today's trans community. I'm sure that many don't want to hear it. They don't. I'm not out there sharing this. But this is very important to me because I feel that what Dr. Benjamin labeled I started to say started, but we know that's not true, but he put a focus on something that he happened to call transsexual, though it has little or nothing to do with sexuality. But his dream for us was that we should be able to fulfill our dream. That we go into society, that we blend and go on with our lives, and so it is an affront to me when I hear people say, we want to shock. We want to, in my estimation, be as offensive as possible. There are not many of me around. They're dying off. And the others that are preaching the same gospel are not coming forward. They're comfortable in the life they've chosen. And I think I do probably tiptoe around that subject in the book. It disturbed me to see, well, we had no political agenda, and to see people getting mileage out of just being transgendered. This is something that you are. I personally see it as Benjamin saw it, something that happened during that hormonal bath, and it's just something that we have to correct. Just like you have to get rid of your appendix, this is just something else we have to get rid of. Over the years it seems to me, and I know that this sounds harsh, almost any troubled being thought they could put on a dress and say, here's a comfortable label. Because in the beginning we were medical problems, and there was a bit of understanding and sympathy, and I think that we attracted a lot of troubled people. That's not politically correct at all, but I've seen it. And I just say, these are not our brothers and sisters. And I have to say that is more true for our sisters. By and large, I don't think that I've ever met an FTM that I don't just adore. When did you first encounter the transgender movement? I had not heard that term, transgendered, until about 2 years ago. Transsexual I knew. I find it all very interesting. Sunday, I went to a group here called Mountain Women, predominantly lesbian identified. One of the women wanted to hold hands and say, we're not men, we're not women, we're just beings who are experiencing this day. And I thought, now I don't know how much alcohol it took her to get there, but isn't that a lovely philosophy? If we all felt that way, I think that maybe that's where we are moving as a species. It would be a great move for women, wouldn't it, to have that power? But I'm disturbed that my brothers and sisters still need to label themselves, rather than just saying, I am changing to the gender of my choice, and that's all there is to it. We do not need to unite, we do not need to do anything, or even ride in the gay pride parade. What is this? I don't feel any more gay than the man in the moon. I just don't get it. But then I think perhaps I've been extremely lucky that I was allowed to be. I wasn't labeled. I could go on with my life. Of course, coming from Dr. Benjamin's point of view and reference, the objective is to get this out of the way and go on to join the mainstream. So it disturbs me, not a major disturbance, but still that there is a movement that's saying there's a third gender here. I think we're all on a continuum anyway, a mix of male and female. Just stop being so goddamn intellectually smug about this whole thing. At the same time, I don't want people in the transgender movement being slaughtered. When you first came out to California, you began working at Finocchio's, the famous drag club in San Francisco. Yes, Finocchio's was definitely a training ground. But as good as Finocchio's was for me, it was merely a stepping stone. My life actually began in 1962, with surgery. It was a rebirth, truly. Everything prior to that was in preparation for a better life. I didn't know what that better life was going to be, or how I was going to get there, but I was very aware of not being comfortable in the life I was living. This was not me. I had that brief time span on stage at Finocchio's, when people applauded and said, ooh and ah, but that was as close as I had ever gotten to what I wanted. But that was only on the stage, not off. But going into television on the Red Skelton show, that was really show business. I had worked prior to the show and had done a movie called The Love God with Don Knotts. I got an agent, took acting lessons, then did a thing called The Female Bunch, with Russ Tamblyn, which is today a cult classic, but is so tacky, so terrible. I think I tell the story in the book, that because we didn't want to sleep with the Grips, my girlfriend and I passed ourselves off as lesbians, and because of that, the dialogue was pretty much being invented as we went along, and the dialogue did take on a very lesbian overtone. Laughs, and it was one of the first. Then I went to work at the Ambassador Hotel, and that led to the Skelton show. Usually you reverse that order, you do stage and then television and film, but I did film first and then television. Then things really started to flower, with the Red Skelton show. I started getting quite a bit of work. I did a lot of early television. In fact, recently I was auditioning and a young director looked at my resume and said, "My God, you were there at the very beginning of television. You start feeling hair sprout from your ears and a cane." Laughs, but I was there doing all that variety show stuff. I did the Andy Williams Show, and Leslie Uggams and Dean Martin. The Partridge Family. A skunk had gotten on the bus, and so Danny goes around to get costumes for the family with a cigarette girl or something in Vegas, and he's trying to get me out of my costume. I also did Night Gallery. When Rod Sarling interviewed me, he said, if I wanted a showgirl, I'd hire Kim Novak. If you pull any of that showgirl shit on me, I'm going to have you right out of there. Q. So you had a reputation as a showgirl. I did have that reputation. Well, I didn't dare try anything else. So I was walking around on stilts and in miniskirts and very breathy. Smiling a lot. Not just in film, but in real life also. Q. You were selling sexiness as a commodity. I don't even know that it was sexy. It was a particular look. Do you remember Little Annie Fanny, the cartoon? Big eyes and the lips and the little perky nose and the long legs. That was the image. It was just another version of drag. The ultimate drag queen was Mario Thomas. With the lashes and the hair. That whole image back then. I was very familiar with that. Once, when I was working at Finocchio's, I was going to work, and I saw Anne Margaret, standing on the corner in all of her glory. And it was the same act. Q. Did you have the political consciousness to make the connection back then? No, but I was shocked to discover that some of the people I considered to be the most beautiful women in the world were going through the same traumas that I was. We had the same goals, we were going about it the same way, we were going to private clubs in Beverly Hills, trying to be noticed, trying to be discovered, trying to find a sugar daddy. It was the same damn thing. Q. The life of a starlet. Exactly. And will somebody really love me for who I am? This was not transsexual, it was being a woman. Q. Did you enjoy your life as a starlet? I loved everything that went with it. The restaurants, the parties. People treat you with great, they might be snickering behind their hands, but I don't think they were at that time. I don't think the word bimbo had been invented yet, but we were invited just to decorate the tables. And with some of the syndicate, the attitude was just zip it if you're not going to say something that's airhead. Affects a breathy, dithery voice. What's your name again? I just can't remember names for the life of me. Q. Did you ever have a sense of they don't know all of me? No. I don't know whether that is because I have this theatrical mentality, that I can believe whatever. I think I'm a really good actress, because the character becomes very real for me. So I was still being the reflection in the eyes of those that wanted me. So I saw myself as they saw me. And it was very comfortable for me. Q. When did that start to change for you? I think that I came into my own when I woke up one day in my late 50s and realized that it seems like it was overnight that men have stopped turning around on the street to look. So it gave me the freedom to really deal with me. To see myself. It's part of this whole gender thing, I think. Now at 63, 64 in December, I get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and I never had to do that, and I'm stumbling down the hall, and as I pass a mirror and see myself, I think, I'm really happy with this body. It's sagging, it's falling, it's all of that, but it's me. And it's the me that I wanted to be. So maybe the stomach is breaching and maybe the boobs are sagging, but it feels genuine. Q. So your experience of aging is a woman's experience of aging? Yes. You know, a female friend of mine from the early years, whom I had not talked to in over 40 years, called after she read the book and said, I know you're writing about a transsexual experience, but you've written my story. And that's very important to me. And I think that's also extremely telling. We can label it any way we want to, but the experiences are the same. Q. One of the questions that I've asked everyone whom I've interviewed for the book is, what is gender? I don't even know what that means anymore, don't know that I ever knew what it meant. To me, how you are perceived dictates how you are treated, and I have been treated with the female experience. I've had some bad experiences. Part of that too is being raised in different times, not knowing that you have the option to make choices. My sisters, for example, were raised with the don'ts. I didn't have any of those, so I really made some serious mistakes. It took me a long time to realize that if the bar is closing and I'm in a really wonderful conversation that I want to continue, it does not mean that I can go to someone's apartment in the hope of continuing it. I'm a slow learner. Q. What is it that made you aware from early on that you were female despite what your body was telling you? For me, well, I've alluded earlier to this power structure, and that's how I explain it. I was very aware from a very early age that I did not want the responsibility that is inherent for the male. All of that, going off and fighting our wars and being responsible for keeping peace, I suppose. Protecting those you love. I wanted to be protected. Now maybe that's just weak, but as life has progressed and I recall what I have experienced and survived, I don't consider that to have been weak at all. It was just another way of viewing your function and your place in the world. I wanted to nurture, but I don't think that is necessarily transsexual. I think there are a lot of men who are happy being men, who feel the same way. So I have no idea what the gender issue is about. I thought for a long time that being male had to do with testosterone levels, and I still suspect that it does. But then we also have women who have higher testosterone levels, and I view them generally as expressing male energy. I don't think it's about genitalia at all. And that brings us back to those transgendered beings who say, I don't want to mutilate my body. I thought it was being very clever when I said in the book, there was nothing wrong with my body, except that it had a penis attached to it. I like that, but I think there is a lot going on beneath that statement. It didn't work for me, but that would have been like wearing a green hair ribbon when everything else was blue. It clashed. I think that's true. But it's just another bit of baggage. Each one of these choices has its own baggage. 4. Men and women, boys and girls. When I got to the carnival in Stroud, I walked around for a long while just looking at the exhibitions and trying to build up enough courage to ask someone for a job. Finally, I went to the Freak Side show and started a conversation with the barker. I told him that I was looking for a job and he said he'd see what he could do. He went inside the tent to talk with the show's owner and, after about 5 minutes, came out. We've got a spot for a half-man, half-woman person, he said, with a laugh. Do you think you can do it? Hetty Joe Star, My Unique Change, Baltimore, 1958. 2 years after Christine Jorgensen became an international celebrity, a Johns Hopkins psychologist named John Money began publishing a series of papers that were to have large consequences for intersexual and transsexual people, and for American society in general. Early in his career, Money's investigations into the psychology of intersexual patients convinced him that a person's deeply rooted sense of self as either male or female was largely formed not before but after birth, by a combination of factors, the primary one being the sex of assignment and rearing the way that one is raised. To use the Pygmalion allegory, one may begin with the same clay and fashion a god or a goddess, if certain conditions are met, he asserted. This theory was adopted not only by scientists and physicians, who used it to justify extensive surgical and hormonal manipulation of intersexual infants and children, but also by second-wave feminists who saw in Money's theory proof that women were socialized to be a second sex, weaker, more dependent, more emotional. Femininity and masculinity were defined as roles adopted by essentially androgynous beings. Before we don the socially constructed personae of male and female, advocates of Money's theory asserted, we are all the same. However, Money himself was no proponent of androgyny, quite the contrary. In Money's view, psychological health was entirely dependent on the development of an unambiguous identity as either a man or a woman. Money's research thus combined radicalism, the theory of psychosexual neutrality at birth, with a profound conservatism, emphasis on sexual dimorphism. We are still grappling with the effects of this paradoxical theory, which so deeply penetrated our culture, today. The research question that Money began to explore as a graduate student appeared simple, and unlikely to initiate sweeping social changes. What could or should be done to help those individuals born in bodies that defied traditional definitions of sex, such as the long-deceased and forgotten Herculine Barban? Children born with genital anomalies presented a clinical riddle. To the 18th century doctors who examined Barban, the presence of undescended testicles was proof that the girl was really a boy. But by the middle of the 20th century, the medical determination of sex had become decidedly more complex, no longer visible to the eye or the palpating hand of the physician. In 1948, Murray Llewellyn Barr, a Canadian geneticist, made the discovery for which he would later be nominated for a Nobel Prize. While carrying out experiments on nervous system cells of various mammals, Barr and a graduate student named Ewart George Bertram noticed that some of the cells contained small dark masses. Attempting to identify the masses, Barr discovered that they were present only in the cells of female animals. Later investigators would discover that these Barr bodies were in fact inactivated X chromosomes, switched off to prevent an overload of genetic information in the cell. Initially, Barr bodies were identified in biopsies of skin tissue, but in 1956, scientists realized that simply scraping some cells from the mucosa of the mouth would produce accurate results. Sex chromatin typing gave rise to a new science, cytogenetics, and a new method to determine sex. Intersexual and gender-variant persons were among the first to undergo genetic testing, and certain anomalies were revealed to be genetically caused. Others were found to have no apparent genetic basis. It was as a graduate student in the Harvard Psychological Clinic that I first became directly acquainted with the phenomenon of human hermaphroditism, Money writes in Gender Maps, published in 1995. He describes the case of a 17-year-old boy born with two undescended testes and external genitalia that resembled a vulva with a clitoridian organ instead of a penis. The boy was suffering from a condition then called testicular feminizing syndrome, but today known as androgen insensitivity syndrome, ACE, in which cells throughout the body of an XY child fail to respond to androgens. The child thus develops a female body shape and genitals. Prior to the discovery of a test to determine chromosomal sex, such children were usually raised as girls, though as adults they were infertile. Money's first intersexual patient had been reared as a boy after a sex reannouncement from female to male early in infancy on the advice of a wrongly informed physician who had promised surgical and hormonal treatment in the teenage years so as to allow the boy to become a man. No such treatment was available, but when doctors informed the 17-year-old seeking the promised treatment that he could instead live as a woman, it was an option too alien for him to contemplate, says Money. This first experience with an intersexual person led Money to recognize the possibility that the sex of the mind could be at odds with the visible sex of the body. It pointed clearly toward the principle of a discontinuity between the development of the body, from prenatal life through puberty as feminized and the development of the mental life as masculinized, despite the restrictions imposed on genital masculinity by anatomical and hormonal femininity. After completing his doctoral dissertation at Harvard, Hermaphroditism, an inquiry into the nature of a human paradox, Money joined the staff of the Pediatric Endocrinology Clinic at Johns Hopkins Hospital. A protege of Lawson Wilkins, often called the father of pediatric endocrinology, Money was recruited by Wilkins to work at Johns Hopkins as a psychoendocrinologist, a clinician/researcher whose primary goal was to develop an understanding of the mental and behavioral changes caused by treatment with hormones. At Johns Hopkins, Money's caseload of intersexual patients expanded to 60. His psychological evaluations of these 60 patients convinced him to abandon the unitary definition of sex as male or female, based on the commonly accepted criteria of either chromosomal or gonadal sex. Instead, he identified 5 prenatally determined variables of sex that hermaphroditic data had shown could be independent of one another: chromosomal sex, gonadal sex, internal and external morphologic sex, and hormonal sex, and a 6th postnatal determinant, the sex of assignment and rearing. To these 6 variables, Money added a 7th, one that had previously been absent from scientific and medical discussions of sex: gender role. The term gender role is used to signify all those things that a person says or does to disclose himself or herself as having the status of boy or man, girl or woman, respectively. It includes, but is not restricted to, sexuality in the sense of eroticism, Money writes in his first published paper on the topic at Johns Hopkins. The term gender role was conceived after several burnings of the midnight oil, says Money, and was originally conceptualized jointly as private in imagery and ideation, and public in manifestation and expression. In Gender Maps, Money confesses that in defining gender role he had in mind the example of an actor whose greatness derives from his becoming the character whose role he plays on stage. In the same way, he says, gender role belongs to the self, within, and concurrently manifests itself to others, without. A few months after the publication of that first paper in the Bulletin of the Johns Hopkins Hospital, Money published an expanded definition of gender role in an examination of some basic sexual concepts, The Evidence of Human Hermaphroditism, co-written with Joan and John Hampson. In this more fully articulated definition, gender role has expanded to include general mannerisms, deportment and demeanor, play preferences and recreational interests, spontaneous topics of talk and unprompted conversation and casual comment, content of dreams, daydreams and fantasies, replies to oblique inquiries and projective tests, evidence of erotic practices, and finally, the person's own reply to direct inquiry. More significantly, in this paper Money and the Hampsons first attempt to establish which of the other 6 variables is most significant in establishing gender role in intersexual patients, and produce an answer that was not only to profoundly alter the medical treatment of intersexual children, but also to sever the link between biological sex, as manifested in chromosomes, gonads, and external anatomy, and the newly developed concept of gender role. Money and the Hampsons based their findings on 76 intersexual patients treated at Johns Hopkins over a period of 4 years. They state early in the paper that the study's primary purpose is to explore the hypothesis first presented by Freud at the turn of the century that human beings are innately bisexual, that instinctive masculinity and instinctive femininity are present in all members of the human species, but in different proportions. Bisexuality in Freud's theory is a biological concept, not a description of a person's sexual orientation. It is an innate and constitutional psychic bisexuality, the presence of both male and female elements in each person, irrespective of reproductive anatomy. Money and the Hampsons chose to study intersexual people in order to ascertain if new and additional information relevant to the psychologic theory of sexuality might be obtained. From the very start they assumed that data obtained from intersexual people could be used to explain the process of gender differentiation in all people. A fatal assumption, some would later argue. The 1955 paper describes patients with a variety of clinical conditions, from true hermaphrodites who possess both testicular and ovarian tissue to various forms of simulant males and females whose external genitalia are somehow at odds with either their chromosomal or their gonadal sex, or who have ambiguous genitals. In each case, the researchers compare the sex of rearing with the other 6 variables to determine the weight of each in determining the person's gender role. In each case, they find that the influence of the sex of assignment and rearing trumped the competing variable. Of the 20 patients whose gonadal sex, ovaries or testicles, conflicted with their sex of assignment and rearing, only 3 rejected the sex they had been assigned at birth. Of the 27 people whose hormonal functioning and secondary sexual body morphology, breasts, body hair, body shape, were at odds with their sex of assignment and rearing, only 4 displayed ambivalence or anxiety about their assigned gender role. 23 of the 76 patients had lived for more than 2/3 of their lives with an obvious difference between the appearance of their genitals and their assigned sex, girls with penises, boys with vaginas. In all but one instance, according to Money and the Hampsons, they had accepted the gender role assigned to them at birth. The life experiences of this last group appeared to make a great impression on the researchers, one that produced a marked difference in the language used to describe them. Money, the primary author of the paper, uses subjective emotional language to describe the travails of the subjects with ambiguous genitalia. He writes, "There was considerable evidence that visible genital anomalies occasioned much anguish and distress. Distress was greatest in those patients whose external genital morphology flagrantly contradicted, without hope of surgical correction, their gender role and orientation as boy or girl, man or woman. Distress was also quite marked in patients who had been left in perplexed conclusion about the sex to which they belonged, in consequence either of personal or medical indecision, or of insinuations from age mates that they were half boy, half girl. Uniformly, the patients were psychologically benefited by corrective plastic surgery, when it was possible, to rehabilitate them in the sex of assignment and rearing." Contained in this single paragraph are the seeds of the 2 most significant outcomes of Money's research. First, the promotion of corrective surgery for intersexual persons, to normalize their genitalia and to save them from that perplexed conclusion about the sex to which they belonged. Second, the support of sex reassignment surgery for people whose external genital morphology flagrantly contradicted their gender role and orientation as boy or girl, man or woman. Add to that the paper's conclusion that the sex of assignment and rearing was better than any other variable as a prognosticator of the gender role and orientation established by the patients in this group, and one sees a virtual blueprint for Money's future career. Throughout the next 40 years, Money would continue to promote these themes in book after book, lecture after lecture. He insisted that a person could not be in it neither male nor female, nor both male and female, and that psychosexual well-being was dependent on developing a core sense of oneself as either a man or a woman. He declared that an individual's sense of being either male or female was heavily influenced by the way that one was perceived and treated by parents and other close family members in the first 2 years of life, and that the behavior of parents was in turn heavily influenced by the external genitalia of their newborn. Any ambiguity in the appearance of the child's genitals creates doubt in the minds of the parents about their child's sex, Money said, which is then transmitted to the child like a virus, poisoning his or her life with uncertainty. He avowed that gender role becomes not only established but also indelibly imprinted by around 18 months, and that by the age of 2.5 years, gender role is well established and inviolable. Using a metaphor that was to appear regularly in articles and books published throughout his career, in the 1955 paper Money compared the establishment of gender role through encounters and transactions with other people to the acquisition of one's native language. Once imprinted, a person's native language may fall into disuse and be supplanted by another, but is never entirely eradicated. So also a gender role may be changed, or resembling native bilingualism, may be ambiguous, but it may also become so indelibly engraved that not even flagrant contradictions of body functioning and morphology may displace it. By the time that Money and the Hampsons published their next paper, Imprinting and the Establishment of Gender Role, in the prestigious archives of neurology and psychiatry, they not only had established the crucial importance of the sex of assignment and rearing but also had begun to promote the recommendations that were to have such a profound impact on the lives of intersexual persons. A decision as to the sex of assignment and rearing of an intersexual infant must be made as soon as possible after birth, with uncompromising adherence to the decision throughout the child's life, they said. Moreover, the deciding factor in that crucial decision made in the first weeks of the child's life should be the morphology of the external genitals and the ease with which these organs can be surgically reconstructed to be consistent with the assigned sex. No matter the gonadal or chromosomal sex of the child, the appearance of the child's genitals and their amenability to surgical manipulation become the key issue in determining sex. Finally, the earlier the surgical reconstruction of the genitals is done, the better. Surgery thus became the solution to the riddle of gender. As the theories of John Money and his colleagues became increasingly influential, their views on the need for surgical intervention for intersexual children became standard practice. Those views are neatly summarized by Money himself in the second edition of his text Sex Errors of the Body and Related Syndromes. Before contemporary medical interventions, many children born with a birth defect of the sex organs were condemned to grow up as they were born, stigmatized and traumatized. It simply does not make sense to talk of a third sex, or of a fourth or fifth, when the phylogenetic scheme of things is two sexes. Those who are genitally neither male nor female but incomplete are not a third sex. They are a mixed sex or an in-between sex. To advocate medical non-intervention is irresponsible. It runs counter to everything this book stands for, which is to enhance health and well-being to the greatest extent possible. Enhancing the health and well-being of intersexual infants and children required a wide range of surgical and hormonal manipulations, all focused on transforming anomalous genitals into the standard model. Clitorises larger than the norm and penises smaller than 1 inch were amputated, so that the genitals could be shaped to look more like average male and female genitals. Testicles and ovaries were removed so that they would not secrete at puberty masculinizing or feminizing hormones at odds with the assigned sex. Adolescents were dispensed synthetic hormones, usually estrogen, to promote the development of a secondary sexual morphology to match their assigned sex. The bodies of intersexual children became a map, says historian Susan Stryker, on which was inscribed the Cold War view of sex: you are on one side or the other. I think that many other binaries were structured by that binary, says Stryker. Material conditions do affect ideology, not in a strictly Marxian way, but they're not unrelated, however complexly related they are. John Money's views on the need for surgical reconstruction for intersexual infants were to remain virtually unchallenged for decades. Though the goal of such surgery was ostensibly to maximize health and well-being, when intersexual people themselves began to speak out about the effects of these surgeries on their physical and emotional well-being, their testimony directly contradicted that of the psychologists and surgeons who had instituted the neonatal intersex protocol. In contrast with the health and well-being predicted by Money, intersexual patients suffered physical pain and scarring from repeated genital surgeries, and emotional torment as the secret of their births was withheld from them by parents trying desperately to adhere to the facade of normalcy. Very few genital anomalies were fixed by a single surgery in the weeks after birth. Instead, intersexual children often endured repeated surgeries and doctor visits focused on their genitals throughout childhood, often without any explanation by their parents or the physician about the nature of their problem. The secrecy created a deeply rooted feeling of shame and isolation, akin to that suffered by victims of childhood sexual abuse. Like sexual abuse victims, intersexual children suffered from an excess of adult interest in their genitals, and their privacy and bodily integrity were violated systematically by various healthcare providers over the years of treatment. In 1993, Cheryl Chase founded the Intersex Society of North America, ISNA, a support and advocacy group, which began to break down the walls of shame and secrecy that had imprisoned intersexual people, ending their isolation. At the first weekend retreat of ISNA, participants spoke eloquently of their rage and pain, and their videotaped conversation was distributed by ISNA under the title Hermaphrodites Speak. On the tape, participants lash out at both physicians and parents who, attempting to follow the advice that they uncompromisingly adhere to the sex of assignment, had concealed from the patients their medical diagnoses and histories even when surgeries and follow-up surgeries were performed in childhood, not infancy. I remember them removing my penis when I was 5. Oh, I'm sorry, one participant says mockingly, reducing it to the size of a normal clitoris. The participant was diagnosed at birth as a pseudo-hermaphrodite whose testes hadn't developed properly, giving me ambiguous genitalia, and the child's parents were told instead that their baby was a girl whose ovaries hadn't developed properly. Basically, the doctors lied to my parents, coercing them into letting the doctors perform plastic surgery, and giving me female hormones at puberty. Unlike many intersexual persons, this patient received counseling, which was, she says, more like brainwashing sessions in which they tried to convince me that I was a normal little girl. Another participant says, I was always led to believe that I was male. No one ever spoke to me at all about my state or condition, even though it was clear that his penis was not at all like those of other boys. I did have genital surgery in childhood, he says, though it was not called that. Another participant recalled that his own surgery, for hypospadias, incompletely differentiated penis, was presented to him as a hernia operation. For such a long time, I knew there wasn't something quite right, but it took me quite a while to figure out what it was, he says. Born with a too small penis with a hole somewhere near the end and a femininized scrotal sac, he says, I wish people would have just stopped helping me. Why do they insist on fixing things? Hopkins is where all this comes from, says one participant bitterly. In 2002, I sought out Dr. Paul McHugh, chair of the Department of Psychiatry at Johns Hopkins from 1975 to 2001 after John Money had repeatedly refused to speak with me, pleading old age and illness. McHugh frankly admitted that mistakes had been made. We're now seeing plenty of people who are saying, gee, why didn't you just let me alone, he says, adding that in his opinion, the best thing to do at that time would have been to let these kids grow up and see, to decide themselves, precisely the point made by intersex activists. He is nonetheless quick to point out that Dr. Money didn't do this out of evil. He was trying to think about what would be the best for the patients. But we didn't know enough, even though by that time the organizing force of prenatal hormones on the brain and on sexual behavior was well known in the animal literature, well established. Therefore, in my opinion, we should have held back. Dr. Ben Bars, the Stanford neurologist, proposed a different interpretation in our talk, one that acknowledges both the pioneering nature of Money's intersex research and its limitations. Money had an idea, a real hypothesis. He studied these issues and asked questions about them, and that's the way that science gets done. You ask a good question, then you propose a good hypothesis, and then you test the hypothesis. Money did that. And that was pioneering on his part, and I think that he deserves an enormous amount of credit. Unfortunately, the problems begin in the way that he collected his data and designed his studies, and it ended up being an anecdotal report. I think the big moral of the story, as Simon Levy has said, is that one should be careful about anecdotal evidence. The distinction that Bars draws between anecdotal evidence and hard data is an important one in science and medicine. It's the difference between story and statistics, between my telling you that an herb has alleviated my depression in a clinical trial with 1,400 patients showing that a placebo is just as effective as the herb 90% of the time. Most scientists greatly mistrust anecdotal evidence. Until anecdotal evidence is rigorously challenged by laboratory experiment or in a large clinical trial, it remains closer to myth than to fact. The puzzling thing about the intersex research that John Money and the Hampsons conducted in the 1950s is that anecdotal evidence based on a relatively small sample was quickly accepted and assimilated by physicians despite the paucity of hard data supporting their sweeping assertions. As Ben Bars asks, how could so many physicians, intelligent physicians, base so much treatment on one case study? By way of contrast, Paul McHugh points to research being conducted today by William G. Reiner, a pediatric urologist who advises a re-examination of the practice of sex reassignment of intersexual children. Reiner, says McHugh, is a wonderful pediatric urologist, and he's catching a lot of heat from people within the medical profession who have these very strong feelings about what should be done and why. But all he's trying to do is collect data, and that's what should have been done years and years ago. In a 1999 paper, Reiner indicates that his data show that with time and age, children may well know what their gender is, regardless of any and all information and child rearing to the contrary. They seem to be quite capable of telling us who they are, and we can observe how they act and function even before they tell us. This guy is terrific, says Ben Bars. He's getting some papers in the journals. He feels very strongly, based on his research, that to operate on intersexual people before they can tell you is a tremendous mistake. And this is based on hard data. Regretting that research like Reiner's was not being conducted 40 years ago, when the neonatal intersex protocol was being developed, Paul McHugh says that maybe if all that kind of data had been collected, we would have known better. We would have our feet more firmly on the ground. Scientific hindsight is, of course, not very comforting to intersexual people who have suffered a lifetime of physical and emotional pain as a result of the recommendations that began flowing from Johns Hopkins in the 50s. However, in one of those painful paradoxes that often characterize biomedical research, the same theory that created agony for the intersexual has helped make surgical and hormonal treatment for transsexual people more accessible. Although the surgical reconstruction of the anomalous genitals of intersexual children was becoming standard practice in 1965, the sex reassignment of genitally normal adults was still taboo. Christine Jorgensen was not the only American who sought what was then called sex change surgery in the 50s and 60s, far from it. As previously noted, Harry Benjamin alone saw more than 1,500 patients from 1953 until his retirement in 1978. No doubt thousands more were unable to find the help they sought, or were inhibited by shame from seeking help at all. Well-informed, well-connected, affluent people were able to travel overseas for medical assistance, but many who sought counseling, hormones, or surgery in the United States were turned away or, worse, subject to various forms of aversion therapy. My Unique Change by Hetty Jo Starr, published in 1965, attests to the enormous difficulties and challenges faced by transsexual people in this era, and testifies to the great strength of will and determination that were necessary to pursue a sex change. Like Christine Jorgensen and Alicia Brevard, Hetty Jo Starr, born Carl Hammonds in 1920, felt like a girl from a young age, but in Starr's case these feelings were reinforced by physical changes at puberty, including gynecomastia, or breast development. Besides the rounding out of my hips and the slenderness of my legs, when I got into a gym uniform the boys would whistle and say, "Ain't she sweet?" I noticed that my breasts were filling out. At first this didn't surprise me, because I assumed that this happened to everyone. But when I saw that this didn't happen to other boys, I was convinced that I was different from them physically as well as emotionally, Starr writes. The teenager's budding breasts were noticed by his mother, who took her child to a number of doctors, including a brain specialist who suggested an exploratory operation to see if I had female sexual organs. Though Mrs. Hammonds refused to consent to the surgery for fear of complications, the response of the physicians proved to my mother that beyond a doubt I was half man and half woman, Hetty Jo Starr writes in her autobiography. They proved her suspicions that my sissiness was really inborn femininity. The doctor's prognosis was discouraging to Mrs. Hammonds, though she concealed this fact from her child. Years later, Mrs. Hammonds confessed to Starr that a couple of the doctors who examined me said that I would probably not live past 35 because of my dual sexual nature. One doctor told her that even if I did live a normal lifespan, I would probably go insane. Instead, Carl Hammonds ran away at 17 to join a carnival freak show. Dragged back home by his disgusted father, the unhappy teen ran away again and found work as an exotic dancer in carnivals. Living and working as a woman, Hammonds took the name Hetty Jo Starr, and by age 24 she owned and performed in a traveling burlesque show called the French Follies. The first couple of years on the road I worked harder than I had ever done before. I painted the scenery for the show, created the dances, trained the girls, made their costumes, and even was the show's barker, Starr writes in her autobiography. By the end of 2 years the show had earned enough money so that I owned my own tent, costumes, scenery, truck, car, and a house trailer. I was proud of my achievement. Despite her business success, Starr had one overwhelming problem. She might look like a woman and feel like a woman, but she was not a woman beneath her G-string. Despite her great legs, her rounded hips, and the small breasts that she enhanced with falsies on stage, Starr had the genitals of a man, and those genitals were a source of torment to the dancer and to the men who fell in love with her. When it came time to reveal her secret to various lovers, Hetty Jo began the difficult conversation by telling them that she was a morphodite, a hermaphrodite or intersexual person before revealing the truth, that she had a penis, but no vagina. Starr's anatomy failed to intimidate her great love, a fellow carny named Red, and the two lived together for over 6 years. But eventually the relationship began to fall apart, and Hetty Jo placed the blame on her genitals. Red was a normal man with a normal sexual desire, and I was a physically abnormal woman with emotionally normal wants. I had the sex organs of a man but the sexual feelings of a woman. I knew I could never be fulfilled the way I was, nor could I possibly fulfill a man sexually. If I was ever to be happy, I had to be a woman completely. In 1956 Starr traveled to New York to see a female endocrinologist, who performed physical and hormone tests that led the physician to conclude that despite her male genitalia, Hetty Jo Starr was female and to recommend sex change surgery. The physician, whose name Starr does not reveal in her autobiography, brought in a number of other specialists, also unnamed, to examine her unhappy patient. My face was covered during the examination with a sheet. Then my doctor and her colleagues examined me. Later my doctor explained to me that what she was planning to do was illegal under New York law, which is the reason the other specialists she consulted wished to remain anonymous. It was all right, she said, for a doctor to straighten a cripple's twisted limbs, but not all right to straighten a sexual cripple. Starr's endocrinologist explained that there wasn't a single hospital in New York who would take the case. Her disappointment was somewhat assuaged by the intermediate steps the doctor suggested: administration of estrogen and breast enhancement surgery. I was disappointed that I couldn't have the operation immediately, but at least I knew I was heading in the right direction. I knew that eventually I would have the change, and that was all that really mattered. But more disappointments were to follow for Starr. Despite the feminizing effects of the hormones, and the testimony of 12 physicians in favor of sex change surgery for her, the New York State Medical Society refused to grant permission for the surgery a year later. The decision of the society was based not on medical or scientific criteria, but on a fear of legal action. In New York State, as in almost every other civic jurisdiction in the United States, it was illegal to surgically remove a man's testicles. These mayhem statutes, imported from English common law dating from the 16th century, forbade the amputation of any body part, fingers, toes, hands, or feet, that might prevent a male-bodied individual from being able to serve as a soldier. Although castration might not, strictly speaking, fall under the jurisdiction of the law, few American surgeons were willing to risk prosecution by becoming test cases. Christine Jorgensen circumvented the law by traveling to Denmark, where she had family and friends and knew the language. Hetty Jo Starr had neither the money nor the connections to make such a trip possible. In the 50s and early 60s, mayhem statutes were the single greatest obstacle faced by every transsexual person in America unable to travel overseas for surgery or locate one of the few surgeons willing to flout the law by performing surgery in the United States. On the advice of her endocrinologist, Starr tried another route. In November 1958, she took a train to Baltimore and presented herself to the researchers at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, who were becoming famous in medical circles for their work with intersexual children. Starr was hopeful that they would be able to help her, too. The hormone shots had done wonders. My testicles had all but disappeared. My penis had shrunk considerably. My physique was completely female. How could they refuse me? Starr's efforts to convince the Hopkins researchers that she was intersexual, and thus a suitable candidate for corrective surgery, failed. After 5 days of examinations at the hospital, she was sent home to await a letter. The letter arrived, dated February 24, 1959. Its author, possibly Money, though the name is obscured in Starr's autobiography, says that after he discussed Starr's case with Dr. Eugene Mayer, Dr. William Scott, Dr. Hampson, and Dr. Schaefer, the group's unanimous decision was to advise her not to go ahead with the conversion type of surgery that you seek. The decision of the committee was based on both medical and legal considerations. The studies that we have made would all indicate that your basic structure is anatomically male and that we would not be likely to find any evidence internally of ovaries or any female structures. The physicians feared that the narrowness of Starr's pelvis would make the creation of a vagina difficult, and the possibility of post-surgical urinary difficulties might handicap her ability to make a living as a dancer. We do realize that you are psychologically more comfortable in your role as a female and perhaps it would be wise for you to continue as you have in the past, the letter continues sympathetically. You deserve considerable credit for having been able to adjust as well as you have to some of the difficult situations that you have encountered in the past. Nonetheless, the committee had decided that there are numerous reasons from both your standpoint and from the standpoint of the surgeons involved that would suggest that the performance of this type of surgery might in actuality constitute mayhem, and you must consider that possibility quite seriously before embarking on such a program. Sympathetic or not, the letter was a heavy blow to Starr, who objected to the physicians' paternalistic approach and their assumption that they knew better than she where her best interests lay. I didn't feel any malice towards the doctors. After all, they were only doing what they considered best for me. But I was sure they were wrong. Not wrong as far as the possible medical consequences of the operation, rightly or wrongly, I felt their decision had been based more on moral, psychological, and legal reasons than medical reasons. Certainly there was a risk involved, but I felt that I should be the one to decide whether I wanted to take it or not. They were wrong to deny me this decision. But in denying it to me, they only increased my determination to do somehow, somewhere what I knew had to be done. Starr doggedly pursued her goal for the next 4 years, as her dancing career flourished and her romantic relationships continued to be sabotaged by the discrepancy between her gender and her anatomy. Eventually, she found her way to Harry Benjamin, who referred her to a California surgeon, most likely Elmer Belt, who could perform the surgery for about $4,000. Estimating the costs of the surgery, hospital fees, travel expenses, and associated expenses at approximately $6,000, Starr began saving. Then, early in 1962, a friend referred her to a doctor in Chicago, who examined me and told me immediately that he knew the man who could do the operation. Within a few minutes he had placed a call to a hospital in Memphis, Tennessee, and the appointment was made. After this doctor and 4 of his colleagues examined her, the unnamed Memphis surgeon informed her that the operation is extremely complex and, for that reason, dangerous. If the operation is a success, it is possible that you might never dance again. It is also possible that you might never walk. Also, it is extremely doubtful that you will ever be able to have a sex life. As if that weren't enough, the surgeon added that Starr might not survive the operation. Starr's reply was simple. Anything is better than living the misery I have lived my whole life. I realize it is a gamble, but the pot's too big not to take a crack at it. The surgery was performed the next day. The initial operation took 5 hours. 9 days later, one of Starr's doctors accidentally punctured her urinary tract during an examination, necessitating another 2-hour operation to repair the damage. 45 days later she left the hospital, and entered her future as a woman. Since the change and my adjustment to it, my life has flowered, she writes on the final pages of her autobiography. Each day I discover something about my new self. Each day I gain even more confidence in myself, more interest in myself, and above all, more self-respect. Life has taken on a new look. It has become something to be enjoyed and lived, rather than a burden to make the best of. Although Starr was eventually able to locate a surgeon in the United States willing to perform sex reassignment surgery despite the fear of mayhem laws, it is clear from her account of their meeting that her doctor was performing the surgery for the first time, and was far from confident about his ability to provide her with a functional vagina. Meanwhile, back in Baltimore, urologists and plastic surgeons at Johns Hopkins were perfecting their reconstructive techniques as they attempted to fulfill the evolving mandate to provide intersexual children and adults with normal genitals. John Money began to use his growing scientific reputation and the institutional power that it conferred to persuade his colleagues at Johns Hopkins that they ought to challenge the mayhem laws that prevented surgeons from matching the body to the mind, as Harry Benjamin once wrote, and begin performing sex reassignment surgery on adults. By the early 60s, Money had met Benjamin and, as Money said at the latter's memorial in 1987, he became my living link with early 20th century psychoendocrinology. He was my exemplar of the continuity of scholarly history and of the dependence of my own scholarship on that of my professional forebears. Money shared yet another tie with Benjamin. Like other pivotal figures in the mid-century study of gender variance, both were funded by a wealthy transsexual man named Reed Erikson. Like most early female-to-male transsexual persons, Erikson has remained largely invisible in popular accounts of transsexuality. Born Rita Alma Erikson in El Paso, Texas, in 1917, Erikson enjoyed a gregarious, colorful, some might say psychedelic, existence, marrying 3 times and fathering 2 children, by adoption. For the last 20 years of his life, he lived in Mazatlan, Mexico, at a house he called the Lovejoy Palace, where he kept a pet leopard. Despite his hedonistic lifestyle, Erikson did more than almost any person other than Harry Benjamin to help create the medical model of transsexuality and to advance understanding of gender variance among the research community and the public. Aaron Dever, professor of sociology at the University of Victoria and author of the book FTM, Female-to-Male Transsexuals in Society, has been researching Reed Erikson's life for several years. He became interested in Erikson as he worked on various books and research projects, and the name of the Erikson Educational Foundation, EEF, came up from time to time, he says. I'd hear from different people that the founder of EEF might be transsexual. Sometimes I'd hear MTF, sometimes FTM. Characterizing these remarks as gossip, rumor, enigmatic comments, Dever says that he didn't learn the truth until he was on sabbatical in California, in 1996, residing in a community for scholars doing LGBT research. One of the fellows, who was also staying there at the time, Jim Kepner, lived down the hall, and Jim put out a little personal newsletter, and in one of the newsletters he mentioned Reed Erikson of the EEF, and he said that he was an FTM transsexual. At that time, I was aware that the EEF was important, though at that time I didn't know how important. I don't know all that much about Erikson's childhood, says Dever, aside from the fact that his mother was ethnically Jewish, but religiously a Christian Scientist, and that his father, Robert, owned a lead smelting business. In his early adulthood, Erikson lived as a lesbian, quite closeted as most were at that time. He was musical and played in his high school band. At that time she had some secretarial training before studying engineering. By the time Robert B. Erikson died, in 1962, willing the lead smelting business to his daughters, Rita Alma had graduated with a degree in mechanical engineering from Louisiana State University, the first woman to do so, worked as an engineer in Philadelphia, and founded a successful stadium bleacher manufacturing company in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The death of Robert B. Erikson made his children wealthy, Dever says, even more so when the company was sold to Arrow Electronics for millions of dollars a few years later. Reed Erikson eventually amassed a personal fortune estimated at over $40 million, and donated enormous sums of money to various causes over the years, through the Erikson Educational Foundation, which he established in 1964. In 1963, Erikson began seeing Harry Benjamin, taking hormones under Benjamin's guidance, having already begun his life as a man. Benjamin was one of the first recipients of a grant from the EEF. This grant was to have far-reaching consequences, says Dever. The EEF funded the Harry Benjamin Foundation from 1964 till 1968 for approximately $50,000 over those years. One of the activities that the money funded was bringing together a group of people working in the area to meet at Harry's offices in New York once a month, people like Richard Green and John Money. During the mid-60s, there weren't a lot of people working on transsexuality, it was still a very hush-hush kind of subject. So bringing together this group of researchers produced a kind of synergy, and this synergy led to the founding of the Hopkins Gender Program. The thinking was, if we can do this kind of surgery for intersexual people, why not for transsexuals? Reed Erikson himself did not experience tremendous difficulty transitioning, says Dever. Though he never underwent genital surgery, Erikson had a mastectomy in Mexico in the early 60s, and had some touch-up work on his chest in the United States, as well as a hysterectomy after becoming a patient of Harry Benjamin's. There were doctors who would do this if you had the money, and Erikson had the money, Dever says. Though it doesn't seem that Erikson had much trouble himself, I think he was very aware of the troubles that others were having. One of the first projects of the EEF was drawing up a list of helpful and sympathetic doctors and surgeons by city and region. EEF was started in '64 and this was one of their early projects. It was an ongoing project, and they were always adding new names to the list. Erikson enjoyed a warm relationship with Money, whom he was also funding by that time. They were quite close for a long time, enjoying lots of social interaction, says Dever. They shared common interests. It was more than just a business relationship. John Money was quite open and liberal and certainly not snobbish about socializing with transsexuals, he says. I know they were friends, and of course Erikson was putting money into what Money was doing. Erikson donated nearly $85,000 to the Johns Hopkins Gender Identity Clinic over 10 years, says Dever. It has become quite clear to me that the money from the EEF was essential to the start-up of the Johns Hopkins Clinic. Media reports from the time said that the clinic was entirely funded by the EEF. The importance of Erikson's support, and Money's gratitude toward his benefactor, can perhaps be judged by the fact that Erikson was invited to contribute the preface to Transsexualism and Sex Reassignment, edited by Richard Green and John Money and published by the Johns Hopkins University Press in 1969. In the preface to that volume, Erikson testifies to the difficulty that transsexual people had in finding physicians who understood their condition and surgeons both competent and willing to carry out the surgery. Although here and there an occasional doctor or clinic performed sex change operations, sometimes successfully, sometimes not, it was only after the Johns Hopkins Hospital provided its facilities and publicized its work that sex conversion operations began to be undertaken openly by hospitals of high reputation. By all accounts, the opening of the Gender Identity Clinic at Johns Hopkins Hospital in 1966, and the decision to begin performing sex reassignment surgery there, was largely brought about by Money, who argued, cajoled, and arm-twisted reluctant colleagues into translating the expertise they had acquired treating intersexual people into treating transsexuals. In the introduction to Transsexualism and Sex Reassignment, Harry Benjamin writes, Dr. John Money, psychologist at Johns Hopkins, widely known and respected for his extensive studies on hermaphroditism and related endocrinopathies and sexual disorders, was probably more responsible than any other individual for the decision that such an august institution as the Johns Hopkins Hospital would take up this controversial subject and actually endorse sex-altering surgery in suitable subjects. This decision testifies to the high esteem in which Dr. Money is held by his medical co-workers. Even those who do not hold Money in high esteem, quite the opposite, acknowledge his role in bringing SRS to Johns Hopkins. John Colapinto, a journalist whose book As Nature Made Him portrays Money as a diabolical figure, twisted by arrogance and ambition, describes Money's campaign to establish Johns Hopkins as the first hospital in America to embrace transsexual surgeries in detail. Colapinto quotes Howard W. Jones, the gynecological surgeon who had developed the surgical techniques used in the neonatal intersex protocol, as saying that for a number of months, maybe even years, John kept raising the question of whether we shouldn't get into the transsexual situation. Colapinto reports that Money brought in Harry Benjamin and some of his patients to help convince Jones and Milton Edgerton, the pediatric surgeon, that this was something that maybe should be done. Paul McHugh, who was to close the gender identity clinic at Hopkins shortly after he assumed the directorship of the Department of Psychiatry in 1975, confirmed in a 2002 interview that Money worked hard to persuade his colleagues to perform adult sex reassignment surgery, in the face of considerable resistance. McHugh, who is adamantly opposed to sex reassignment surgery, says that Money was a powerful and never-ending advocate for transgendering as a real disorder, as a real thing. His success in promoting SRS at Hopkins in the face of considerable institutional resistance was based on his scientific reputation and the institutional power it conferred. Dr. Money is a very gifted scientist and psychologist who did superb work, pioneering work here before he became all taken up with sex, says McHugh. He did wonderful work on, for example, language disorders and reading disabilities and the psychological states of these individuals that had a variety of chromosomal abnormalities and the like. He did pioneering work in those areas. As a result, says McHugh, his colleagues at Johns Hopkins admired him and were willing to follow him into the turbulent waters of adult sex reassignment. McHugh, who is both scientifically and socially conservative, an avowed foe of psychiatric fads such as multiple personality disorder and repressed memory syndrome, calls Money a victim of the 60s whose views on the plasticity of gender were as much based in his politics as his science. It was a very left-wing kind of view that we are fundamentally produced by our environment, almost lysenkoist, McHugh says. He characterizes Money's decision to extrapolate the data and theories on gender fluidity that he had formulated working with intersexual people to all people as a big mistake. It was a mistake driven in part, as I said before, by politics and being avant-garde at the time. Money's ideas were readily accepted by the public and fellow researchers for the same reasons, McHugh believes, because they meshed with the gestalt of the times, which encouraged a questioning of orthodoxies. His science brought him so far, was bringing him so far, and then, like so many other people, the theme of overthrow the patriarchy, make change, it's the authority structures that are standing in our way. I think that John bought that, hook, line, and sinker, and as a result, like so many others, came to suffer from it. The press release announcing the opening of the Johns Hopkins Gender Identity Clinic came a year after the actual inauguration of the clinic, when news about the clinic's work had begun to leak out. Money says in Gender Maps that though the clinic had been informally known as the Sex Change Clinic, at my instigation it had been formally named the Gender Identity Clinic, a name that should have broadened its scope beyond transsexualism to the manifold issues of gender identity. The narrower meaning, however, would win the day. Gender identity disorder became inseparably linked with transsexualism. The clinic was conceived as a research project, a definitive study of transsexualism. The press release quotes Dr. John Hoops, chairman of the clinic's staff, saying, "This program, including the surgery, is investigational. The transsexual SIE has never previously been given adequate medical attention. The most important result of our efforts will be to determine precisely what constitutes a transsexual SIE and what makes him that way. Medicine needs a sound means of alleviating the problems of gender identification and of fostering public understanding of these unfortunate individuals. It is too early in the program to be either optimistic or pessimistic. We are still in the process of collecting accurate observations on the results of treatment." Hoops also stated that the Erickson Educational Foundation is the sole source of research support for the clinic. Conceived as a research project, and limited to interviewing 2 new patients a month, the clinic was viewed quite differently within the community of people seeking sex reassignment surgery, and among physicians. The former viewed the clinic as a service provider and resented its parsimonious approach to patient care. Even before the opening of the clinic was formally announced, the staff had received more than 100 letters requesting treatment. Many physicians, on the other hand, found even 2 sex change patients a month too many. Paul McHugh, a young faculty member at New York Hospital at the time, says, "It looked like a fad to us, like following along with Jorgensen and all that." Nonetheless, the opening of the Gender Identity clinic at Johns Hopkins was soon followed by the opening of similar research projects at other university hospitals, including Stanford and the University of Minnesota. Despite the generally positive media response to the hospital's decision to begin performing sex reassignment surgery, many doctors and researchers continued to object to the practice, much to the sorrow of Harry Benjamin and the disdain of John Money. The Johns Hopkins transsexual program was a source of immense satisfaction to Harry Benjamin, for it vindicated and authenticated his otherwise lonely advocacy of a group of patients generally despised and ridiculed by the medical establishment, Money said at Benjamin's memorial service in 1987. Conversely, the public repudiation of this program by medical moralists who were not members of the gender identity team was to him a source of immense sorrow. I knew about that sorrow from my periodic phone calls and occasional visits with Harry Benjamin. Paul McHugh, who has himself been attacked by Money for medical moralism, maintains that resistance to the practice never really died down at Johns Hopkins. Soon after he became chair of the Department of Psychiatry there in 1975, he told me in 2003, he became aware of the discontent of the surgeons who performed the surgeries, he says. The surgeons were saying to me, imagine what it's like to get up in the morning and come in and hack away at perfectly normal organs because you psychiatrists don't know what to do with these people. Though he denies that he was recruited by Johns Hopkins for the express purpose of shutting down the unit, it is clear that he has no regrets about that decision. When I came here and saw the incoherence of the unit, it became clear to me that it wasn't serving a good purpose, he says. I felt that we'd try to find good evidence for it or against it. The evidence that I found was against it. People weren't being made better, all of it was anecdotal, there were real problems as to what the nature of this condition was, and even the surgeons were weary of doing it. McHugh formally based his decision to close the clinic on an outcome study produced by Dr. John Meyer, the head of the gender identity clinic at the time. The Meyer study, which was immediately attacked for its poor methodology and which has been refuted by subsequent outcome studies, was adequate for what it was intended to do, McHugh says, which was to find out, whether these people were over their psychological problems. And it turned out that they were no more psychologically stable in their employment or relationships than they were before surgery. The Meyer study, co-written with Donna Riedier, noted the generally positive, good or satisfactory, outcomes reported by other researchers but reached a different conclusion. Sex reassignment surgery confers no objective advantage in terms of social rehabilitation, although it remains subjectively satisfying to those who have rigorously pursued a trial period and who have undergone it. Meyer and Riedier based this conclusion on a comparison of 15 patients who underwent surgery at Hopkins compared with 35 who had not completed the Hopkins program but who, in some cases, continued to pursue sex reassignment and later underwent surgery elsewhere. While not a rigorous control group, they provided the only available approximation to it, Meyer and Riedier note of the latter group. Social rehabilitation of the two groups was compared using a number of socio-economic indicators, including job and educational levels, psychiatric and arrest history, frequency of change of residence, and cohabitation with gender-appropriate or gender-inappropriate partners. A numerical value was assigned to each of these categories in the adjustment scoring system. Most of the scoring is self-evident, Meyer and Riedier note, though if the patient is male requesting reassignment as female, a gender-appropriate cohabitation or marriage means that he lives with or marries a man as a female. A non-gender appropriate situation would be one in which the patient, while requesting sex reassignment, nonetheless cohabitated or married as a man. Male to female transsexuals who had female roommates, girlfriends, or wives were thus assigned negative scores, while marriage to a gender-appropriate partner was scored +2, a marker of successful adjustment on a PAR with a rise in socio-economic status. Critics have noted that the most serious problem with this scale is its arbitrary character. It assigns the same score, 1, to someone who is arrested as someone who cohabits with a non-gender appropriate person. From this same set of cryptic values comes the assertion that being arrested and jailed, 2, is not as bad as being admitted to a psychiatric hospital, 3, or that having a job as a plumber, Hollingshead level 4, is as good, +2, as being married to a member of the gender-appropriate sex, +2. On what basis are these values assigned? The same authors note that there is confusion on the variable of cohabitation, particularly since Meyer never specifies whether this implies sexual intimacy, interpersonal sharing, or both. One can infer from the scoring assignment that a transsexual would be better living with no one, than with a person of the non-gender appropriate sex, 1. Does Meyer mean to say that living in isolation is more adaptive than living with someone whatever his/her sex? Similarly, continued interaction with therapists and psychiatrists after surgery is viewed as a negative. Psychiatric contact equals 1, outpatient treatment equals 2, and hospitalization equals 3, as is failing to improve one's socio-economic status, as measured by the Hollingshead Job Scale. Meyer and Redier's subjective values of adjustment seem exceedingly value-laden in retrospect. Moreover, their failure to include any measure of personal satisfaction or happiness in the adjustment scale has been almost universally criticized, especially since none of the operated patients voiced regrets at reassignment, the operative loss of reproductive organs, or substitution of opposite-sex facsimiles, except one, previously noted, as Meyer and Redier acknowledge. In other words, despite their unchanged socio-economic status, continued tendency to change jobs and residences, and generally insecure and unsettled lives, those who underwent sex reassignment surgery at the Johns Hopkins Clinic appeared nearly universally happy with the results. Ben Bars, the Stanford neurobiologist who transitioned in his early 40s after a lifetime of gender dysphoria, confirms the importance of including effective data in any study attempting to assess the success of sex reassignment surgery. I've never met a transsexual who wasn't enormously psychically better after the surgery, Bars says. And the studies I've read say that something like 95% are very happy that they did it. And in medicine, you don't usually find that kind of success rate. That's unheard of, to find a treatment that has a 95% success rate. So it seems to me that the actual facts are totally opposite to what this guy Meyer said. The feelings of happiness and contentment expressed by post-operative transsexuals are irrelevant in the view of Paul McHugh, who closed the Johns Hopkins Clinic after the Meyer study. Maybe it matters to them, but it doesn't matter to us as psychiatrists. We're not happy doctors. We're not out there saying, "What do you think would make you happy? Would you like a third arm?" That's not what we are, he says. The best will in the world would be to say, these people have psychological problems that are dependent on the fact that they are fixed in the wrong body, and their psychological problems will melt away if we treat this. If we do this, it will make them better. But we found that they were no better. So we thought, maybe we're just masquerading here. We'd like to think that they are better and they aren't. McHugh dismisses sex change surgery and the misery that drives it as a craze that started in the 60s and has been gathering steam ever since. Crazes are crazes, he says. They build up, and they build up in a particular kind of way. We've been sold a bill of goods, and vulnerable people are picking this up and running with it. And it will continue to be a craze for a while as they support one another and as our communication systems, for example the Internet, promote it. McHugh's perspective is anathema to most transgendered people, and yet one can find support for certain elements of his critique in the literature of the community itself. In her memoir, The Man-Made Doll, for example, author Patricia Morgan tells a harrowing tale of prostitution, rape, and abuse both before and after her surgery with Elmer Belt in the 70s and of the way that sex reassignment surgery became popular among the crowd of gay and transgendered prostitutes with whom she worked the streets. Morgan says that despite her struggles she was able to make the transition to straight life because she had a realistic view of what to expect. Others were not so fortunate, she claims. There are far too many fags and TV's transvestites around today who think that sex change surgery is the answer to all their problems, Morgan writes. For most of them, it merely means trading one set of problems for another. They've lived so long in the underworld of fags and TVs, of pimps and prostitutes, that they're not equipped to cope with the everyday world. They have no idea of what straight society is like. To them, it's a fantasy land, like a child's conception of the grown-up world. Many of those who go through sex change surgery think they'll wind up as sex symbols, love goddesses, movie stars. They think they'll be transformed overnight into dazzling creatures who'll sweep men off their feet and have millionaires clamoring to set them up in penthouses. It's quite a come down for someone who has such illusions to find out she's just another broad and not necessarily a very good looking one, and that she still has to hustle to make a living. Morgan also has sharp words for the underground surgeons who were beginning to offer sex change surgery on demand. A dozen years ago, when I had my operation, it was a rare thing. Now sex change surgery has become as common as blue jeans, and many people are getting it who shouldn't, she charges. For this I blame the doctors. Once I thought highly of doctors who did sex change surgery. I regarded them as saviors of souls. Now I realize that they're rip-off artists just like everyone else. Very few of them send their patients to psychiatric counseling to find out if they'll be able to function as women. Bluntly, she lists the challenges that confronted trans women after reassignment in that era. The girl who had sex change surgery gets rejected by her family. She isn't able to hold a job. Most don't have experience or education. Some have legal problems, because their papers still list them as men. Others get fired when their bosses find out. She can't live the life of a normal woman. A man might fall for her, but when he finds out what she is, he says goodbye. Patricia Morgan's assessment is couched in the tough talk of the streets, not the formal language of academia, but she reaches a conclusion similar to that of John Mayer's infamous study. Far from solving their problems, sex reassignment created a whole new set of problems for some troubled individuals, challenges that overwhelmed their fragile coping mechanisms. 3 of the sex changes I've known are now dead either from suicide or from overdoses of drugs, says Morgan. And I've heard stories of about 20 others who've wound up the same way. I might have wound up the same way myself, but as I said, I've been lucky. By the end of the book, Morgan has left prostitution and is living on an income generated by her purchase of real estate, funded by an older gentleman who loves and supports her. The difficulty of distinguishing those individuals who might benefit from sex reassignment surgery from those who would be crushed under the weight of post-surgical adjustment problems was a major preoccupation of the university researchers. They sought to define characteristics in prospective clients that might predict success in post-surgical life. For this reason, the university clinics have been lambasted by members of the trans community for creating a myth of the classic male-to-female transsexual. A classic transsexual was essentially a traditional woman who happened to have been born in a male body. She was attractive, with feminine mannerisms and a feminine outlook, and had felt like a girl all of her life. She was, above all, heterosexual and desired marriage and, when possible, children by adoption or step-parenting. Back in those days, they used to say that you had to be hyper-feminine to transition, and I'd say, this isn't me. So maybe I'm not transsexual, says Dr. Dana Bayer, who transitioned in 2003 at the age of 51. If the only true transsexuals are Jane Mansfield types, how the hell am I ever going to meet the criteria? Members of the trans community, with their sophisticated pre-internet communications network, quickly sussed out the conservative criteria that the clinics were using to choose candidates for surgery. In a self-fulfilling prophecy that would be comic if it weren't so tragic, candidates for sex reassignment thus began presenting themselves to researchers as demure heterosexuals who wanted nothing more than a good man and a stable home, with lots of delightful children running around. In fact, many MTFs were attracted to women both before and after sex reassignment, but were careful to keep this fact hidden, knowing that it would destroy their chances of being accepted for surgery. The university researchers began to sense the deception and to probe deeper, eventually discovering that many of their patients weren't exactly the transsexual June Cleavers of their intake interviews. They all claim that they are the same, but I don't believe that they are, Paul McHugh says today. Most of them, the beginning ones, the ones that we were seeing here at Hopkins, were all men wanting to be women. And it was obvious that they weren't women. They were caricatures of women. They had ideas in their mind about what it meant to be a woman, and you brought a woman into the room to talk to them and the woman quickly got the idea, that's no woman. Secondly, many of them would say, I am a woman in a man's body, but I'm a lesbian. That's crazy, McHugh exclaims with some heat. That's a long way around for a guy to get a girl. That's just nuts, he says. Echoing the conservative view of gender roles and sexual orientation that guided the decisions of the Johns Hopkins Gender Identity Clinic, and eventually led to its closure, McHugh says, look, in this situation, the issue for the person who is making the claim is to prove to you that they really are a woman. When they start saying that they are lesbians, that should increase your level of doubt. Then they have no maternal feelings, none, zip. I think that maternal feelings are a common quality of women. Do you think that the only thing it takes to be a woman is genitalia? No. There is a psychology to womanhood. We've just touched on two elements of that psychology which many of these guys coming to be women don't have. Admitting that some genetic women, socialized as women throughout their lives, also lack maternal feeling and also desire other women, McHugh nonetheless maintains that the population of transsexual women ought to reflect statistically the same prevalence of maternal feeling and heterosexuality as natal women. It's our job as doctors to look at this issue closely when somebody says, I'm a woman in a man's body, and when you look closely, these are the things that pop out immediately. These are not the subtle things about womanhood that women can pick out, but these are the things that anybody, common sense, would say this person says that he's a woman, but he's a lesbian. Gee, you know, guys like women more than women like women. Secondly, geez, you know, where's the feeling for children, maternal feelings? It's zero here. Operating with this set of assumptions, McHugh and the researchers who shared them began to view the transsexual people who presented themselves at the Johns Hopkins Gender Identity Clinic with distaste. Clearly, using their criteria, these individuals were not women. Many of them were, in Paul McHugh's view, aging transvestites, the kind of people who had been going to Victoria's Secret since they were 12 years old. And Johns Hopkins is not a branch of Victoria's Secret. McHugh characterizes money's early advocacy of transsexuals as an ideology. It's still an ideology, he says. I believe in transsexuals, and I believe this is what they should be able to do. It was an ideology. It was not psychiatry, and it was not medicine, and it was not science. However, the research that might have made the study of gender variance something more substantial than an ideology came to an abrupt end when the Johns Hopkins Clinic closed in 1979 and most of the other university clinics followed suit. One of the things that I think was so tragic about SRS being forced off of medical school campuses is that it meant that almost all good research came to an abrupt end. That to me is a tragedy because there's just so much research crying out to be done, says Ben Bars of Stanford. At Johns Hopkins, research on gender variance took a conservative turn after the closing of the Gender Identity Clinic, one that denies the medical legitimacy of the condition that Harry Benjamin and John Money sought to define. Our clinic is still looking at these patients, we still try to help them, Paul McHugh says. We tell them that we're not going to do this surgery on them, because it's not right. We don't tell them to stop going to Victoria's Secret. It's up to them. But we tell them that they are not correct and that science doesn't bear them out and their psychology doesn't bear them out. Transsexual people themselves rue the changes at Hopkins set in place by McHugh. Hopkins's cachet with transsexual people desperately seeking services remained, so since 1979 those poor patients who didn't know any better were seen at Hopkins's Sexual Behaviors Consultation Unit, SBCU, which continued to do research on them but made them pay $150 per visit for that privilege, says Jessica Xavier, a local activist who in 2000 carried out a needs assessment survey on transgender healthcare in the District of Columbia. They also stopped referrals for sex reassignment surgery, which McHugh was quoted as calling psychosurgery and hoped would go the way of prefrontal lobotomies. If seen at the SBCU, a transsexual patient would be fortunate indeed to get referred for endocrinology. According to Paul McHugh, the incorporation of the diagnosis of transsexuality and later gender identity disorder in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual has only sustained the misdirection put in place by John Money and other researchers. People were being harmed, subjected to a ferocious surgery and being encouraged in an overvalued idea that doesn't for most of them make sense, McHugh maintains. Fundamentally at the root of all this is an idea that is shared by other people in the environment, that is, by other people like Dr. Money, for example the idea that sex is socially assigned and that it could be changed. These individuals take that idea up and it becomes a ruling passion for them. They don't think about anything else and it becomes a part of what they call their identity. They have talked themselves into this just like other people have talked themselves into the idea that they are not thin enough. McHugh is nonetheless willing to concede that researchers may someday find a biological explanation for at least some forms of gender variance. If people are afflicted in fetal life by an abnormal hormonal thing, they can have all kinds of peculiar sexual attitudes when they come out, he admits. But he is quick to distinguish between individuals who can prove that they were subject to an abnormal hormonal thing in prenatal life from those who, for whatever reason, choose to dress and live as members of a sex other than that dictated by their anatomy. And he remains adamantly opposed to any form of surgical intervention for the latter group. This surgery is serious surgery and it's a misuse of resources when I don't think that the problem lies in the bodily structure. Despite the controversy surrounding sex change surgery and his ongoing battle with adversaries within Johns Hopkins and without, John Money was continuously funded by the National Institutes of Health for more than 35 years, from the start of his career to its ignominious end. In June 1997, Milton Diamond and Keith Sigmundson published an article in the Archives of Pediatrics and Adolescent Medicine that cast doubt not only on Money's theories but also on his credibility as a researcher. Sigmundson had for many years overseen the care of Money's most famous patient, a twin boy named David Reamer, who had been raised as a girl after his penis was accidentally severed during a circumcision. Money had long used this case, identified as John/Joan in the Diamond article, as proof that the sex of assignment and rearing trumped all other variables in the formation of gender identity in normatively sexed, as well as intersexual, children. Despite her XY genotype and male genital and endocrine profile at birth, Joan was a normal little girl, Money asserted in scientific articles, books, lectures, and interviews, who preferred dresses to pants, enjoyed wearing her hair ribbons, bracelets, and frilly blouses, and loved being her daddy's little sweetheart. Sigmundson, who had witnessed firsthand the acute misery suffered by the child and his family as the boy's masculinity asserted itself in the face of repeated efforts to convince him that he was a girl, had been contacted by Diamond, who sought information about the child for many years. As early as 1959, Diamond had challenged Money's view that the sex of assignment and rearing was the key to the formation of gender identity. Working in the laboratory of William C. Young at the University of Kansas as a graduate student, Diamond had participated in animal experiments that showed the awesome power of hormones on developing fetuses. Female guinea pigs treated with massive doses of testosterone in utero were masculinized, not just in anatomy but in behavior. There was lots of older literature that clued us in so that this data wasn't coming out of the blue, Diamond told me in a 2003 interview, referring to the chickens, the famous chickens hormonally manipulated by Berthold in 1849. People weren't applying it to humans. Those were birds. This was the work that showed it could happen to mammals. That you could take a mammal, treat it in utero for a limited period of time, don't touch that animal until it's an adult, and then lo and behold it acts like a male. Subsequent experiments by the researcher Roger Gorski and colleagues showed the same effects in female rats. With rats, the critical period for that sort of brain differentiation is postnatally, Diamond says. So Gorski and others were able to give it after birth a single injection. And that's so remarkable to me. You give one injection, a single day, and you forever influence that individual's life. Over the next 30 years, Diamond's animal experiments and work with human intersexual patients convinced him that human beings are not psychosexually neutral at birth, as Money had attempted to prove, but are psychosexually biased at birth. although social factors play an important role in how that biological predisposition is expressed. I think that any behavior, whether it be sexual behavior, eating behavior, or religious behavior, starts off with some sort of biological predisposition, he says. Some behaviors are more biologically oriented than others, but they are always influenced by social and cultural factors. Diamond, who prefers the terms androphilic and gynecophilic to homosexual, says that a gay person who lives in a society where homosexuality is brutally suppressed, for example, will probably not act on his feelings. If you are a homosexual in Saudi Arabia, he says, you keep that to yourself. So that's why I say that there is a biological predisposition, and society decides how it gets manifested. In the case of David Reimer, the child, known as Brenda throughout his childhood, was socially constrained from acting as the male that he wanted to be by his parents, money, and others who said, "Oh no, you are a girl." Despite his early and repeated championing of the view that humans are not psychosexual blank slates at birth, Diamond found it difficult to gain a hearing until he and Sigmundson published the article that revealed that David Reimer had threatened suicide at age 14 if he were not allowed to live as a male. His parents then told him the truth about his history, and he immediately began living as a male. By the time Diamond located Reimer's former psychiatrist, Keith Sigmundson, Reimer was married and the adoptive father of 3 children. His life story became the basis of a best-selling book, As Nature Made Him, The Boy Who Was Raised as a Girl, a book that understandably is narrated from the point of view of David Reimer and his family. John Money is depicted as a monstrous figure, an unsavory amalgam of evil scientist and sexual pervert, a voyeur in a white lab coat. The undeniable harm that was done to David Reimer is foreground, and Money's theories are presented as bizarre fantasies shorn of social and scientific context. Though it is rather unpopular these days to defend John Money, some researchers are willing to say that the Colapinto book doesn't offer a balanced presentation of either the man or his research. The guy that wrote that book Colapinto is not a physical icon, and there are a lot of things in that book that are just wrong, says neuroscientist Ben Bars. He never really understood Money's core idea that our brains have, in the first couple of years, a critical period, a plasticity, a period where they are very susceptible to environmental stimuli, a critical period when our brains are affected in a permanent way, and after that period that's the way they are. Money said that in the first year or so, it's a critical period for gender, and that there could be plasticity during that period, but then afterwards gender would be fixed. And Colapinto never related it that way. For him, it was all one or the other, all biological or all social. And I think that a lot of times he wasn't really fair to Money or Money's ideas. Money was a pioneer in many ways, and I think that it's very easy in retrospect to kick him around. Neuroscientist Simon Levay agrees that the Colapinto book and the Reimer case in general do not provide a completely accurate picture of Money's theories. The funny thing about Money is that in the context of the Colapinto book and that whole study with that kid, he sounds like a dyed-in-the-wool socialization theorist, but in other aspects of his work he was actually pioneering biological approaches to some of these things, Levay told me in a 2001 interview. It is true that Money advocated replacing the traditional nature/nurture dichotomy with a more complex and nuanced nature/critical period/nurture paradigm that recognized the importance of biological and environmental triggers for sexual differentiation at key stages of development. In Transsexualism and Sex Reassignment, he even goes so far as to suggest that it is possible that some as yet unknown fetal hormonal factor influences the fetal nervous system in such a way as to increase the chances that transsexualism will evolve, perhaps in association with or in response to some other developmental event, in the course of psychosexual differentiation. Milton Diamond thinks that this ambiguity in Money's thinking is due to the fact that Money recognized the influence of biology even as he promoted the primacy of socialization. He waffled, Diamond told me in 2003. He paid lip service to biology, but when push comes to shove he made his money, his reputation, on the idea that sex is socially constructed. You put them in the pink room and they are a girl, put them in the blue room and they are a boy. And I think that he didn't want to lose his reputation. The theory of psychosexual neutrality offered liberation to some. Feminists in particular were quick to seize on the promise that biology was not destiny, and that females were socialized to be women. Especially when they homed in on John/Joan, says Diamond. "Oh, he took a little boy and made him a girl. Isn't that nice?" he says sarcastically. So we feminists know that gender differences are horseshit. Money's theory of gender plasticity not only offered scientific support for Simone de Beauvoir's famous assertion that women are made, not born, but it also helped drive the second wave of feminism by convincing women that their supposed differences from men were, in fact, a social artifact, not a biological reality, a consequence of gender oppression, not a cause. In January 1973, Time magazine reported that Money's research, and the John/Joan case in particular, casts doubt on the theory that major sexual differences, psychological as well as anatomical, are immutably set by the genes at conception. The magazine also noted that Money's research provides strong support for women's liberationists. This is ironic, considering that Money himself grew to rue the neutering of gender, man-bashing, and the demonification of lust of much feminist theory. In postmodern social constructionist theory, which includes feminist theory, gender is socially constructed to be a neutered version of sex, and lust is socially constructed so as to be, in women, a spiritualized version of sex, and in men a demonized version, he writes in Gender Maps. By the time Gender Maps was published, in 1995, Money was aware that the Reamer experiment had failed, and was publicly reasserting the link between gender identity and biological sex that his earlier research had called into question. "We now know that he knew more than he admitted," says Paul McHugh, in relationship to this boy. Though Money never went nearly so far as to admit that he had been wrong, his writing from this period places greater emphasis on biological determinants of gender identity and the interaction between nature and nurture than his previously published work. "I wrote to him telling him that the paper about David Reamer was coming out," says Milton Diamond, "and he threatened to sue me. He said, 'If you write that, I will sue you and I will sue the publishers.'" And Richard Green was the editor of the journal at the time. Green, Money's former student and co-editor on transsexualism and sex reassignment, published the paper that revealed that Money had perpetrated a fraud by concealing the fact that the John/Joan experiment was a failure. David Reamer committed suicide in May 2004, at the age of 38. In news reports, his mother said that she had never forgiven John Money for the harm he had inflicted on their family. David's twin brother, Brian, had committed suicide in 2002. After hearing of Reamer's death, Milton Diamond told the Los Angeles Times, "I hope people learn from it that you don't do something that dramatic to someone without their informed consent. You also have to deal with people with honesty." He was lied to by physicians and parents, the two groups you want to trust the most. Money refused to speak to reporters who contacted him after Reamer's suicide, maintaining his decade-long policy of silence on the case. Many people have questioned why John Money hasn't admitted that he was wrong about the treatment he advocated for David Reamer, and more generally wrong in his view that the sex of assignment and rearing is the most significant variable in the development of gender identity. Milton Diamond believes that Money would have gotten more credit, not less credit, by admitting his mistake. "It takes a lot to admit that you are wrong," he says, but ultimately he would have gotten more credit for it. However, reluctance to report negative results, data that conflict with a pet theory, as Ben Bars of Stanford points out, is not confined to John Money. Well, now we're talking about the psychopathology of science, and that's not something that's unique to him. Today, the pendulum in gender research is slowly swinging back to biology. Hormones acting under the influence of genes are now thought to be the primary architects of gender identity, and the hypothesis proposed and vehemently defended by John Money that gender is a mostly social construct has been superseded by the biological school represented by Milton Diamond. However, the exact mechanisms by which a core gender identity, or sexual orientation, is developed remain unclear. Studies that seem to point to structural anomalies in the brains of gay men, like the studies carried out by Simon Levy, or transsexuals, like those of Dick Swab and other researchers, have produced tantalizing findings, but no definitive answers. Most of these brain studies have not been replicated. People who look for things in the brain right now are shooting buckshot, says Milton Diamond. They don't know where they are going to find the target, and they look in 100 places and they find one or two that are different and they say, this must be it. The truth is, Diamond says, we don't know where to look. It might be in the biochemistry. It might be somewhere else. Diamond thinks that the seat of gender identity will eventually be located in the brain, but it doesn't have to be something that's morphologically obvious, he says. We'd like to see a little penis or a little vagina, so that we could say, that's it. But I don't think we're gonna see that. What they're talking about now is bigger versus smaller, more cells versus fewer. Okay, so we may have to settle for that. Of course, the very idea that the brain is sexed, that there are differences between male and female brains, makes some people suspicious. One doesn't need to be a radical feminist to fear the social implications of such a theory, the way that it could be used to justify regressive views about the lesser spatial and mathematical capabilities of women, and the natural violence of men. That may be one reason why John Money's theory of psychosexual neutrality at birth attracted so many people in the first place, because it seemed to offer a release from the limitations of biology and social norms. The work of John Money struck a chord with those who came of age in the 60s and 70s because, like the research of Magnus Hirschfeld half a century earlier, it provided scientific support for sweeping social changes then underway. Like it or not, we are living in a sexual revolution and it is changing our lives, Money writes in Sexual Signatures, published in 1975. We dare not depend on old answers, nor can we afford to cut off the pioneers who are exploring for new ways to meet these unprecedented challenges. The old order, which had imprisoned so many behind stone walls of racism, sexism, and homophobia, was crumbling. As they surged out into the streets to proclaim their liberation, their anger was exceeded only by their optimism. The revolution had arrived and it would be televised, penetrating every home in America. The sexual anarchy of the fin de siècle had been a dress rehearsal, the sexual revolution of the 60s and 70s was the main event, one in which the boundary between performers and audience, like so many other boundaries, melted into a rainbow-colored pool of candle wax. Conversation with Chelsea Goodwin and Rusty May Moore, Ph.D. Chelsea Goodwin is an activist and was a founding member of Queer Nation. She worked at the Strand bookstore in New York City for many years and has also been a commercial sex worker. She currently works as a telemarketer. Rusty May Moore is a soft-spoken college professor and a parent of 3 children, with whom she remains close. Goodwin is an extrovert, who says that her childhood ambition was to be a Catskills comic. Moore is quiet and thoughtful. They have lived together for over a decade. Goodwin and Moore underwent genital surgery together in Belgium in I.5. Together they operate Transy House, a shelter for transgendered and transsexual people in Brooklyn, New York. Q. You don't like the word transgender? Chelsea, what I don't like is that it's based on a false premise. There is a transsexual community. There is a cross-dresser community. There is a community of people like Jasmine here, or like Sylvia, or like Melissa, which pretty much involves that kind of underground, prostitution-based thing. Those are 3 different communities, with 3 different languages, 3 different sets of mores and values and folkways, all those groovy anthropology words they taught me to use in college. If I were an anthropologist from another planet coming to study trans-Earth people, I would say that those are 3 different tribes that are unrelated. Q. So you don't see any value, political or social, in all those groups working together as a single entity? Chelsea, frankly I don't, and I'll tell you why. 1. Cross-dressers insist that transsexuals are somehow just extremist cross-dressers. They don't understand. You're a kumquat and we're avocados. We're not even in the same food group. You've got transsexuals. We're a pretty diverse bunch, but there's a commonality. A common language and culture which, yes, goes back to Benjamin and Christine Jorgensen and all that. And then you've got the street community, where there is a culture of trans street prostitute types. You've got the same thing in Brazil, in the Philippines, in Mexico. You've got it all over the world. It's a real phenomenon. But it's different than transsexuals like Rusty or me. I came out of the working class. Rusty came out of the middle class. But we're still transsexuals. I'm confused about the distinction between street queens and non-operative transsexuals. Isn't the distinction based purely on access to surgery? Chelsea, no, I think it's a different community. It's a different world. See, Paris is burning. That is a different culture than you'll see with people who have had or are about to have surgery. That's a different track. A whole different world. And that's totally different from people who like to wear a dress on weekends and go to conventions with their wives. It's a whole different culture. Does age play a part in this? It seems like older folks tend to prefer to identify as transsexual, whereas younger folks prefer transgender. Rusty, I think that it's an age thing in part because some of those people who say transgender are going to evolve into transsexuals and some are not going to evolve. Chelsea, I think it's an age thing in that you have a generation and some of them are still left, people like April Ashley and Christine Jorgensen, even Renee Richards, that pretty much came out of a pre-Stonewall mentality, and they were the people who first went through the Benjamin standards of care. And they had a fairly heteronormative view of gender? Rusty, right. Chelsea, right. And then you have a whole generation of trippies. I'm a trippie. Trippies are people that are of the right age that we were hippies and yippies and freaks in the 60s and 70s. Testing all kinds of boundaries, and gender was just one of those boundaries. Chelsea, right. Transsexual is the least weird thing about me. I happen to be a transsexual. Aside from that, I'm way the fuck out there. So you've got that generation, and then you've got the generation that Ricky Wilchins represents, a generation that coincided in time, and then had a reaction to, that lesbian feminist crap from the 70s and 80s. What about the whole feminist attack on trans women in the 70s? What was that all about? Chelsea, we met Janice Raymond. The short story is that Rusty came out to her minister in the Methodist Church. The minister said, "Take Chelsea out and shoot her. Just shoot her. She doesn't have the right to live." Then he said, "Read Janice Raymond's book." So I met this Janice Raymond. We were at this reading at some women's bookstore. The thing is that Janice Raymond was wearing a pair of alligator Texas boots, a pair of jeans with an armadillo belt buckle, a cowboy hat, like howdy, Texas. But she's anti-trans? Rusty, she was definitely gender variant in the way that she dressed. Chelsea, why the hell did anybody publish that thing? Raymond's book, The Transsexual Empire. Compare and contrast that book with the Turner Diaries, with the Unabomber's Manifesto. She's definitely out there with the rest of the crazies. Is it an exaggeration to compare Raymond's book to Mein Kampf? Rusty, but the problem is that book has been quoted again and again and again and used as the basis for legislation. It's like the role of Johns Hopkins. People have quoted to me over and over again this idea that you must be wrong, because Johns Hopkins stopped doing transsexual operations. They were the first university hospital to do the surgeries and they got a lot of press. Their decision to stop doing that surgery had tremendous impact. Chelsea, but getting back to Janice Raymond. You look at the first wave of that lesbian feminist crap. Robin Morgan used to hang out and smoke pot with Abby Hoffman and me. She was part of all that. But then she went on to that the new left is sexist stuff. Eventually they lesbian feminists started to write history like Ground Zero was 1974, which I believe was the year that they reached critical mass and their dogma was canonized. It was coming together before that, but that was when they had their version of the Nicene Council to do the official canon. This is where the basic tenets of the faith were agreed upon. So they took 74 as the cutoff point, and if it happened before 1974 it didn't happen. The second wave of feminism was happening at the same time as the Black Power movement. Certainly there was an extreme in the Black Power movement, and the Michigan Women's Music Festival, and that whole mentality was the feminist version of the same thing. You know what opened my eyes? I had finally figured out that I was transsexual. I had started taking hormones and started living as a woman. I figured out that I am bisexual too. Of course that's a problematic word because it implies that there are only two genders, but you know what I mean. I figured out a lot of things about myself. But one of the things it took me a long time to figure out, trying to find myself, was that a large percentage of the so-called lesbian feminists were political lesbians, lesbians for political reasons, but not because they were sexually attracted to other women. There's a stereotype that I question that's been around since the 50s, that lesbians must hate men. In my experience, lesbians tend not to want to sleep with men, but they tend not to hate men. After all, if you look at the traditional lesbian things, trucks and hot rod cars and guitars are cool. The lesbians weren't saying, we hate men because they do those things, they were saying, we want to play with those toys too. A reasonable point of view. That brings up a broader question, of course. What is gender anyway? Is there anything to gender? Chelsea, is there anything to race? You saw the movie Bulworth? Bill Bradley said the biggest problem in the United States, hands down, is race. I think that was true in 1776, 1876, 1976, and I think that it's true now. America is uniquely fucked up because of race. The peculiar institution of racially based slavery is essentially an American phenomenon. So, can you ignore race? Is there anything to race? Does race exist? Yes, obviously, some people have dark skin, some people have light skin, and social constructs have been built around that. Is the transgender movement basically all about bathrooms and who is going to piss where? Yes, but go back to Martin Luther King and before, what was the civil rights movement about? Getting rid of the whites only and coloreds only bathrooms, and everybody pisses in the same place. So, as far as is there anything to gender? Let's say that originally there weren't very many Homo sapiens on this planet, and it was important that the reproduction rate be really high because of high infant mortality rates, medicine doesn't exist, people are being trampled to death, etc. It's that kind of world. I'm trying to make this funny, but I'm serious too. Now we're in a world that's overpopulated. There are too many people. Naturally, there's going to be more homosexuality. Are we transgendered people more of a percentage of the population? I don't know. Are there more people with a propensity to gender variance? I don't know. Are more people manifesting it? Yes. I belong to all kinds of email groups, conspiracy theorists, UFO abductees, whatever. I'm no better than the rest of the nuts, but at least I have a sense of humor. But I also belong to something called the Climate Concern Group. I'm one of the few non-PhDs on that group. It's a different thing from the UFOs and the lone gunman theorists and the other stuff, though that stuff is more fun. Anyway, actual scientific fact, there are more hermaphroditic polar bears than there used to be. There is a rise in hermaphroditism among Arctic polar bears. I wasn't looking for transgender stuff, but I just happened to run into it. The same is true of several species of fish in the Amazon River. There are all kinds of transgendered and intersexual animals. Maybe there are more transgender people because it was one of the unexpected results of the scientific revolution. Instead of the bombing of Hiroshima giving us Godzilla, it gave us me. Something is definitely happening. We can theorize about it, and I wish to hell that people would start theorizing about the scientific message, rather than viewing trans people as signs of the end of the world foretold in the Bible. I'm into science. I'm an avid science fiction fan. Something I've discovered, there's only one thing that the trans community agrees on. We all love Star Trek. It sounds like a joke, but it's true. Among MTFs anyway. I think that the two professions that have the most transsexuals in them, in no particular order, are prostitution and computer geeks. There are two basic groups of transsexuals, the prostitutes and the computer geeks. And most of us are people like me who have been both. If they wanted to make Star Trek more realistic, one of the captains would say, "Damn it, the computer system is on the fritz again. Where's the transsexual?" Am I right? Rusty, if they had really evolved, they wouldn't say, "Where's the transsexual?" They would have just had the transsexual come in and fix the computer. Star Trek is so popular with trans people because they accept, without even thinking about it, all these weird-looking people. This total variation, no question asked. Q, that's also true of certain kinds of rock and roll, isn't it? You can be anything you want to be on stage, and no one bats an eye. Chelsea, I want to say something about music, because it's something that gets ignored. Music helped me come out. Lou Reed's Transformer album, OK, helped immensely. IVNGS Holly came from Miami FLA/hitchhiked her way across the USA. Plucked her eyebrows on the way /shaved her legs and then he was a she. Later on, I actually met Hollywood Lawn, after I was out. The New York Dolls helped me come out. David Bowie helped me come out. Iggy Pop helped me come out. I wrote Iggy Pop because a couple of albums ago he put his address on the back of the album and said, "Any fan wants to write me a letter, I'll answer it." So I sat down and I wrote a letter and said, "IG, I'm a transsexual. I grew up in a conservative Christian home out in the boondocks and I would have had a much harder time figuring out who and what I am and what to do with my life if it hadn't been for you." He wrote me a beautiful reply, a beautiful, loving, supportive, un-Iggy Pop-like, loving answer which I still have around here. I know tons of transsexuals that were influenced by Jane County, Man Enough to Be a Woman. Before Hedwig, before Rocky Horror, she was a transsexual that was playing with the Ramones at CBGB. Rocky Horror was one of the things that saved my life. That song, Don't Dream It, Be It. Every time my transition got scary, every time I was physically assaulted, raped, everything that happened to me, that phrase from the Rocky Horror Picture Show, Don't Dream It, Be It, kept me going. Q, so you're saying that cultural influences affected your choices, or at least helped you deal with the choices that you've made. I think that time and place have a lot to do with it. I grew up in a very rigid, very conservative family. I'm the only person that's still alive in my family that's not a born-againer. I talk to my mother maybe once a year. What's to talk about? She's kind of gotten over it, but she used to attribute my being transgendered to demonic possession. So once a year, at Christmas, I'd send her a card and sign it Chelsea, Princess of Darkness, and forget about her for the rest of the year. What are you going to do? You've got to keep the books in balance. The gender thing was a bit more extreme. She thought that smoking pot and listening to the Grateful Dead were signs of demonic possession too. I used to be a deadhead, and I was playing punk rock at CBGBs too. Q, let's talk a bit about Transy House. How did Transy House get started? Rusty, Transy House grew out of our thoughts on the Ramones. Laughter actually, it just sort of evolved. The genesis of it was that Chelsea had been out for a long time. I was coming out around 91 or 92 and was basically heavy into transition then. And Chelsea told me that she was one of the last daughters of Sylvia Rivera, and Chelsea told me about Star House, a refuge for homeless transgender youth, and that was sort of filed away in the back of my mind. We were living in Belmore, Long Island, then, in an apartment, and after I came out definitively in 93 and was teaching as a woman at Hofstra, I wanted to buy a house rather than live in an apartment. Since my daughter and son were living in Brooklyn then, with their other parent, I wanted to be close to them. Chelsea and I walked the streets of Brooklyn looking for a cheap place and we found the house that we live in now, and I bought it. And another person, Julia Murray, was living with us and she went through transition about the same time I did. So Julia, Chelsea, and I moved in around August 1st, 1994, and then gradually other people. It was sort of unique for trans people to own a house in New York, so other people started to say, I need a place to live. Can I come and live with you? I think that one of the first was Christiana, and there's been a dribble of people that have come and gone over the years. Transy House just gradually evolved because it was a safe space for trans people. A lot of trans people who were fighting their way through their lives would come in and all of a sudden. Bingo! In this house trans people are in the majority, and no longer is it you're weird, but this is a normal environment for you. And people really appreciated that. They came during transition. A lot of lesbians also stopped by too, people who were just gender variant in any way. Then also Chelsea and I were the mainstays of an organization called the Metropolitan Gender Network MGN. Because we had computers and telephones and fax machines and an office, we became sort of like an informational center for political activism. Definitely we were doing that from 96 on. And then, around 1997 Chelsea reconnected with Sylvia. And Sylvia at that time was living on the piers. She came and spoke at MGN, and that's when I met her. And she came over a lot to the house quite often and eventually she came there to live, in around 98 or late 97. When Sylvia came she was really bottoming out. She had a lot of drug problems and she had decided that she would concentrate on one drug, alcohol, and she drank like a fish. Honestly, Chelsea harassed her so much about drinking. I was putting pressure on, but I put less pressure on people. Chelsea had these knockdown, drag-out battles with her. I wrote this devastating story about her, sort of contrasting her power when she was sober with when she was drunk. So Sylvia finally decided about 18 months ago to stop drinking. She went cold turkey and stopped drinking. So she came back into her power after she realized that she was destroying herself. Note: Sylvia Rivera died in October 2002 of liver disease. This interview was conducted before her death. But when she came to live at the house, I used to say that Chelsea's and my role in life was to deliver Sylvia to her speeches. We would get her there sober, but she might not come away sober. So we would take her down to Washington or other places. I remember being in Washington at the AIDS parade with her, and someone said, "You're Sylvia Rivera. I thought you were dead." She is such a huge folk hero. Rusty, I would say that now that Sylvia has got it together again, she is definitely the most well-known trans person in the queer community, if you include gay and lesbian people. Chelsea, Sylvia was at Stonewall. She was doing stuff organizing with Lee Brewster. These people were doing stuff from 69 to 74. But then all this so-called lesbian feminist bullshit. Let me go on record about that. There's nothing wrong with being a nationalist. There's nothing wrong with being a socialist. But when you put the two words together and become a national socialist, that's something else. There's nothing wrong with being a lesbian. That's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with being a feminist. This is a good thing. But for some reason when you string those two words together and make it lesbian feminist, the same thing happens as when you combined nationalism and socialism. Why? I don't know, but it does. So what happened is that in 74, they wanted to purge the drag queens out of the parades, out of the rallies. She apologized years later, but what happened is that one of the lesbian feminists, named Jean O'Leary, had Sylvia forcibly removed from the stage at the rally. So, basically, Sylvia went into a real funk, crawled into a whiskey bottle, and it was like 90-something before she crawled out. The other thing that happened in 74, though, is that when the original gay rights bill was drafted in New York it included trans. It actually said transvestites and transsexuals in the parlance of the day. In 1974, a bunch of people from the GAA Gay Activists Alliance cut a deal with the politicians, who said that if they took us out drag queens and transsexuals, it would get the bill passed faster. That was 74. The bill didn't pass till 86 anyway, but we'll let that slide for now. So the point is that in '74 Sylvia just gave up, she wasn't going to do anything else. But I thought what Sylvia was doing made sense, because I was hanging out with people like Abby Hoffman. I was part of the new left that's now called the old left. Anyway, my message has always been that this came out of the sexual revolution of the 1960s, and it started as something visible that could be seen in the press with Sylvia. Actually, it started with Magnus Hirschfeld and what happened in Berlin in the 20s. But after that unpleasantness in the 1930s and 40s, all that got wiped out. And coming after the 50s Cold War thing, the next visible figure was Sylvia. 5. Liberating the rainbow. We were let out of the bar and they cattled us all against the police vans. The cops pushed us up against the grates and the fences. People started throwing pennies, nickels, and quarters at the cops, and then the bottles started. And then we finally had the Morals Squad barricaded in the Stonewall building because they were actually afraid of us at that time. They didn't know we were going to react that way. We were not taking any more of this shit. Sylvia Rivera, in Trans Liberation, by Leslie Feinberg, New York City, 1969. Liberation. Revolution. In the summer of 1969, those were more than just words. As the song by Thunderclap Newman put it, call out the instigators / because there's something in the air / we've got to get together sooner or later / because the revolution's here, and you know it's right. For gay men, lesbians, drag queens, and other gender outlaws, the revolution arrived on a hot night in June when, as so often happened, cops attempted to arrest the patrons of a gay bar possibly because the owners were late in making their bi-weekly payoff to the police department. The Stonewall Inn, in Greenwich Village in New York City, was to become on that night, and the days that followed, ground zero for gay liberation, the rock thrown into the stagnant pond of social mores. The ripple effects of Stonewall are still being felt today as a steadily increasing number of cities and the states ban housing and employment discrimination based on sexual orientation, as gay men become the stars of a hit television show, as at least one state permits gay couples to marry while another approves civil unions, and as the medical diagnosis of homosexuality as mental illness fades into history. This transformation in cultural attitudes was interrupted by a backlash in 2004, with 11 states passing ordinances banning gay marriage, and gay rights itself becoming a major wedge issue in the presidential campaign. Yet the backlash itself, like a similar backlash against feminism in the 1990s, points to the success of the movement, not its failure. What happened on the night of June 23, 1969? Why have the Stonewall riots transcended history to become myth? For many people, Stonewall crystallized the moment when homosexuals and gender-variant people as a group stopped being ashamed, stopped being afraid, and began to fight back against police harassment, against bigotry, against anyone who would deny them their human rights. Many point to Stonewall as the day that pride was born, pride in being gay, pride in being different. But like a couple whose future conflicts could be predicted from their first date, Stonewall and its immediate aftermath presaged difficulties and divisions that would haunt the gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender, GLBT, movement to this day. Numerous accounts of the Stonewall riots have been published, but Martin Duberman's book Stonewall is probably the best known and the most respected. One of the activists whose story Duberman follows throughout the book is Sylvia Rivera, who was a 19-year-old drag queen in 1969. Rivera had lived on the streets since age 11. Like Patricia Morgan, she had worked first as a boy prostitute and later in drag. In most accounts, Sylvia Rivera and the other street queens who hung around outside the bar played a crucial role in the riots. Some say that Rivera or one of the other queens threw the first rock at the cops who were attempting to hustle the Stonewall's patrons into a paddy wagon, thus igniting the 3 days of intermittent rioting that followed. Others deny this, and in the debate over that single fact, 30 years of mistrust and suspicion are constellated. Who started Stonewall, and by extension GLBT liberation? Was it the queens or the gays? The gay men, and they were mostly men, being herded into the paddy wagon, or the crowd of drag queens who began to heckle the cops and eventually to pelt them with coins, stones, bottles, high-heeled shoes, and later to overturn cars and pull up parking meters? Hand out the arms and ammo / we going to blast our way through here / we've got to get together sooner or later / because the revolution's here, and you know it's right. In the end, it may not matter who cast the first stone, only that the stone was cast and that it led first to an uprising and then to a movement. For a time, gays, male and female, drag queens, transsexuals, and other gender-variant people did indeed come together to ignite the revolution. Carla J's Tales of the Lavender Menace provides a vivid and compelling account of those early days, when everything seemed possible. Fueled by youth, idealism, and the sense that theirs was a righteous cause, the founders of the movement came together to plot the course of their revolution. Some came from the homophile movement, organizations such as the Daughters of Bilitis and the Matachine Society, founded in the 50s to try to improve the status of gays. Others came from the left, both new and old, Marxists, communists, and student radicals who carried the weapons of ideology and intellectual dissent. Hopeful, but not certain, that something was going to happen after the Stonewall riots had subsided, I went to my first GLF Gay Liberation Front meeting at the end of July, which was probably the group's second meeting, Jay writes. I had seen an ad for it in the East Village Other or Rat. At first I didn't know what to make of this colorful, boisterous group. The chairs were pulled into a loose circle in which everything seemed to be spinning out of control. Everyone was shouting about what needed to be done without listening to what others had to say. Carla J points out that the bulk of these gay revolutionaries were young, white and unemployed. Most were students or recent college graduates like myself. But some of the participants were simply what radicals referred to as street people, generally lower or lower middle class women and men without any prior political experiences, who came because they were incensed about the Stonewall riots or because they knew someone who had participated in them. Jay writes that she became close to two of the transvestites, her word, she met at Gay Liberation Front, GLF, meetings in the heady days after Stonewall: Sylvia Rivera and Rivera's best friend, Marsha P. Johnson. Sylvia Rivera, a Latina street queen, would hold forth at GLF meetings, gesticulating wildly and puncturing her own comments with Dietrich's guttural laugh as she presented her views in forceful, if ungrammatical, New Yorkese. Her friend Marsha, sometimes Marsha, P. Johnson, was a sassy and funny black transvestite. Martin Duberman wrote in Stonewall that she once told a judge after she had been busted that the P stood for pay it no mind. The laughing judge demanded no bail. Rivera and Johnson occupy prominent positions in transgender history and lore. Together they founded STAR, Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries, in August 1969, providing shelter for homeless transgendered kids working as prostitutes. Rivera and, to a lesser extent, Johnson organized and fought ferociously for the rights of their sisters, a group that made fellow revolutionaries uncomfortable. I had never met a real drag queen before, Carla J admits in Tales of the Lavender Menace. Red Stockings and other feminist groups strongly believed that such men were an offensive parody of real women, that is, those of us who were genetically female and sentenced to a life of oppression because of our gender. Such men could simply discard women's clothing and reclaim male privilege. Feminists believed that transvestites caricatured the very worst kind of femininity by donning pounds of makeup and by wearing the very kind of clothing we were fighting to free ourselves from, especially short, tight, revealing skirts or dresses and stiletto heels. In Stonewall, Duberman quotes Arthur Bell, a founder, in December 1969, of the Gender Activists Alliance, about the response to Sylvia and other queens. The general membership is frightened of Sylvia and thinks she's a troublemaker. They're frightened of street people. Duberman attributes the fear and occasional hostility aroused by Rivera and the other street queens to their being on the wrong side of a number of ideological markers. Sylvia was from the wrong ethnic group, from the wrong side of the tracks, wearing the wrong clothes, managing single-handedly and simultaneously to embody several frightening, overlapping categories of otherness. By her mere presence, she was likely to trespass against some encoded middle-class white script, and could count on being constantly patronized when not being summarily excluded. Duberman's description of the primarily white middle-class gay response to Sylvia Rivera echoes the reaction of the aristocratic Christopher Isherwood to the cross-dressers in Magnus Hirschfeld's Institute for Sexual Science. Bell's GAA members and Isherwood may have been queer, but they weren't that queer. They may have dressed in drag on special occasions, but they didn't wear a full face of makeup on the street. They were radical, but they adhered to certain social niceties and conducted themselves in meetings according to middle-class codes of behavior. The members of the Gay Liberation Front, the first group formed in the wake of Stonewall, were, in the words of a local street figure, a bunch of stoned-out faggots who believed that their struggle must necessarily be joined to the struggle of blacks, women, anti-war protesters, and everyone else working for the revolution. By contrast, the members of the Gay Activists Alliance, formed 6 months later, were dedicated solely to achieving civil rights for gays, and they were willing to work the system even as they zapped it. In Out for Good, the struggle to build a gay rights movement in America, Dudley Clendenin and Adam Nagurney point out that the GAA, unlike the GLF, was far from a hippie enclave. The more daring activists who had sprung forward in the months after Stonewall were joined by professional, middle-class homosexuals, people who understood government, business, and the media, and who had connections throughout the establishment world. They found the Gay Activists Alliance as ideologically non-threatening as its founders had hoped. In this context, a working-class Latina drag queen who wasn't afraid to bellow her opinions and agitate for her sisters on the street was a polarizing figure, tolerated and even respected by some members and loathed by others. Still, Sylvia Rivera was active in both the GAA and the GLF until 1973. She would throw herself into every meeting, party, or action with such passion that those who insisted on remaining her detractors had to shift their vocabularies, says Martin Duberman. She was no longer Sylvia, the flighty, unreliable queen, but rather Sylvia, the fierce harridan, ready to run any risk and run through any obstacle in order to achieve her frequently shrieked goal of freedom. As someone who had lived by the hustle since the age of 11, Rivera knew the dangers of the life: the homelessness and drug addiction, random violence, and police harassment. Back then, we were beat up by the police, by everybody, Rivera recalls in Leslie Feinberg's Trans-Liberation. We expected nothing better than to be treated like a bunch of animals, and we were. When arrested, we were stuck in a bullpen like a bunch of freaks, she writes. We were disrespected. A lot of us were beaten up and raped. When I ended up going to jail, to do 90 days, they tried to rape me. I very nicely bit the shit out of a man. I was an evil queen. I was strung out on dope. Rivera knew the kids working the streets because she was one of them, though at 19, she was more like an elder sister than a peer. Her maternal instinct was strong, and it led her to found Star House, a refuge for homeless transgender youth. Their first home was the back of a trailer truck seemingly abandoned in a Greenwich Village outdoor parking area. It was primitive, but a step up from sleeping in doorways, writes Martin Duberman. The ground rule in the trailer was that nobody had to go out and hustle her body, but that when they did, they had to kick back a percentage to help keep Star House going. Marcia and Sylvia took it upon themselves to hustle on a regular basis and to return to the truck each morning with breakfast food for everybody. After the abandoned trailer was hauled away, the group rented a house from a mafioso who owned a gay bar in the village. The building was falling apart, but Sylvia and her supporters made it habitable. Marcia and I had always sneaked people into our hotel rooms, Rivera says in Trans-Liberation. And you can sneak 50 people into 2 hotel rooms. Then we got a building at 213 East 2nd Avenue. Marcia and I just decided it was time to help each other and help our other kids. We fed people and clothed people. We kept the building going. Keeping the building going was tough, however, and Rivera and Johnson were not always able to make the rent. Duberman notes that when Rivera asked for help from the Gay Activists Alliance rental of their stereo equipment to use during a benefit dance for Star House, she was turned down. Later, when she was behind on the rent, she once again approached GAA for help and was once again turned down. Rivera and her children were eventually evicted and back out on the streets. There was always food in the house and everyone had fun, Rivera says nostalgically in Trans Liberation. It lasted for 2 or 3 years. By then, the fragile post-Stonewall alliance between the street, the classroom, and the closet was beginning to fall apart. Most middle-class gays and lesbians didn't look or behave much differently from their heterosexual peers. They shared similar values. Politically, some were quite conservative. In Out for Good, Clendenin and Nagurney quote a 1972 editorial in the gay paper The Advocate: "It is possible for all homosexuals to favor freedom and justice for homosexuals. But it is the wildest and most improbable jump to say that therefore they should all be against the Vietnam War, against capitalism, or in favor of destroying society." Street people like Sylvia Rivera, on the other hand, were radicals in every sense of the word. Rivera herself had ties with the Black Panthers and the Young Lords and attended the People's Revolutionary Congress held in Philadelphia in 1970, where she met Huey Newton. Huey decided that we were part of the revolution, that we were revolutionary people, she says proudly in Trans Liberation. One of the first occasions at which Star marched as a group was a 1970 protest against police repression in Harlem. I ended up meeting the Young Lords that day. I became one of them. Anytime they needed any help, I was always there for the Young Lords. It was just the respect they gave us as human beings. That respect was sorely lacking in other contexts. The lifestyle of a street queen was in many ways a flagrant challenge to traditional social mores. Surviving by prostitution and drug dealing, in and out of jail, the cross-dressing street queen was a figure of the underworld, viewed with distaste by many upscale gays who lived in an orderly, affluent world utterly inaccessible to people like Sylvia Rivera. When attacked by a GAA man who, in trying to liberate himself from traditional ridicule about being a surrogate woman, could be impatiently moralistic about cross-dressing stereotypes, Rivera would attack back, says Martin Duberman. She would remind him how tough you had to be to survive as a street queen, how you had to fight, cheat, and steal to get from one day to the next. The tension between middle-class gays and lesbians and the street exploded at a June 1973 march and rally in commemoration of the Stonewall riots. The Gay Pride March, held annually, was being seized by drag queens as their holiday, a chance to celebrate their role in the original uprising at the bar, report Clendenin and Nagurney in Out for Good. They were demanding a prominent place in the line of march, and they wanted to be the centers of attention at the rally. The high visibility of the drag queens and the way that they drew the attention of the media rankled many gay men and lesbians who were increasingly convinced that these extreme members of the community were holding back the progress of the whole. Furthermore, many lesbians continued to be angry at what they viewed as the disrespectful parody of femaleness embodied by drag queens. At the 1973 rally, when Sylvia Rivera took the stage and began to harangue the crowd about its lack of support for street queens, some of the lesbians had had enough. Jean O'Leary took the mic after Rivera and read a prepared statement denouncing transvestites as men who impersonate women for entertainment and profit. O'Leary delivered a scathing attack on not only Rivera but any male-bodied person who wore makeup and women's clothes. Wearing dresses was not a revolutionary act, as some of the early, male, leaders of the gay liberation movement had asserted, it was instead an insult to women. O'Leary was challenged by Lee Brewster, who defended Rivera and reminded the crowd that today you're celebrating what was the result of what the drag queens did at the Stonewall. But the damage had been done. Gay leaders were beginning to publicly dissociate themselves from cross-dressers, drag queens, and transsexuals. Some viewed this as pragmatism, others as selling out. Rivera, rejected by the movement she had helped found, crawled into a whiskey bottle, says her friend and star daughter Chelsea Goodwin. It would take decades for her to re-emerge as a public figure. When she did, the gay rights movement's betrayal of its transgender allies would be her major theme. We liberated them. They owe us, she shouted in June 2001, at a rally held in Sheridan Square, near the site of the original Stonewall Bar. I want to call on all the dykes and fags who think that trans people are a separate community to come out in support of us. It's still open season on trans people in New York City, she said, referring to the recent murder of 25-year-old Amanda Milan in front of the Port Authority bus terminal. The rally itself was a call for justice for Milan and other transgendered victims of violence, and Rivera used the occasion to contrast the gay community's visible public support for Matthew Shepard killed in Laramie, Wyoming, and his family with the noticeable absence of such support in the case of transgender hate crime victims. New York is the birthplace of so many battles for civil rights. Well, it's our turn. We stand here in the cradle of the gay rights movement, but trannies have been left behind. We're still in the back of the bus. We've been silent and invisible for too long. At the rally, Rivera called for the passage of a trans-inclusive civil rights bill in New York City. "I've been working in this movement for 30 years and I'm still begging for what you've got," she shouted at pedestrians on Christopher Street, the heart of gay Greenwich Village. Rivera, like many transgendered and transsexual people, was infuriated by the passage of civil rights protections for gays that failed to include protections for people whose real or perceived gender identity made them targets of violence and discrimination. This strategy had been initiated in New York City in the 70s, when gay leaders, aware of the difficulties of passing any kind of legislation protecting the civil rights of gays and lesbians, had removed language from the bill that explicitly protected cross-dressers and transsexuals. Continued gay resistance to the inclusion of gender-variant people in local and national civil rights legislation today is perhaps best exemplified by a syndicated article that appeared in GLBT newspapers after Rivera's death, in 2002. In The Myth of a Transgender Stonewall, author Dale Carpenter objects to the guilt-ridden commentary about how the gay civil rights movement has pushed aside the people that started it all, which followed in the wake of Rivera's death. This commentary is wrong as a matter of history and unsupported as a matter of policy, says Carpenter, who adds that historical disputes have no bearing either way on whether gender identity ought to be included in gay civil rights legislation. Even if Stonewall was the casus belli of the gay struggle and even if transgenders were the only people there kicking shins and uprooting parking meters, so what? Carpenter argues that gay civil rights legislation would be stalled or effectively killed in many places if transgenders were included. The choice is often between a more inclusive bill that goes nowhere and a less inclusive bill that actually becomes law. These are hard realities. We should not feel guilty because we want to make progress, least of all because someone is telling us fairy tales about our past. A law prohibiting discrimination on the basis of gender identity was finally passed in New York City on May 2002. Hours before she died, Rivera met with a group from the Empire State Pride agenda to negotiate trans inclusion in a civil rights bill then being debated in the New York State Legislature. The bill was passed without a gender identity clause. When National Public Radio's All Things Considered ran a program titled Remembering Stonewall in 2001, Sylvia Rivera sent the following update: "Since May, I've been the food director at the Metropolitan Community Church Food Pantry. My girlfriend, Julia, is my assistant and my computer person, because I still don't know a damn thing about these new modern contraptions of yours. We have been rather busy with the resurrection of street transgender action revolutionaries and are planning protests around the trial of Amanda Milan's assassins. So between the jobs and politics, you know how frantic it is. One of our main goals right now is to destroy the Human Rights Campaign, because I'm tired of sitting on the back of the bumper. It's not even the back of the bus anymore, it's the back of the bumper. The bitch on wheels is back." She signed her note, dated July 4, "Revolutionary Love." Sylvia Rivera remained proud of her participation in the Stonewall riots for all of her life. "I am proud of myself for being there that night. If I had lost that moment, I would have been kinda hurt because that's when I saw the world change for me and my people. Of course, we still got a long way ahead of us." The lack of trust between gays, lesbians, and the various groups generally lumped together today under the adjective transgendered became a public rift in 1974 for reasons that were partly political and partly aesthetic. Overtly gender-variant people were viewed with suspicion and distaste by some politically savvy gay men focused on gaining civil rights. For people whose goal was integration, not revolution, men in dresses were a decided handicap to public acceptance. The former advocated a right to privacy in the bedroom and tended to oppose flamboyant public displays of difference as counterproductive. They also increasingly rejected the view that gay men were more feminine than the average straight man. Instead, they emphasized their masculinity, a trend that was to become even more pronounced as the androgynous 70s gave way to the muscular 80s. In the 19th century there was this very strong association formed between gender nonconformity and homosexuality, says Simon Levy, who sees an overcorrection of that association in the late 20th century gay and lesbian communities, where there's been an almost excessive denial between homosexuality and gender nonconformity. This attitude has been particularly acute among gay men, he says. There's definitely a femphobia in the gay male community, generally a dislike of men who seem feminine. The political position of lesbians was complicated by their allegiance to feminism. Neither gay men nor straight feminists fully understood or shared lesbians' concerns. But lesbians, too, were incubating a new kind of sexual chauvinism. Lesbian culture in the 50s had been just as wedded to the concept of gender dimorphism as the medical profession, dividing lesbian women into butches, masculine lesbians, and feminine lesbians. But a new aesthetic was forged in the late 60s and early 70s as young people of all sexual orientations began to reject the values and behaviors of their parents. Gender issues stood at the forefront of the radical challenge. Anti-war activists rejected the masculine warrior ideal and feminists led a frontal assault on cultural injunctions that demanded feminine behavior among women, writes historian Joanne Meyerowitz in How Sex Changed, A History of Transsexuality in the United States. The sexual revolution was also a gender revolution, and the two aspects of the upheaval were inextricably entwined. For a brief period, fin de siècle sexual anarchy was reborn. People began to play with gender, to bend gender, in ways that hadn't been seen before. The elegant female impersonators of Finocchios, a San Francisco supper club popular in the 50s and early 60s, were a far cry from the Cockettes, a group of singing, dancing, gender fuck hippies who began performing